good morning, good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing out there? Man, oh man. Oh, look at that. I feel so bad I forgot to turn Jason on. Oh, goodness. There he is. I feel bad. Oh, how is everyone doing this morning? Early on a Sunday morning, or for Maddie B in the afternoon. Good to see everyone. Glad everyone is doing well. Let me see. Welcome. So I have to admit, I'm gonna be flat out honest. I'm a little bit on the tired side because I was a bit amped after my appearance on Dr. Dave's stream last night. So Dr. Dave did. I know it's Dr. Dave, but I went on his channel and because one thing led to another, and I wound up on his channel during a stream, and he streamed for like 9 hours last night. And so I went on his channel and had a chat with him, and it kind of left. I was a little wired afterwards, so I did some work. So I was like, you know what, I don't feel like going to sleep, so I got some work done on the channel, and one thing led to another, and then I wound up doing some chores when I got done with that, and wound up now here we are. So here we are. I was like, there's no point in me going to sleep because I'll just sleep through the my stream time. And this morning we're doing the bi-weekly Discord stage where we talk to theists about what they believe and why, and hear their arguments and their evidence for whatever it is they happen to believe, whether it be God or Allah or whatever, or pantheism or whatever that. So welcome everybody to the bi-weekly Discord stream that we do, and welcome in. If this is your first time here, I'm JL, and welcome to Bridge the Divine. So I appreciate you hanging out with me this morning. Let's see who is in the live chat right now as I kind of try to perk myself up and make sure that I'm awake. I accidentally turned my vape off. It's unbelievable how many people really have a problem with me vaping. It's weird. They hear the sound of it or they see me vaping and they're like, "Oh, he vapes." It's so weird. Personally, it's better than cigarettes, so. And I can do it in the house. So let's see here. Doctor Who Design is in the house. I see him there. It says, I wrote a song for Otangelo. I cannot wait to hear it. That sounds hilarious. So thank you very much. I hope you share it eventually. As a matter of fact, since we're here, why not? Because I'm kind of in a loopy mood as I'm trying to make sure that I get focused for the stream.
There are not many songs about Otangelo. Is it 'cause nobody cares?
Oh, I love that. It's always a good way to kick off the morning. So, good to see you, Doctor Who Design. Thank you so much for being here. Maddie B as well, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here, Maddie. Says, hi, everyone. Good to see you. Same as Haley. Good to see you, Haley. Thanks so much for being here. Another member of the Godless Army. Do appreciate you hanging out. And as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and get this fired up because, bam, my big thank you to all of the channel members, all of the members of the Godless Army who helped to make this channel possible. Oh, I'm sitting here hitting my microphone screen. So I appreciate everybody hanging out with me, and all of the channel members. Y'all make this possible. I hope you enjoy the custom emojis that I make for you, and of course the channel badges, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? So let's see who else we got here. Oh, thank you, Dr. Who Design. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, no, I see you're subscribing to Maddie B's channel. Fantastic. Yes, definitely. If you get an opportunity, check out Maddie B's channel. Jump over there and subscribe. I know she's just putting it in. Maddie says, I need to start actually making videos. Loads of things filmed at local creepy locations. That should be interesting. And probably should do. Yes, you absolutely should do something with them. Absolutely. If you need it, if you have any questions, I mean, wherever I could possibly help, just go ahead and shoot me an email anytime. I'll be happy to lend any advice or any, whatever I can do to help you get on your feet and get you running and get your momentum going. I'll be more than happy to assist. So just let me know. Surf, good to see you. Another member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being there. Odin Allfather is here. Says, most people don't like the sound of their own voice, but that's not how your voice sounds to others. Otangelo being the exception to the rule. This is true. Otangelo's voice is atrocious no matter who is listening to it. I don't know what else to say about that. And it took me a while. Being a voice actor, it took a little while for me to get used to the sound of my own voice as well. So because it's weird when you hear your own stuff. You just kind of the more you do it, and the more you'll just eventually get used to it. That the voice in your head does not match what's coming out of the speakers when you record yourself. So it just takes time to get used to it. But the more you do it, the more you'll grow accustomed to it. Peter Noddles here. So good day. Memory is a funny thing, and I like rabbit holes. Oh, they're always fun. Well, it depends upon who's leading you down them. Sometimes they're fun, sometimes not so much. Jason the Worm Guy, always hilarious. Oh, Tangelo and Darth Dawkins, not so much. So I guess we'll find out who's going to be in the chat today when we pop over to Discord at 10 o'clock. We get about 20 minutes before we get there. Let me see. Just Call Me Avi's here. This is Poof I Appear. There you be. Thank you so much for being here. Just Call Me Avi. Appreciate it. Armageddon's Fire's here. So good day, JL. Good to see Armageddon's Fire. Do appreciate you hanging out. And I see... who else? Roseanne Massman is here. Bridge the Divide. Really? On a Sunday morning, we're supposed to be in church. P.S. I sent you an email last night. Please check after your stream. Have a good, blessed day, everyone. Thank you so much, Roseanne. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And I did see you sent me an email. And I will definitely get back to that ASAP. Plothole says, the answer is no. There, live stream over. Ha ha! So, but this is true. But some people, they have trouble, adjusting to that paradigm. So, let me see here. 30 minutes into Monday here. Oh, yes, other side of the world. Awesome. Let me see here. Philip Greening Jackson says, good evening from Bulgaria. Ooh, very cool. Well, welcome, Philip Greening Jackson. I appreciate you being here. I think this is probably your first time here, so I hope you enjoy the stream. Phil Ko's here as well. Says, up, peeps. Good to see you. Phil, Arto Rissinen as well. Says, 5:30 p.m. here in Finland, and I have a hangover from yesterday. I'm still not hung, so my experiment failed. Good to see you, Ardo. Football is live here. Morning, JL. Good to see you, football. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mr. 4 Twitch as well. Good to see you. God equals square root of -1 this morning. Got that coffee going. I also have my morning juice going. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for being here. Wrote no last name says, congrats on your first round win for Face of Horror. Thank you very, very much. For those who are not aware of that, I am currently involved in a contest for the new Face of Horror, which is this big thing. I did previous streams on it. It's basically a voting thing where everybody that you know in your social media circles can vote for you to make it from. There's 9 rounds. I made it through round 1 in the cut to 20, the cut to the top 20, and I am in round 2 as we speak. And if you'd like to cast your vote, you may. The link is in the description, and of course, because I am a giant friggin' shill, I will put it in the live chat. And you can pop over there and you can throw a vote for me to be the Face of Horror. The prizes are excellent. The doors will open for both myself and for Week in Horror, for the crew of Week in Horror, which is Eugene, Johnny O, Alex, and of course Aaron, and of course Angela, our editor and producer. Will be really, really awesome. Not to mention, I get to hang out with Kane Hodder, and I get to spend 2 nights in the Buffalo Bill house from Silence of the Lambs, which would be pretty badass. And I will be streaming from there if I win this thing. So, I can guarantee it. So, pop over there and throw me a vote if you get the opportunity. Let's see here. If you have any questions about that, just be sure to let me know. Thank you again, Roden LSM, and Gabba Gabba to you, sir. Doctor Who Designs says, it's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight. Yes, it absolutely is. Yes, definitely light up a Marlboro and relax. I can't light them up anymore myself because I'm off cigarettes, but I'm there with you in spirit. Let me see here. Kal-El Cool J, member of the Godless Army, is here. Good to see you. He's late to the party. Hope you're all well. Not too late. We just got started. It's only been about 13 minutes. And, of course, we'll be kicking off the Discord stream here at 10 o'clock. So just want to check in with everybody. Blaster Master 80 is here. Love that game. Old school NES. I remember lots of hours burnt on that game. So, good to see you, Blaster Master. Thanks so much for hanging out. Scuba Cat as well says, good morning, everyone. And this is another Sunday. Why I didn't go to church. Good to see you here. Peter Flemberg says, good morning, JL. I really enjoy seeing you debate. Have you taken philosophy courses? Have you learned this by doing this? Combination of both. I spent a lot of time in philosophy, a lot of time in sociology as just per the prerequisites of getting my psychology degree. And of course, this stuff has always interested me because I didn't go professionally into my psychology career. It's always been more of a hobby. So I keep on top of things like the DSM-5 and, of course, current philosophical or philosophy articles that are published every once in a while and try to stay on top of it. But I will tell you this: as I get older, the less, what's the right word? The less the less credence I really kind of give philosophy, because when it comes down to it, philosophy PhDs, individuals who spend the time, and it's a ridiculous amount of effort in order to get these things, but individuals who pretty much get their PhDs in philosophy wind up being repositories of philosophical history. So everything from pre-Socratics all the way to postmodernism, they could pretty much just rattle it all off to you because they're now reservoirs for the history of philosophy in itself. But philosophy doesn't really answer any questions. It doesn't make any predictions about what we currently know, and it posits things about things that they're hypotheticals or we can't possibly know. So things about the unknown, things about metaphysics and the essence of being and stuff like that, or abstracts, or aesthetics. And honestly, the older I get, the more I kind of recognize that while it's interesting stuff to talk about and good thought experiments, it doesn't really get us anywhere. It doesn't really advance the conversation. Evidence does that. So while philosophy is important and it's good to ask these questions, we can't get too hung up on it. We can't just say all philosophy and ignore the mountains and mountains of evidence that we have accumulated over the centuries. So, but yeah, a little of both. By doing this consistently, hearing other people do it, and of course taking classes on it, learning from professors who've been doing it for years. Let me see here. I know there's a little bit more than you anticipated, so sorry about that. Let me see here. Yes, thank you, Philip. Appreciate that. Yeah, smash that like button if you get an opportunity. I always forget to do it. I always forget to ask because it's weird. It's weird to me. Let me see. Plato says, the more you do it, the more your brain starts hearing your voice as it sounds out. This is very true. Tony Jones is here. Says, hi, JL. Good to see you, Tony. Thanks so much for being here. Yes. You're answering the question, the title of the video. Yes, I'm aware of that. Absolutely. I need to catch up on the chat. Let me see. Cholito de Psycho says, get away from me, JL. Get away from me. That was an interesting day. That was a very interesting day. Good to see you back, Surf. Appreciate it. Plato says, you should join the fundraiser I've started for St. Jude's. Oh, interesting. You'll have to tell me more. Caliban is here. Good to see you, Caliban, a member of the Godless Army. Says, when is the Four Beards be coming back? Hopefully soon. It's all about getting Irish, Johnny, myself, and PhD Tony on a schedule that we can maintain. And it's been difficult. PhD Tony was ill there for a while. I think it was the after effects of COVID and was just dealing with that. We didn't want to put too much pressure on him. Irish moved from Australia to Ireland, so everybody's on a different schedule. Like, Irish is 6 hours ahead of me and Johnny, and PhD is like calling us from the future. So what can we do? We'll hopefully soon. Hopefully soon is the answer I have for that. John Rapp is in the house. Good to see you, John Rapp. Thanks so much for being here. Just good day, everyone. Darth question of the day. What is the prevailing provisional consensus about the nature of the independent cosmological constants? I love it when he just strings shit together. I really, really do. Let me actually look at that. What is the prevailing provisional consensus? So what do the majority of people think about the nature of the independent cosmological constants? So what do people think, about the nature of the independent cosmological constants? Well, see, so that's like weird. If he did say, what do the majority of people think about, like, the origin or the essence of the independent, like the metaphysical, like, ontological, or the metaphysical ontology of the independent cosmological constants, like, the four fundamental forces and shit. If he'd gone that direction, but just saying the nature of these things, the nature of them is what they do. So, like, the gravitational constant, the strong and weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, they do what they do. So all I have to do is describe them to describe their nature, and because there's empirical evidence of that, that's what people think. So, but weird, that Darth will do that and try to, like, string shit together in order to confuse people. Thank you so much, Blaster Master. I am a huge John Carpenter fan, as you can tell. And I'm very, very sad because John Carpenter will be at Texas Frightmare Weekend, and I didn't get a VIP ticket to Texas Frightmare Weekend in 2023. They sold out very quickly. They only had 450 of them. And from what I understand, you pretty much needed a VIP ticket to see John Carpenter, which really aggravates me because I hear the line to see him and get his autograph is completely capped. So I don't know if I'll ever get to see John Carpenter or meet him or get his autograph or thank him for all of his inspiration, because I have the entire Apocalypse trilogy there, not to mention Christine and Big Trouble in Little China. So a number of other deals, but I don't know. Maybe one day. Oh, Dan Pettinger's here. Good to see you. Says Unleash Krakatoni. I hope so one day. Artemis says we need a flat drip video JL and Cholito with the audio from Cade Encounter. That'd be funny. Oh, let me see here. And I think I'm all cut up. Yes, Mech Koala. Yes, Kevin the Koala. There he is. Looks like he's missing an eye. There he goes. But yes, Kevin the Koala. All right. So, looks like we're going to have an intriguing morning. We got 35 people in the live chat. This is fantastic. And we've got about 10 minutes before we go over to the Discord. Let me set that up so I can share that. Excellent. And let me pop over. Morning, Beach 8. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Wrote in the last name says, if miracles exist, then the constants of the universe are not constant. The rules of the universe could change on a whim, and you no longer have a coherent universe. Agreed. That's one of the arguments of, like specifically, there's one of the arguments I've heard is, like, what specifically defines a miracle? Are miracles just, like, extremely rare events, like winning the lottery, or going into spontaneous remission from cancer? That's one of the big things that a lot of theists can't really settle on, is what indicates a miracle. And I've heard a bunch of individuals I've spoken with have pretty much settled on that a miracle is something that would be considered extremely rare, and by its nature violates what we understand about reality. So it would be supernatural in nature. It would violate what we currently understand about nature in and of itself, or about reality in and of itself. So it's a violation of reality, and it's a rare event. But the logical entailment of that is that if supernatural events that break the laws of reality can occur, that means that the laws of reality are not laws by definition, because technically they should not be able to be broken. So if these laws can just be arbitrarily broken on a whim by this God, and that would indicate that God interferes with our lives, which means that God doesn't have a plan. But why would it? Because why would it need to interfere if everything is already known, or if the interference is already planned? You see, these logical entailments are problematic, and they lead to all of these issues that just keep coming off, and it keeps going off in different areas, and they have difficulty, which is why they always fall back on faith. And they always fall back on throwaway lines like God has a plan, or God moves in mysterious ways we're not meant to understand, divine hiddenness argument, and it just gets complicated from there. So we basically say they don't happen. That what they're interpreting as miracles are just very rare events, like spontaneous remission of cancer and stuff like that, or things that we can't readily explain but once we give enough time, we can break them down and we can understand them. Let me see here. Tom Robertson's here. Good to see you. Jeebus, you said hi to Chili Sock account, but not me. I apologize, Tom. If I thought I did. Roseanne says, okay, my brain is already starting to hurt. I totally get you. I do. But I apologize, Tom. Good morning, Tom. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Another member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate you being here. Captain Welsh is here. Says hello, Bridge the Divide, and chat. Been blessing the Week in Horror Discord with good stuff. Yes, I saw that. Very creepy stuff. Very creepy Thomas the Train Engine stuff in there. I don't know. Let me see that in the horror memes. You watch? Oh yeah. Yes. Okay, if you can always jump into the Week in Horror Discord. The link is down in the description. You can jump over and jump into the horror memes and see all the cool memes that we find for each other. Death flashed before my eyes, absolutely. And I had some friends go through here occasionally, and they saw the spider one. If you're cold, they're cold, but don't worry, they're already in the house. and some people freaked out by that one. Sean Galloway, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Another member of the Godless Army. Same with Cindy Johnson, another member of the Godless Army, says good morning. Good to see you both. Phil Granjack says, once a supernatural event occurs, it is no longer supernatural, just we can't explain it yet. Exactly. So Kyle Wellman's here. Says, what's good, JL? I have an off-the-rails 5-year-old attached to my hip today, but I'm going to try to keep up with the stream. Happy Sunday Fun Day. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Awesome to have you here. So, Osurf says, oh, right, I can do this now before the stream ends and messes it up. So, but before we get started, let me pop back over there and make sure I'm ready. So, what happened was last night I got a message, and the reason I'm kind of tired right now. But I popped over, or I was like working, and I got a message that Dr. Dave and Saul were talking shit about me. And typically I'm like, So it was like, what else is new? But I was kind of curious. It's like, well, wait a second. I was thinking, why the hell are they talking about me? It's like, I haven't mentioned Dave, and I'm not on Dave's shit list, so I didn't know why Dr. Dave was talking about me. And so I popped into his live chat. I popped into his live chat just to hear, and I backed it up. And they were making some comments. I think it was Saul made some comments about my weight, basically about my physical appearance, and it was about the Chili video when I went down to Tahlequah and I talked to Chili. Hey, Chris, that's good to see you. And essentially, he said, though they were just making comments about that, and I was kind of like, well, hang on a sec. If they watched the video, why didn't they address my argument? Why are they just ad homming me? Why not? Address my argument? Well, apparently they missed that part, and it turns out that they were really, really ignorant about a lot of things. Specifically, Saul, his guy, the guy on his channel, Saul is really, really ignorant about a lot of shit, and was saying a lot of nasty stuff about me. He was making aspersions about my wife and about me and all kinds of stuff. It's just really, really gross, nasty stuff, as you would expect to find over there. And eventually, I was kind of like trying to be cool about it. Figured I'd engage with him. I had nothing better to do. And they wound up, Dr. Dave was like, why don't you come on the channel, blah, blah, blah. Well, needless to say, I wound up going on the channel and had this long talk with Dave that apparently Saul didn't like, and Saul bounced out of the chat, and Vegas Valley was there, and Vegas bounced out of the chat. And so we chatted for a while, and then it went extremely well. It went way better than you would anticipate. It didn't turn into a shouting match, didn't turn into a bunch of ad homs. We had a legitimate conversation, and then I wound up leaving. And then Irish Demon later came on as well, and he had a conversation with him. Combat Wombat was in the chat the entire time. And so it was weird. And it wound up, after Irish Demon talked with him, it wound up Vegas Valley and Saul both turned on Dave, and because Dave was talking about trying to mend fences and trying to establish his channel as a more positive force, and Vegas Valley and by the way, Vegas Valley really hates the idea that I'm an atheist. He can't stand that shit. He hates it more than my bisexuality. So I'll just say that it's weird. So because typically it's the other way around, but he really hates that I don't believe in God. And so Vegas and Saul then turned on Dave, started insulting him and everything. They got, they bounced, they left the channel. So it was a very surreal night, going through that over the few hours. It was very weird. You can check out Dr. Dave's stream. I know that there's some other individuals, Combat Wombat, some other individuals likely have already pulled that stream and are chopping it up to take a look at it. I have a pretty decent section there, so does Irish Demon. You can see the kind of fallout from there. I don't know what's going to happen with Dr. Dave's channel from this point on. I don't. So I guess we'll find out. We'll just see, dice there. But I had a long chat with Dr. Dave last night. Some people were like, you don't need to go in there and defend yourself. And I was like, have a conversation. Why not? So, let's see here. Oh. Yep. Okay, so Combat Wombat has already downloaded it, and he's probably, taking a look at it. He just let me know that he was letting Triggered Limey and everybody else know that he's got it downloaded. So this should be interesting. I don't know if I'll put it on. Maybe I'll cut my section out and put it on the channel, and so you guys can see just me talking with Dave. And I'll probably have to beep out some of the nastier stuff that Saul and Vegas Valley were talking about, because it gets pretty disgusting at some points. They were getting pretty gross. I guess trying to upset me, but didn't work. Oh, let me see here. I think we're getting ready to start. Yeah, we're 2 minutes to starting. So let me pop over to the Heathen Hangout. Let's see. You're right, Mr. 4Twitch. You are correct. Robbie, no, you can't. There is not flat. Demonstrably not flat. Predominantly, we can demonstrate this right now because Team Skeptic is literally over in Vienna right now. And it is a different time for him. We have members in the chat right now that are all over the world. Literally all over the planet. From Australia all the way back around to here. So, there you go. Let me see. I hate it when the damn thing jumps on me. I miss people's deals. So let's see. Dr. Dave will wallow in mediocrity somewhere as spot subs for Cumber. We'll see what happens, Rodent. I don't want to just... Oh, that's funny, Robbie. That's hilarious. The Earth is mostly water. Most of that water is not carbonated. That's good. That's funny. You got me. Let's see. Let's pop over to the Heathen Dutch. Hang on. And I see that comment Chris asked. Give me 1 second. What do you think about Hume's principle as a good argument to the PSR and Craig's Cosmo argument? The principle of sufficient reason I typically tend to reject. In fact, I pretty much reject the PSR. There are problems with it, and I wish I could go into further detail, but I just flat out reject the PSR. And yeah, I think Hume's principle is a good argument, but I think that the PSR, just by entailment, can be rejected. I really do. Let me pop over here to the Heathen Hangout and go here. Ooh, they already started. I've muted myself.
Hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/tjump. That's the letter T. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. Sorry, not TikTok. I apologize for that. Jefferson
sorry about that. It was weird.
An atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel can be found in the YouTube video description.
Oh, we got a good...
J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational
we got
beliefs,
Jack, we got
the
Ix, we got
irrational
Peter, we got Amy
that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. Bridge the Divide's YouTube channel is youtube.com/JLWarren. That's WARREN. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia,
Malord, good to see you.
I'm the founding president of Canadian Atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking.
Second best Bob, good to see you. Nemo19079, good to see you.
YouTube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F for freedom. You can also find out more about Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science,
Randolph doesn't need to introduce everybody
biblical criticism,
just introduce the people that are on the stage.
Jack Burton is self-described as a middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's
Jack
a
Burton's
deist, although mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker, also known as Gonna Go For It, is an atheist from the Netherlands who
Peter's also amazing in
YouTube channels,
OBS
including
setups.
Aaron Ra's
like he's
channel,
like legend.
And graciously contributes his professional
he does all of Aaron
skills for
Ra's
free to atheists
OBS
all
stuff.
around the world.
He's
His
really
YouTube
good.
channel is at youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it.
That's an excellent reason, Rodent.
Our organizer of this event is the #1 Discord
Me, I'm
debater
touring because I'm a
who has
Gemini.
never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We're always delighted to see that the audience is rich and vibrant with so many different viewpoints, and we look forward to speaking with you today. Good morning to everybody on our panel. How are all of you?
Morning, doing good.
Doing pretty fantastic.
Doing good.
I'll answer for T-Jump, potato.
My record in the UFC remains undefeated, so I'm doing great.
How are you, Jack? Man, it's been forever.
Yeah, well, new puppy.
Ah.
School started. It's just chaos.
Jack,
can imagine that.
Taco, did you want to bring up our first guest? We should probably jump right into the show now that we've all had a chance to say hello.
Absolutely. Y'all ready?
Absolutely. And morning, X. Good to see you.
Russia Defender,
Amy
your
here.
hand, I don't see that up anymore. Are you still in the room?
His hand's up. I'll bring him up.
I don't see him for some reason.
Oh, you changed his name to God Defender.
First I was the Russia Defender, now I'm the God Defender. Now, first of all, let's get some W's in chat for God. Everyone, let's get some W's. I'm ready to 5v1 all these nerds and atheists. Let's go. Let's get into it. So, number one. The number one proof for God is that the internal structures of a plant, for instance, first you have the cells, then you have the actual structures of the plant that have to make it stand up. Then you have all the other fluids that have to keep it alive. You have all these structures. Then you have the sun, right? Then you have gravity. You have all these things. And then you have air. All these things have to come together at once to prove that God exists. That's the evidence right there.
Well, the plant's cool because it actually would
Wait. How is that evidence?
Yeah, that
Well,
wasn't
that's
evidence.
because the internal structures of all of these things means it's undeniable that God must have created it.
And
Oh.
yet we can just sit here and deny it. Doesn't seem like it's
No,
from
no,
a god.
Everyone
you have
agrees with
to
premise.
hold up.
Listen,
can
just
deny
because
that
Reddit,
too.
no, just because
What?
Reddit disagrees with it doesn't mean it's wrong.
He's a Poe.
What
He's a
about
Poe.
the structures is evidence?
I'll tell you why. Because the internal structures that we're seeing, if you look at building a wall or you look at building a house, nobody denies that that was created. So why would the internal structures of a plant not be proof for the existence of a god? Or
Because
creator
we
They're
know
not
people.
like a wall.
Because we know people build walls. We see
Yeah,
people build
In fact,
walls.
that is
But
the
you don't
separation.
need
He's
to see
he's
someone
literally
build a
arguing.
wall,
He's
though.
literally
But God
arguing that
defender.
plant cells. He's literally arguing that plant cells are proof for God.
But God
They are.
Defender, God Defender, plants are naturally occurring. In fact, plants have sexes just like we do. And so that makes it different from a house, which actually needs an agent to build it
Okay.
by hand.
But Amy, if you look
and
at a
you
wall,
have
right?
and you have one problem with your entire argument, and that is if there's no God, then he didn't create anything. So in order for you to claim that God creates something, first you need to establish that this God exists. Can you do that?
We've already established it because we look at the evidence, which is the evidence we have on Earth, which is the internal structures of animals and plants and humans.
How did you
which
eliminate your
prove that there must
confirmation?
be an
Which
intelligent
God
design
Defender? Hang on. God
No,
Defender.
no,
How
we
did you?
need 10 nerds
God
interrupt
Defender.
me when I'm making a
God
point.
Defender.
Can-
God
I'll
Defender.
debate
You're
all of you at once. I'll
God
debate all
Defender.
of you
You're
at once.
going at the. You're going at it
created-
backwards. God Defender. You're going at this
Yeah.
backwards. You're looking at what we have and you're making an assumption based upon what we have. How did you eliminate
That's
your?
all we can do as humans. That's all
No.
we can
How
do.
did you? No, because there are logical entailments that can defeat your position.
Logical. You haven't used any logic this whole time, though.
You haven't
So
given
let me
anybody.
explain something to you. Listen. Here's the point. The
Okay,
problem
I
is
was saying,
that-
no, God Defender. How did you eliminate your
Dude, stop
confirmation?
interrupting me, dude.
God Defender.
Yo,
How
can
did
ban
you?
this guy? Ban him.
How
ban
did
him
you
right now.
eliminate
So-
your confirmation?
Okay, we're not gonna do that. If you're gonna ask me to ban people again, or remove them, I'm going to remove you from stage. So
I'm
just
debating
have a
6
conversation.
different people at once.
All right,
How did
let's
you
go
eliminate
one
your-
at a time. Sorry, I'm messaging people.
How did you eliminate
let's
your
go one at a time.
confirmation
I
bias?
eliminate them all.
God Defender.
Alright, what
How
are you
did?
saying? What's your question?
By what methodology did you eliminate your confirmation bias?
Everyone has a confirmation bias. Doesn't matter.
That doesn't answer the question. By what methodology did you eliminate your confirmation bias in determining God as a cause?
Wait.
You
Still,
don't
I still haven't
need
heard
to
like.
get rid of a confirmation bias. Look at evidence and then make conclusions based off that evidence.
Yes, you do.
Bring
Your
it to that
methodology needs to be able to eliminate confirmation bias.
Why?
We still stuck on the first stage. How is the shape of a cell evidence of a designer? What is it about the
Because-
shape of the cell that indicates design as
Well, no,
opposed
it's
to
not just the
natural
cell, right? It's the
process?
cell went on top of everything
I don't care
else.
which
like I said,
which
the
pick any
structures of the
object.
plant,
I don't care.
the
I don't care.
liquids
I
of
don't
the
care.
plant,
I don't
the
care.
sun
Stop.
and the moon and
I
the
don't
air,
care.
and the
Stop
other
listing
than the
objects.
dirt and the
Holy shit!
ground.
Shut up.
All of that proves that
Stop.
there's
Stop.
structures in
Stop.
intelligence.
Dumbass,
Stop
you have
sawing
to-
out. Stop
stop.
sawing out.
Stop. How is any one of those objects? What about them is evidence of design? Don't list objects, dumbass. Just give me evidence about the object.
realize
What
he's trolling
about
us,
the
right?
object?
Dude, you lost the debate to David Wood so bad. Now you're trying to come to me. Okay.
This
So
is
anyways,
you realize
let
he's
me show you
trolling
the
us,
proof.
right?
Let me show you the
What
evidence. So
about
when
the
you look at a
object
cell,
kid?
look at how intelligent a
Taco,
cell
he's
cell is.
trolling us.
Dude, can I
I-
have some of your
He
Adderall?
actually
Seriously,
believes what
I
he's
need to-
saying, though. So, and
No,
I
because he
know-
was
I
laughing.
know
He was
he's-
laughing while he was talking to T. John.
Are you admitting defeat?
No,
I know
What?
he's so.
Holy
So
shit,
You want to
stop.
surrender?
Answer the
God
question.
Defender, a plant can turn
Oh.
non-living
Don't
matter
bring
into
up
living
another point.
matter.
Wait, he has to like answer the question.
but he's not
What
going to.
About
What's the question?
what about a cell indicates design as opposed to it being the result of a natural
Do
process?
you know how intelligent a cell is?
Son and
A
name.
Zero
cell is
has no
capable
intelligence.
of multiple different signals all across the body, right?
That's chemical
How does that
interaction.
incredibly
indicate-
complex.
Complexity.
Just
Okay, so you're
restating
saying
the question,
because it's
or the point.
complex, anything that's complex must come about from a designer. That's your
Yes,
argument?
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, crystals are complex. The universe is complex.
That came from
particles
God.
are
I already agree
complex.
that all come from God, though.
No. So right now, all of the things we know about that we have evidence for that are complex come about from natural processes, not God. So right now, what you're saying is that if we came across something that was really complex, you would assume it's a God, even though you had no evidence for it. So how would you be able to, if you came across a complex thing, know if it wasn't designed?
Well, I'm saying these natural processes, you have to peel it back a layer. The laws on which these natural processes can operate also comes from God.
The question is how can you differentiate a complex thing that came about from design versus a complex thing that came about from non-design?
You must always assume that complex things come from a designer. It doesn't have to be
What?
God, but it has to be a designer.
Why
do
would
you
we
think
assume
that?
that?
Because nothing doesn't just create something.
We don't claim that. We don't claim that nothing created anything.
That's what atheists claim. You guys
No,
claim,
it's not. No, God
nothing
Defender.
creates
God Defender.
everything.
God
Hey,
Defender.
I'm
That
sorry
is
to
not
interrupt real
what
quick.
that is
Tom,
not
check
what
the group
atheists claim.
DMs real fast.
Atheists do not claim that. Atheists do. God Defender. Atheists do not claim that something came from nothing.
God exists.
All right, guys, stop showing out. One person at a time. Go ahead.
God Defender. Nobody claims that something came from nothing.
What? Yes, you do. You
No,
claim,
we
Where
don't.
did the Big Bang come from? Where did the Big Bang come from?
The Big Bang didn't come from anything. The Big Bang was an expansion
Didn't
event.
come from anything, so nothing.
No, it was. Okay.
Yeah, no answer.
God Defender. The Big Bang was an event that took place, a natural process. The Big Bang is not an explosion. The Big Bang was an expansion event.
What happened before it?
Quantum fluctuations.
Okay, what are quantum fluctuations?
What? This has literally nothing to do with the topic. So
no, he said I said nothing comes from something, and he said I was wrong.
I don't care.
Now
How does that? How
nothing.
How does that have anything to do with whether or not an object is complex was designed or not?
I'm saying if you take the atheist worldview of this, what happened, and you take my worldview of what happened, mine makes more sense. They're saying quantum fluctuations created humans. I'm saying a designer created humans. So that's obviously that speaks for itself. They're completely, completely.
Okay, none of that has to do with what your argument was. Your argument was that stuff is complex. We have to assume complex stuff came from a designer.
So why are we going back to the beginning when we're already boiled? Why are we going back to the beginning when we're already boiled down to the heart of what his argument is? There is no point in going back to the beginning of this. The heart of his argument is that he has no evidence to support his God, and we have evidence to support the existence.
The evidence. I'll show you the evidence. So here's the evidence. So the evidence is, for the thousands of years, we've been examining complex things, and all complex things have been shown to be created. So by that definition, we must assume all created things come from designers, intelligence.
The vast majority of complex things do not have designers. Tornadoes, hurricanes.
And
I'm
by that
I'm
logic,
literally listing it right
Where's
now.
evidence?
So like I'm literally listing it right now. Universes, galaxies, particles, binary star systems, black holes. None of those things have ever been shown to be a designer.
So what's your point?
No. What you said was that all complex things have been shown to have a designer.
Yes.
All of those complex things have no evidence of a designer, which is why nobody in physics uses God as an explanation of.
Okay,
things.
so just
All
because
of
a
the
bunch of
complex
physics
things.
nerds don't believe God exists is not evidence.
God
It's an appeal to
Defender.
authority. That's a logical
God
fallacy. That's a
Defender,
logical
I
fallacy.
can-
So
I
just
can
because
debunk
physics
your
doesn't
argument.
agree doesn't mean anything. Go ahead.
No. Your argument was.
Defender, I can,
Please try
I
to
can
debunk it. You
debunk
failed.
your
I'm
argument
not done yet, Peter. I'm not
using
done yet.
your rules.
Peter, I'm not
So
done
one
yet.
at a
Go
time,
ahead.
one at a
Go
time,
ahead.
my son. Listen, my son, one at a
So,
time.
hold up. So you said that
Dude,
all
let your
complex
testicles
things in the
decide
universe
before you
have been
call
shown
it.
to come about by a designer, and then I just showed you a bunch of complex things which have not been shown by a designer, by the experts in the field. But you're wrong.
Oh, the experts, the
by your
experts, the
own-
experts.
wait,
You
wait.
keep appealing to the experts as if it means anything to me. Why don't I
Yes.
just quote you my imam? I'll quote you my imam. Is that evidence?
No.
No.
Okay, so then shut up, dude. It's a terrible argument. So next,
You have no evidence.
Dumbass.
We're quoting.
Dumbass.
So
Dumbass.
since T-Jump just lost, what were you saying, Peter? Go
Dumbass.
ahead.
No, dumbass.
Yeah.
If people, if the
can I have a
experts
go?
in physics,
Yeah, let
give me
Peter
one
get in
second.
here, bro. You're suffering.
Yeah.
You're suffering badly here.
Yeah.
Let Peter get in here.
Dumbass.
Taco,
Shut up.
come on,
Dumbass,
come
shut up.
on, man.
So we know in physics there are many complex things that don't have a designer.
Sorry, my mic is
Your
muted.
assertion is nothing. You made this assertion that because there are lots of complex things and every single one of them has been shown to be a designer, we must infer design. Guess what?
Yes.
Most complex things don't have a designer, and we've shown that in physics. And
How did
every
you prove that?
physicist, every academic knows that because that's what the
So
physics
the
has shown.
academics and the physicists proved it.
Prove you wrong, yes. So your assertion that
So
everything.
a bunch of nerds
shut up,
with lab
shut up,
coats are better
shut
than
up,
God, really?
Shut up.
Hey, please stop
Shut up.
interrupting when he's talking.
Dude, he
We're going
keeps
back. and-
monologuing, bro. Let
We're-
Peter speak.
Right, he's addressing what you're saying. So let him address what you're saying, and then address his
I'll let him
points,
soy out. Go ahead.
and then go back and forth.
Okay, next time he does that, kick him off.
I will. That's the plan.
Why is he on this
Dumbass.
long?
Dumbass, listen again. Everybody in physics, everybody in the academic fields, everybody who knows anything about science knows these things are not designed. There is no evidence of design in any of them. So your dumbass assertion that all the complex things we see in the world are designed is wrong, dumbass. So based on your own argument, since the vast majority of complex things we see are not designed, we would rationally conclude that the universe is not designed, which is the consensus among all physicists. Idiots.
So the consensus of a bunch of nerds and lab coats proves that God doesn't exist. That's what you're saying.
No,
Some
dumbass.
lab coats.
I can prove your God doesn't
ahead, Peter,
exist
go ahead.
with your own argument.
Okay.
If
Go ahead.
if you state that complex things have to be designed, do you and I both agree that if your God designed everything, he has to be infinitely more complex than anything else?
Sure, but it has to reach some point.
Great.
Time
so
has to end at some point.
So that by your logic means that your God was designed. So who designed your God?
There has to be a principal designer beyond everything. That's
No,
what I'm saying.
no, not that special pleading. You
How?
either stick to your own rule or you don't. Because if you're not applying it to your own God, then don't apply it to anything else either.
I'm saying everything within space and time must be designed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
God,
so
material things. We talked about plants, we talked about black
now
holes,
you
we talked about
agreed
crystals.
now you agreed that your God has to be designed. So who designed
No,
your
I
God?
didn't.
No, you already
can just
skipped
lie. You
something.
can lie about my argument and be wrong. Go ahead.
No, you
Go
said
ahead, Jack.
everything that exists within space and time has to be designed, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't account for space and time. Okay, so we've got something greater than that. So
Right.
does Allah exist within space and time?
Huh? No, he's outside of space and time, of course.
He's outside of space and time, but everything within space and time. So how do you account for space and time itself?
What does that mean?
Okay, it's an amateur hour. I'm
You
done.
just burped, dude. You just burped. This is disgusting. Can you?
God Defender. Can I ask you this?
Hold on.
Okay, wait a second. Can I?
curious,
God
because
Defender.
you
Hang
said
on,
That's, what you, that's
Peter.
your argument.
Peter, hang
You
on a second. I
burp?
gotta ask one question, God Defender. So you claim that Allah has created everything, right? So everything within space time, whatever, like this. But what did Allah create everything out of?
He created first man out of mud first.
No. What did he create the matter out of? Like the matter.
That's a ridiculous question. How would I know that?
Okay, because
You seem to know
we
everything.
have an answer for where
I'm
all
a
of these
human
things.
being. I'm
God
not a
Defender,
freaking,
God
bear.
Defender. We have an answer
you
for
gotta
where all
prove
of
that.
these things came from, and he obviously didn't create human beings out of dirt or mud because these would that would predominantly be silicate, and we're not made out of silicate. So, my question is but the initial matter in and of itself, where did God create that? How did God make that stuff?
Okay, so it's a ridiculous question. God can create whatever he wants. He's the eternal.
Okay, he can
So
create
I don't know
whatever he
what you're
wants. He can create whatever he wants. But are you saying that at one point there was only Allah, and then Allah created stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what did God create, and what did Allah create everything out of?
Create everything out of matter.
But where did the matter come from? Did he create the matter?
So we're gonna keep looping. You understand? We're gonna keep looping.
No.
So
God
we're
Defender, what I'm getting at is this, and what I think you recognize what I'm trying to say is, you believe that your God created everything out of nothing.
Yeah, guy. Of course he did. Yes.
Okay,
God created
we
things
don't
out of
say that. That's your argument.
No, you say that first the quantum stuff moved around and created humans. We're saying
No, that's not what we claim at all.
Oh, but your quantum bounced around and created humans. Really?
No, it did. No, that's not how it goes down. Quantum fluctuations result in what we describe to be the inflation event of the Big Bang. This is this very rudimentary description. I'm not going to run down a complete physics course for you or a quantum mechanics course for you. But when it comes down to it, we can explain and have evidence for all the things that currently exist and how they got here, from the inflation event to the formation of the formation of heavy elements, so on and so forth, all the way up to today. We can explain it. We can explain it. We have a model that explains it, and we can make predictions with that model that come true, which validate the model. But your God doesn't come into play in any of this.
Who wrote the model?
The model is understood. We understand the model because we've tested it.
Who is we?
It's
Human
been discovered.
beings, humanity.
The model was
So-
discovered.
Yeah, thank you. The model was discovered.
You're talking about scientists, correct?
You can do the work yourself. I have done the work. Most of us on this panel have done the work.
No, you've been in Discord calls sorting out. That's what you've been doing.
No, it's not.
So here's the
It's
reality.
called
All right, I
God
told you
Defender.
next
God
time we do
Defender.
that,
It's called
you're
school,
gonna
man.
Get removed.
Let's just move to the next speaker.
All right.
Move to the next
So,
speaker.
does anybody have any comments? Obviously, we're not going to talk about him behind his back while he's in off stage. But...
After comments about there, I just have a quick announcement to make. So go ahead.
Yeah, he defeated himself with his own argument. So if something cannot come from nothing, then his God cannot create something from nothing, because according to him, something cannot come from nothing. And
But that's his whole argument.
everything that is, yeah, and everything that is complex has to be created. Therefore, his God has to be created. He's defeating himself.
Literally just it was a good example of how theists often project their own argument onto theists.
Yep.
Is that they
Yeah.
accept that something comes from nothing and that it was God who created everything out of nothing. But because we don't believe in God, therefore we believe that something came from nothing. And that's not the way it works and not what we claim. So
Nope.
it's just, them projecting their crap.
And I would suggest that next time he comes up, he takes it down a notch on the coffee, because
Whew.
All right.
That was.
And then Randolph.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out a happy birthday to one of our head moderators. He goes by, the first name is Titan, the last name is Uranus, and he's been a big help. Anybody to give him a happy birthday gift, make
Good
him
to
a
see you,
moderator on
Guidance
your
Raber,
YouTube channel. You
Reverb
won't be
Twang,
disappointed.
Lubo in
He's
China.
a
Thank you
great
so much
help.
for being here. Appreciate it. I see
I
you,
love
Jack.
how you
there.
tiptoed around the name.
That's a great name.
Jack, Project Wildcard.
and
Good
if
to
you
see
want to
you.
do him a favor, just say hello, Titan Uranus.
Charlie Welch, good to see you. Fred Edges, good to see you this morning.
All right. So
Let's
we've got
do it.
Bear
Casey and Randy.
up next. Let me pull up your DM so I can remember
Yo,
what
what's
you
up?
wanted to talk about.
What's up? Yeah, so I want to talk about how, like, your entire argument as to how science is quote-unquote, like, objective truth. That is not really true, the way you guys portray science. This scientism has rotted your brain completely to the point where it's honestly just disgusting. Science itself is intersubjective. God is objective. Therefore, God exists. You just gotta,
Okay,
you just gotta
so-
accept that reality, dude.
So you define. So you're defining it into existence.
Sorry, I just got to stop for a second.
Yeah.
We're trying to run a show here that we're listening respectfully to people's things. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps toning down on the insults and just try to stick to the topic, that would be very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
So
I think we're gonna start
I
doing
am
a
sticking to
three
this. I'm literally
strike.
sticking to the topic.
All right, Bear, let me talk for a second so the audience can hear. I think we're going to start doing like a 3-strike thing today. So where if you're insulting people on the panel, I'm going to mark down a strike in my head, and once you hit 3, you're getting removed. So let's not insult each other, and we're not going to insult you as well.
So Bear, you're basically all you did was you just defined God into existence. You said God is defined as such. The God is defined as existing, so therefore it exists.
Yes, there has to be an objective truth. Do you agree with that?
An objective
Why?
truth.
Yes.
Yes, there
I
has
agree.
to be an objective truth to reality. Do you agree with
Yes,
that?
I agree
Okay,
with
yeah,
that. How
sure.
does that indicate God?
And the issue with the human experience is it is subjective. It is completely subjective, and science is always fucking wrong. It's always been disproven and always came to be wrong.
No,
So
that's
your
incorrect.
claim is
Wait,
God
wait.
isn't
How does that indicate God?
subjective, but he would be a
God is
subjective
objective.
mind.
Wait. How
claim that.
how does the fact that our ideas are wrong, therefore God? Like the fact that one model is wrong doesn't prove another model right. That's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
Because God exists. God is real, right?
Cool.
I think,
Present your
like,
evidence.
How do you know that?
God is objective.
How do you
Everything
know
you're
that?
spouting right now is just down to
Yeah,
the human
I'm-
experience. This is your
How do you-
argument.
Okay,
how
he's
is it-
done,
That's the
Taco.
claim.
I'm a
God does
T-jump.
not
How
exist.
do you know?
Now we're equal.
How do you? I'm a T-jump. How do you know God exists? Because that's basically what we're here for.
How do I know God exists? Well, I
Yes.
can't prove that my human experience is the correct human experience. I can't confirm completely 100% how my evidence is 100% fact. Therefore, there has to be an objective truth. And logically, if you guys would use your little logical science brains, quote unquote,
You can't
understand that
confirm
God
that God
exists.
exists. But you can't confirm that God exists.
God
That's
does
what you're
exist.
saying.
Well, okay.
No, God does
You
exist.
You're
just-
stating-
You just said.
reality.
You
Bear,
just said
Bear,
that
that's a
you can't
positive
confirm it.
claim. Bear, that is
Again,
a positive.
science
Bear,
is intersubjective.
Bear,
Like,
that is a positive claim. Please present your evidence for the existence of your God.
Yes.
Well, if you wanna go back to what we were talking about before, you know, a lot of the thing like old Earth, your belief in old Earth, a lot of scientists believe in.
Stop talking about our beliefs. Almost tell us about your beliefs.
Stick to the question
No,
JL
because I have
asked.
to debunk
That,
your
that would
beliefs
help.
to prove that God exists, because you
No,
guys
no, no,
live in a
that's-
bubble. You
That's
guys
an
live in a
argument
bubble.
from ignorance fallacy. So, like, imagine we have 10 car
Bosh,
axles.
please.
Wait. Listen carefully. I'll try to explain this to you in baby steps. 10 car axles. Let's say the first 9, we prove the first 9 car axles are broken. Does that prove the 10th works?
Probably, it could work.
It could be broken, couldn't it? They could all be broken. All 10 could be broken.
Yeah, it could be broken, but it could work.
Right. So if we have 10 axles and we prove the first 9 are broken, we don't know if the 10th works or not, right? So it doesn't matter if we know the first 9 are broken. That is zero evidence that the 10th works because we have to test the 10th, right?
Again, but you're not God, dude. You can't prove that it works completely. There's no such thing as 100%,
Bro,
even in science. Even in science, there's no such thing as 100%. You're literally debunking yourself.
Pay attention. The question is does us knowing the first 9 axles are broken tell us anything about whether or not the 10th works or not?
Well, it could tell you that it won't
The
work.
answer is no, Bear.
This should be really easy. So like
It's
if
simple,
I test
easy.
9 axles and I know those 9 axles are broken.
Again, you're giving a completely different like example.
No, this
right.
is the exact same example. You're just not very bright. So
you're trying to give me your scientific method, but the issue with the
no, this is
scientific
not the
method
scientific
is the first
method.
step.
It's wrong. Shut up and listen. So I test some axles and I know those axles are broken. I have not tested a different axle. The axle
Yes.
I have not tested. Do I know if it works or not?
Again, you're just trying to give me like a dumb example.
This is a yes or no. This is
Yeah,
yes or no
no.
question.
Go on, chop.
Right.
Go there.
So if science is one of those axles and we know it's broken, and God is one of the axles we have not tested, we don't know if God is true. Simply saying that science is broken doesn't show that God is true.
Yes, but you understand that this is like a complete different thing to what you're arguing.
No, it's
Throughout our
it's
entire
not.
No, it is.
No, it's literally a perfect analogy.
How about you let me talk? There's like, again, you guys have got a bad problem with talking over people, and there's like how many of you here? So let me just talk.
What's your argument?
Good. Throughout fucking human history, we've all believed in God. If you look at any kind of culture, whether it be the fucking Hindus, Abrahamic faiths,
I've never
even
believed in a
pagans,
God, so
they've
that's
all believed in
that's not
some
a real
form of God.
argument.
They've all believed
There are
in some
lots
form
of
of God, and then you atheists come along, right?
Let's
And
let
you
him
say,
talk for a
oh,
minute.
well, that isn't true because my science told me. Your fake version of God told you.
What does this have to do with
didn't need-
anything you were saying? Like, there are most cultures before religions didn't believe in a God. What does this have to do with the topic?
And if I may say so, it sounds
never
like you
believed
are
in a God,
attacking
and I never
science.
needed
It doesn't sound like you are actually trying to present good evidence for a God.
No, but your evidence has
never-
to be based in science.
Hold
but
on,
I
Bear,
told you
Bear,
guys.
Bear, hold on. I've never
Okay.
believed in a God, and I've never needed science in order to not believe in a God.
What does this have to do with the topic? I don't care who believes in God. How does this evidence?
Okay, can I talk, or you all three of you just gonna keep on
Stop
talking?
asking if you can talk and just talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Listen, T-Jump, right? You're gonna have to stop cutting people off. You're being a bit annoying. But what was I saying before? Like I said, right? The issue with the scientific method itself is that
It's not my fault, Jack.
fucking observe. You have to observe.
I've already covered this. Broken axle.
No, you haven't.
This was the broken axle analogy. Even if science is broken,
No,
that's not
you're
evidence that
using-
your axle
you're
works.
using dumb argument there.
No, it's a very
I'll
smart
make it
argument.
easier.
Because
I'll make it
does
easier
not,
for you.
It does
What
not
is
relate. It does not relate to
Bear, hold on.
objectivity and subjectivity.
Bear, hold on. I'll make it easier for you. What is a better method to determine things than the scientific method? What method are you using?
Gods. Human history,
What's that?
religion.
What? All of those are part of the scientific method.
No,
Apart
it's not.
from apart from God's. What's God's method?
God's methods. God created everything. So God.
I'm
God's-
not asking.
God's
I'm not
methods.
asking what He created. I'm asking you for a method to determine reality. You said God had a method, so Tell us about that method. How does it work?
What? Look, am I fucking gods? Like again, like
You said you came up with that method when I asked you if there was a better method than the scientific method. You said God's method. That was literally your first answer.
but there's
So
no
I'm
there's
just
no way of
asking-
100%
I'm
determining
just
reality.
asking you. You brought it up, so explain God's method to us.
God's method. God can do miracles, man. He's done it all throughout human history.
That's not a method. To
No, it is.
determine
You guys have
reality.
just never believed.
I asked
You've never
you.
prayed.
I asked
You've
you.
never prayed.
I
You've
asked
never
Okay, hang on a second.
Hold on.
Peter, hang on a
I
second.
asked you a specific
Peter,
question.
Peter, he's not
No,
going to
wait,
answer
wait,
it.
hold
Peter,
on.
Peter, he's not going to answer it.
I
But
just want
Bear,
one shot.
Bear.
One shot. No, I want one shot. Bear, listen. I asked you for a method to determine reality. Your first answer was God's method.
Yes, and belief.
God's
Yes.
what is God's method to determine what is real and what isn't? Explain God's method.
Again,
How does
you're
it work?
asking me what does God do? I'm not God, dude. I'm not fucking God.
You came up
Stop
with that
asking me
method.
dumb
You
questions
said
like
it
I'm
was
God. I'm not
no.
God.
You
Hey, guys,
said,
let's
hold
stop
on.
yelling at each
I'm
other.
not saying you're God. You came up with God's method as being a better method than the scientific method. That
Yes.
means that you know what God's method is. Otherwise, you couldn't make that determination, right?
Yes. So no. I don't know God's method.
Yes,
All I know is that I
because
believe in God.
you can't say something is better if you don't know what it is.
Okay, God works in miracles, dude. He's done it all throughout human history. Like I said.
I'm not talking about what God does. I'm talking about a method. You can't come up with a better
Peter.
method if you don't know what the method is.
But Peter, you need
You
to
can't determine it's
understand.
better.
We're just accepting science. We could be accepting that Solomon talks to ants in the Quran.
How about have you guys ever prayed? Wait, have you guys ever
Bear,
prayed?
Bear.
guys ever prayed?
Many of the
You guys
Bear,
ever prayed?
Bear. Let
Many
me explain.
times.
Bear, let me
Many,
explain.
many times.
Many of the people on this, or most of the people on this panel, were raised in the faith, of varying degrees for varying lengths. I myself was raised in the faith. Prayer is irrelevant, because if God is omniscient and God knows everything, then praying is irrelevant, because praying won't get you anything, because God's already determined everything and already knows infallibly what's going to happen. So if God is omniscient and knows all things infallibly, then your prayers are irrelevant and don't matter. So nonetheless,
Can I jump in?
oh yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, I just want to know, how do you define miracles, Bear? Like, what do you define as a miracle?
So, look, can I talk now, or is somebody gonna cut me off?
I asked you a question.
So, what do I define as a miracle?
How do you define a miracle?
Well, like there's been tons throughout, like the Bible.
The Bible's a book. It's not a miracle. There are many
Moses
books, and
crossing the Red
there are
Sea,
many
not
books, and there are
remember that,
older
dude, like,
books.
come on.
There are many books, and there are older books.
Also, we
Yeah.
don't think that Moses.
I
was
would
a
I would
real
consider
person.
like if you look throughout history, for an example, like I'd say the end of capitalism was fucking a miracle. I feel like the birth of the Soviet Union was a miracle, but you guys wouldn't know about that, so there's no point in talking about it.
Wait.
These were from complete
Socioeconomic policies are miracles?
Well, I would argue how they came to be were basically miracles, yeah, and the progress of human history. I would say so.
That doesn't define what a miracle is. Is a miracle rare?
It's a miracle rare. It's blessed upon by God.
How do you know that? How do you know what is and what is not? How do you define the difference? How do you tell the difference between a
For an
rare
example,
event?
People
and
coming to the sun. People coming to the sun for salvation through Jesus Christ is a miracle itself, in of itself. Living in this fucking.
No, it's not. It's a
society,
matter of them hearing about it and then deciding to believe
Not
in it.
really. Not really. Some people just get into Christianity for no reason. Some people get into Islam, Judaism, etc. for no reason. Like, we live in a society that pushes the view and the narrative of
Bear,
Zionism.
how can I get into a religion if I have no concept of it and I've never heard of it?
And then after you answer that, can you tell us what religious view you're trying to convince us of?
Honestly, I'm not trying to convince you of any religious view.
Okay. Then ignore my question. Bear, do me a favor. Read what the name of the damn stage is, please.
No, I'm trying to convince you of.
Thank you.
There you go.
Solved.
Dr.
JL,
John
reading is
Zoidberg is
hard.
up next. Does anybody have any comments though before we bring him up here?
Like,
Not
if
on
they
that.
I
can't
wanted to tell
understand-
JL reading is hard. It's really hard.
I wanted to say, I think in there at the beginning, Amy was starting to go down a certain path with some questions, and I'm curious to know what Amy was thinking to ask. If you remember what you were going for, Amy.
I think I had a round before, but I just noticed that at first it did seem like he was a Muslim, like we were talking about Quranic miracles, and then he said that it was a miracle when people come over to know Jesus as their Lord and Savior. And so it's like, are you devil's advocating, or are you just like a non-Abrahamic, non-denomination? It just seemed it seemed spicy, but then it just seemed confused.
Actually, someone in my live chat just brought something up that was interesting. Paul Carroll states that the same religion has not spontaneously formed in two isolated populations. Anyone who adheres to a specific religion had to have been told about it by someone else first. It had to have been thought up and then passed on from that point. And because we have not seen Christianity or any other religion, the same religion, pop up in two different isolated places, that would enable us to independently verify, because two separate things, then I would say that it's a good argument against it, yeah.
Except for the upline who started it all, who has only downlines and no other up. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking multi-level marketing.
Also, I remember one other point. When he brought up scientism was what I wanted to talk about, because we get this often, is that we just worship science, that we just put scientists on an altar, and that is not true. Science is a process. We have respect for people who have actually worked hard to learn expertise in their field and talk credibly about it. And so when the options are going to be science versus miracles, I mean, I don't even know, that is a NFL player playing against someone in preschool. I don't even know.
Well, a lot of them tend to think that we're trying to prop up all of scientists like this neo-Gnostic pantheon. So it's definitely weird.
Indeed. We don't just believe things because scientists believe them. We believe it because of the peer review process by which we can find fact from fiction. And welcome someone new.
Zoidberg. John Zoidberg, MD. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have a doctor here.
Oh, amazing.
Great to have you, Zoidberg.
Thank you. By the way, guys, I spoke to you, I think, last time when I presented Jeff Tremble's, the argument Jeff Tremble presents in an inverse form. So, I just wanted to say that. I don't know why, but... No, anyways, Taco, I honestly wanted to ask, and I forgot to do, and I just remembered as soon as you invited me. Do I need to be in opposition to the respectable panel here, or can I actually engage in one experience I had with the theists? Because I had a question about that.
Basically, the focus here is to convince us that a goddess or a god exists. You don't actually have to hold that position in order to try to convince us. What's
hey, Bob
important
Nadell, it's good to see you.
The attempt is made to try to be convincing. Our audience tunes in because they want to hear
and Ben
these
Swartz,
arguments as well. So if you've got something like that, if you just wanted to make a little bit of commentary, we're happy to let you talk as well.
Oh, it's not so much a commentary. I had an experience with J. Robin on Clubhouse. I think we all know who
Nice.
J. Robin is.
That's a fun one.
one of Darth Dawkins' disciples, as I understand it.
You have my
He's blocked.
You have my condolences.
Yeah, but it seems that I kind of stun locked him because we're having a conversation, and J. Robin assumed that because my initial premise is, so what if God exists, right? I don't care if God exists, so what? And J. Robin at that point started talking about how my immortal soul is going to be tortured, right? If I don't accept God and I'm not saved by God. But it's like, and this was like a repeating experience, right? Everyone is a culmination of this. It seems like a very flimsy argument, right? From a debate point of view. It seems that if you resort if you
Have you
resort
told
to
J. Robin to work on his threats? Because if a god doesn't exist, threatening that the god will torture you doesn't really have any impact.
And so
no, I
tried-
actually gave him the premise that God does exist. I said I don't care. I only care about my life now. Right.
I'll tell you
So-
why he can't go forward. What it seems like you're asking is why, even when I concede the point, will they not defend their own views? And that is because presuppositional apologists do not defend their own views. They don't really spend, as far as I can tell, a lot of time defending or thinking about it. And so the moment that they actually have to go into canon, the moment they need to talk about theology or why they actually believe, well, it starts sounding
I don't know
less
who
like
Wesley Curran
deistic
II is in the
philosophical
chat.
arguments and
I
more
don't
like,
know who that is.
well, I kind of prayed really hard and I found my car keys, and ever since I just knew Jesus was my Lord and Savior. And that's not really what J. Robin wants to defend.
Well, I guess that, and the fact that J. Robin is like really lazy and he just wants to jump to the. He doesn't want to go through the process with you. He just wants to jump from one point to another, right? When it comes to like defense of existence of God. But the problem is, and people like him, like John Lee, for example, again on Clubhouse, it seems that once you say, or you just exclude God as like a God's existence, you remove it off the table. You say like, I don't care, God exists, whatever, do whatever, right? Like at that point, it seems from a rhetorical standpoint and from a debate standpoint, right? They're in a very weak position, right? Because what are you left with, right? If somebody says, well, I don't care, I only care about my life now, there's no possible way for me to know the transconfiguration of being a soul and being tortured, so there's no point like in really imagining what pain would be like or whatever, right? It puts them in a really weak position. I wonder why like more atheists are not exploiting that, because they look ridiculous when they do it. It's just
You're talking about going to just like a deist type position where you're just granting that some God exists for some like philosophical argument, but you're not going to grant any specific theology about hell.
Sure.
I would also add on that I don't think that presuppositional is about recruitment, that it seems to be extremely technical and jargon filled because it wants to sound sophisticated to believers. I hate to say that it is their version of a cheerleader because they are they get used to being smacked around through these types of conversations, and so it's a lot harder as a Kent Hovind or as someone who believes the Earth is 6,000 years old to go in there and try to talk with scientific-minded people. But to a significant degree, presuppositional apologetics controls the conversation because it's like a butchered version of the Socratic method where you are only asking questions, and if you only ask the questions, you control the ground. And so if you don't allow anyone else, if you say, hold on, just give me a second, we're going to get there in a minute.
Did you guys cut out?
Oh, we can still hear you.
Oh, I thought it was me. Okay.
Or,
Amy,
but I
if you
did
can
want
hear
to
us,
say,
you
like,
cut out.
oh, did I cut out?
I can hear you, Amy.
Yeah, I can hear you, Amy.
My big thing is that presup
You went out on
is
my
just
end
like
and
you're
back
saying.
something.
It is more show than it is anything else. I think it is
I
a
agree.
theological weak position, and I have heard from the debate circuits that it is not very popular. It doesn't convince.
No,
many
they go
people.
evidence based. They go
And-
I always forget his name. Van Tillian type of like
Exactly, and it makes I don't know why.
argumentation sentence.
No idea why, but it makes everyone who uses it sound like an asshole. I don't know what it is about
Well,
being
it's
a presupper.
it's
but,
predominantly
yeah.
like you said, apologetics and presuppositional apologetics is not designed to convert people. It's not designed to bring people to faith. It's designed to scare the shit out of believers who are potentially leaving. That's all it is. It's just meant to keep people in the faith.
Jail warrant, right? My point, and Amy, like I understand this, and these are all great arguments. My point is,
Do we have any presuppers in the audience to potentially
Just
defend
a quick
presup?
interruption. Just a quick interruption. Randolph, check your chat.
It's
People
already
can't
taken
hear
care
us.
of.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say this. It seems like, right, with Precept in general, not specifically J. Robin. I don't think J. Robin's a good, like, very effective at this as well. With Precept in general, it seems that once you grant them the existence, for whatever, like, we're doing just rhetorically, like, once you grant them the existence of God, right, and you say, I don't care of God's, like, whatever potential actions, right, they can be, like, they can be the types of arguments that will make them look ridiculous, right? The fact of the matter is that you would get punished infinitely for a finite crime. For one, what kind of a god is that? Like, it's terrible. Second of all, they have to resort to threats. There's nothing else. There's no meat on the bone after this. Like, it's done. Like, and I think, like, given the fact that
I'm not
if
understanding.
you,
I'm understanding like your goal here. Like, if I say I'm trying to like convince someone that the moon is 255,000 miles away, and they say, "Yeah, you're right, but I don't care," then I'm just like, "All right, next person." Like, once you admit that they win the debate, I mean, that's like the debate's over. It's not really.
But T-John, they don't stop there, right? Because as soon as you say, I don't care, like if God exists, they have to go into, well, if you don't believe in God, if you don't believe in Jesus, right, this and this and this is going to happen to you, right?
But yeah, because you've essentially just granted them the debate, and so they're winning, and they're just doing victory laps about their ideology
How are they
at
winning?
this point.
How are they winning when they have to resort to like petty threats, right?
If you
I don't
admit,
understand.
We're bringing in the
If you-
precept.
if you admit that they're right, that there is a God, they've won the debate. That's the goal.
Hello.
If you say
So-
that, then they're gonna just be like, okay,
Hang
now
on,
I'm just
Gio.
gonna have fun promoting my ideology, and that's all they're gonna do at that point is just promote their ideology. They're not looking ridiculous to them at that point. They're just telling you facts that you've essentially agreed to.
What's happening?
Sure,
Kurtz?
but like the
Good to
fact
see
of the
you.
matter is that the existence, like usually these things don't end up
Mods,
with like
he's
yes, you
just
acknowledge
spamming
God
at
exists,
this
right?
point. You can
They
take
have
care
to
of
end
him.
up with yes, you have to become a Christian, right? Because that's, you're setting up the conversation.
It's like the
with
fifth time
the
I've
Christian
seen
God
that
in mind,
specific
right? Oh, sorry, I
post. You
forgot
could
to
just get
mention
rid
this.
of
Like,
him.
obviously, I specifically wanted to talk about the Christian God, right? Which means that at some point, as a Christian, they have to like say, hey, you have to believe in God because you will burn in hell, right? Which then puts them in a ridiculously big position, in my opinion.
Well, we have a precept for you to talk to. This is Geo. Geo
Right here.
Zoidberg.
You're a precept? Oh my god, Bears.
Yeah, so when we think about presupposition, do you want me to go? I'll actually work it within your guys' paradigm of presupposition. I'll say that what you guys think about the Bible is true. So, but I would also like to say I was actually my main point I had written down because someone said something earlier. I think it was T-Jump, the pink-haired freak. He said earlier.
Strike one.
Okay, fair enough. So he said. He said you claim the creation of something from nothing is wrong from the creationist perspective, but I do not see that as true. But it is the other way around, as your argument is incoherent, as you believe the event operated within space-time and matter, created space-time and matter.
Absolutely none of that made sense. Like, what?
Yes, you did. You
don't
said
that-
believe
wait, no,
that
that actually-
space-time came into being with the Big Bang because of a singularity. You can't have space-time because everything would be on itself, and thus you can't have.
I still have no idea what he said. Like, what is your?
So-
what is
so
your
you
T
guys
jump,
believe
T jump. I think he's combining something you said with something
Let
that
him.
I said.
want him to answer. What did you say?
Yeah, so you guys said earlier that the idea that Russian Defender earlier, or Christ Defender, he said earlier that it was incoherent, that he said the creation of nothing from something is not a good argument from the creationist perspective. It
He
is
didn't say
because-
any of that.
Okay, then who was? It was someone on this panel.
I
remember.
never. I mean, I'm the only other one who answered that, and I didn't say that either.
Then what'd you say?
I said that he said that atheists, or he made the claim that atheists believe that something came from nothing. And then I demonstrated how that is not the atheist claim. That is just him projecting his own argument onto atheists and then removing God from it because he believes God created everything from nothing.
Hey guys, thanks for the stage.
And, take it easy, Zoidberg. And because we don't believe in a God, he thinks that we believe something, that everything came from nothing. So he's just projecting his own argument minus God onto atheists, and he's incorrect about that. That's not what we claim.
Okay, so your claim is that the creation of so the event.
No, we don't claim that anything was created.
Okay, I didn't even. Okay, then. Okay, that's why I switched it to the event. The event of the Big Bang is a fluctuation of energy that created a what?
Okay,
That's
so
my
I mean,
definition.
there's no
Big
need.
Bang was
I
an
don't think
expansion.
it's kind of pointless to
It
go
was an
do like a
expansion
full
of what? Of what
a
matter?
full-
What
it-
mattered
it-
beforehand?
Energy.
And it's
Yeah,
energy.
where
It was
did the
all
energy
the
derive
matter
from?
and energy of this universe. Still
Where
the
did the
same.
energy
All in
and
one
matter
spot.
derive from?
Okay,
Where does
Geo,
the energy
Geo,
and matter derive
Geo.
from? Is it just there?
Geo.
One sec, hold up.
Hey, one at a time, guys. Come on.
So the answer here is that quantum fields, when they fluctuate in that way, they cause emergent things to arise. So space and time and the stuff that we experience are a result of different combinations of quantum fields. So our space-time was created in the Big Bang from the quantum field.
Yes, but what created the quantum field, or what was it within the what matter or energy was within the quantum field? You can't just say it existed without the creation of it.
That's what we're trying to go to, Geo. Quantum fields. Quantum fields have always existed.
No matter in quantum.
They just always existed. So what
Quantum
created the
fields. Quantum fields exist, and they have always existed, and will always exist. Fluctuations in that
quantum. That's not an argument. You can't just say something exists because it exists. God exists because it exists.
Geo, stop. We can test them, we can use them to explain things, and we can make predictions with them that validate the models that we have developed around them. Okay?
If we use the same model of God, it's coherent.
No, because there are logical entailments of putting an agent into these things. An agent with desire and plan and whatever. Once you stick an agent in there, then it becomes problematic.
How so?
Because then what choices is the agent making? Why is the agent making these choices? Why does what we see in the universe, why does what we observe not reflect with what we supposedly know about the agent or what the agent has revealed about itself? Your God dies on the logical entailments. Okay? You can't just say, T-Jump, let me finish the fucking conversation, please. You cannot simply insert
You
God.
interrupted me. I was talking with him. You interrupted me.
Stop coping, T-Jump. Stop coping.
You cannot simply insert God.
One at a time.
You cannot simply insert God without describing the mechanistic relationship between God and everything else. We can explain everything down to the fundamental level, which is the quantum field. Quantum fields always exist.
You just automatically assume that exists. What do you want?
What?
I want to ask you a question because I think this will nip this.
You just made an argument. Let me address it first, Transgender.
You're gonna keep on, man. You're gonna keep on going back and forth.
Come on, strike
I don't
two.
care about that. Or yes, I'll take it as a strike two. But I want to know, Geo. Really, we think quantum fields could be eternal. You think God can be eternal. What's the difference?
Yeah, so it's a presupposition. You're
No, we have evidence of quantum fields.
I can't even speak.
Geo, Geo, stop. When you misrepresent our position, I will fucking interrupt you. We have evidence of quantum fields. We can test them. We can make predictions with them. We have models that are verified based upon that empirical evidence.
So you don't
assert this.
So you don't know what was created beforehand or how that exists. You just
nothing was created when Geo, when you use the term Geo, stop.
I have an explanation for the creation of these
when
you do not.
Geo,
you just have an
Geo,
you have these things
Geo, stop.
already existing.
Geo, stop. When you use the term created, you imply a creator. That is why we do not use that term. That is why we do not use that. No, it is not a valid explanation because you cannot know. Geo, I've already explained. Geo, I've already explained why it is. Geo, stop. Geo, you cannot assert a creator without demonstrating the mechanistic relationship between the creator and that which is created. Now,
yes, you can. That's wrong. JL, you're wrong on that one. You're wrong on that one. Amy was correct. Amy had the correct question, which is what is the difference? We both think there's an eternal quantum field. Geo thinks there's an eternal God. What is the difference? Why do you think your worldview is better?
Because the eternal quantum field is the idea of something outside of space, time, and matter. So that's obviously something pointing toward deists. And you cannot tell me why that thing exists.
I agree. Quantum fields are outside of space, time, and matter. Why do you think that has anything to do with deism?
So therefore, that's something outside of it, creating something within, like creating something completely new, such as space.
And no, T-Jump is incorrect.
Right? Why that has nothing to do with deism?
God is
but it's something
externality.
It's an externality going within creating something. It is creating something.
Right. We agree. There is a quantum field that's outside of our universe and that created our universe. No God.
No, you don't use the fucking term create.
Yeah, but can you
Fuck.
cite
It's a result
the
of.
power of that, of which it is?
I don't know what that means.
The extent of which it can go to, the extent of the power.
I have no idea what that means. Like,
and that whole thing.
We have a
Okay,
model,
and ignoring what T-Jump, the
JL
bullshit that
mentioned, we
T-Jump
use
is running.
predictions to confirm quantum fields
So,
exist, and so thinking
that's
quantum
correct.
fields do stuff is reasonable.
Physicists
So
don't
why
use
do
the
you
term
think
create. They
positing
use the
a
term.
God
They are a
is
result
better
of an
explanation
event.
here?
They use the term
Because
result
it
because
explains things
when you
like,
use the term create,
objective morality,
creation,
things like that,
or
things
create,
outside that
you
science
imply
cannot
the
explain.
existence of a creator that cannot be demonstrated. That's what's problematic about
What do you
that.
mean by
Metaphysics.
explain here? If by explain is you make up an explanation, well, science can do that too. Most atheists.
No, science operates within space-time.
Hold up one sec. So
metaphysics
hold up.
cannot.
No, stop. Remember, science has quantum fields. Quantum fields are outside of space-time, so science does operate outside of space-time. But
That's
most
not science.
hold
'Cause
up.
I can tell you what
Stop.
the
Gio,
definition of science is.
stop. Most philosophers are atheists, but most philosophers believe in objective morality. There are naturalistic accounts of objective morality. You don't need a god for that.
That's
so
That's
again,
not true
when
at
you
all.
say
Most philosophers are actually deists.
no, if you go to
Do
this,
you want me to prove?
Yes, stop. Phil Survey's paper 2020. There's actually a poll of professional academic philosophers, and you can do a search for number of atheists. It's like 67%. It's the most. And then you can
I'll
also
find
do
it
a
for
search
you.
for moral realism, and it's 65% or something like that.
And epiphanies,
Most
I get
academic
that.
philosophers are
I get what you're
atheists,
saying
and they
there.
believe in objective morality.
But I will always
There
jump
are
when someone is
accounts of objective
misrepresenting my
morality
position.
under atheism without
Which
a
is
god.
what Gio
So
was
what
doing.
you think is that your God making up a solution to account for objective morality is what you need. Well, then guess what? We have that under atheism too. So you have a different reason why you think God would be a better solution.
I don't understand. Where do you think these atheists derive their objective morality from? I don't quite understand.
Well, there's lots of different models. Why does that matter? They're
Can
all
you
better than
explain one?
God. They're all better than God. Why
That's
does
not
that matter?
a claim. Can you explain one?
That is a claim, but your argument is you have an account for objective morality, and we have an account for objective morality.
But you
So
don't.
Why
Not
do you
really.
think that is relevant to why
But you
who
do
created
not,
the universe?
because you cannot
I think
demonstrate.
when he used the term objective morality,
Well, I
he
mean,
means
I agree we can't-
goal-oriented
And you said we, so
morality,
do
but
you
it's
believe in
all
objective
subjective.
morality?
Yes.
Okay, then what do you use as your basis?
What does that have to do with the argument?
Because
So
you're not
again,
proving to me
hold
what
up.
objective
I'm-
morality
whoa,
can
whoa, whoa, whoa.
exist.
So my claim here is that all you've done is you imagine a sky daddy and you imagine he grounds morality.
See,
No, I can- wait,
you
hold
use
up, hold up,
use
hold up,
terms like
hold up.
that and like dishonestly, and you were honestly
No,
earlier.
stop talking. Stop talking now. Stop talking now.
Why are you?
You've
Lower your
made up.
tone.
Stop
Lower your
talking
tone.
now.
Oh,
Stop
okay,
talking
come
now,
on.
or you're gone. You've
I told
made
you
up
lower your
a
tone.
sky daddy. Stop talking now. You've made up a sky daddy, and you've made up how the sky daddy.
This is
explains
why I have an
morality.
issue with
And
T-Jump.
we can make stuff up too. We can make up a
Because
law
it
of
turns
nature
into
and
the
make up a
T-Jump show.
platonic object and make up a way that explains morality. We can both make stuff up. Until you actually have evidence to demonstrate your hypothesis is true, the fact that you can make stuff up isn't evidence. So the only thing you've provided is a claim that only you can make stuff up. But you can't. We can make stuff up too.
So my claim is that an objective being exists, and that objective being is creating a morality. But yours is that people inherently just make up or just making up objective morality. That's not what objective morality think. There has to be an authority to create objective morality. What even do you think? What even is objective to you?
Stop.
What is
stop.
truth?
Stop. Claim here is that you have a model of objective morality where you think a sky daddy grounds it.
Truth is
Atheists
that
have a
which
model of
supports
morality.
morality.
Sky Daddy does have a basis, yes.
Stop. So atheists have a model of morality where it's grounded in a platonic object. There are some a priori abstract models, some laws of physics models. There's lots of different models. You can have an objective model of morality grounded in atheism.
Relative, I'm a
other
moral
things that aren't a
relativist,
god.
so
Very easily. So we both account for objective morality. So your argument
Wait,
fails.
so what's your model? What's your model of? Are you saying science? You can derive science. So you cannot derive it. Do you know what an is and ought statement is, dude? You cannot derive something from what is. You cannot derive an ought from what is.
Well, that has literally nothing to do
Yes,
with
it does,
anything
dude.
I said. No,
You
it
said a
doesn't.
platonic object. It's something that is.
Oh my god. God's nature is something that is. God is an is also. That's irrelevant to the topic. You said only God offers a basis of objective morality. That's wrong. You've been proven wrong on that.
Yes, but you haven't even demonstrated. I gave you an example that I derive mine from. You cannot.
You derive yours from God. We derive ours from a law of physics. There you go.
Yeah, that's an is. That's an is
So is
statement.
God. So is God, bro.
What,
God
okay,
is an is.
Why should we ought do something from physics?
because it corresponds to the nature of morality.
Okay, so why should we follow the nature of morality?
Why are you asking me more questions? You haven't provided evidence yet. You've said
Why
your
should
evidence
we
was that
believe
you
in a
can't
God?
account for objective morality. We can. We account for objective
Because
morality
God
just
is a
fine.
W, that's why.
What?
Everybody put L in the chat for pre-sup. Everybody in chat type L for pre-sup.
That's not gonna work out.
Did he
We just get rid of it. Let's just move on.
Yeah,
Because God is a W.
You know I won the
hey,
debate. You know I won the debate. You
Gio,
can
how about
explain
this?
anything.
How about this, dude? Your entire position is predicated on the logical fallacy of begging the question. And that is predicated on the fallacy of thinking that human beings are special in any way. Now get off the stage.
Yeah, you already know I win. That's a W for me. 1-0.
No, it's not. It is a straight L for you, dude.
Look at all these L's in chat. It's all L's all the way up and down.
I'd like to say first of all these people look exactly as you think they would. Just saying. No one here looks.
Ad homs. All he's got are ad homs.
I do have one observation to make. I really like his avatar of the bear eating ice cream.
I was gonna say.
That was cute.
Does that mean he looks like a bear? That's what you would expect from a Christian pre-supper?
Taco, you would not.
Shots fired.
Taco, you wouldn't believe the number of L's in my live chat, dude.
I'm watching the Heathen Hangout, and it's all W.
Oh, the L's in my live chat are hilarious.
Okay, so we've got I level up next. Does anybody have any comments though?
Yeah, it's silly to presuppose a god. It's almost a non-starter.
Assumed if we had a precept, we would hear like an argument for tag and why premise 1 isn't question begging, but we didn't get that.
Well, precept, Descartes' demon eats precept, so either way.
All right, I'm gonna pull in I level up, and then I have to figure out how to turn on slow mode.
Don't worry about slow mode; it's fine.
Oh, okay. What's going on? I level up.
What's up?
What you got for us today?
Welcome.
Thanks. Hey, Amy, are you still recovering from that obliteration from Austin?
Oh, it must have went over my head. I remember a bunch of flat earthers not able to answer any questions, but it was a fun
topic. The topic.
I know.
that answer.
So can you guys tell me what's an atheist?
An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe in deities. Some atheists identify with a narrower scope of holding the position that there are no deities, but that still is included in the baseline fundamental.
Okay,
How about,
so
how
if
about
I
I don't
ask
believe
you-
a god exists, therefore I am
Alright.
an atheist.
I got it. Yeah. We know.
Then why'd
if
you
I
ask?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it in a second.
Randall,
if I ask,
is
okay.
that the correct definition? Are you sure?
I don't care. I want to hear an argument.
No, it's a joke.
Let's
It's
let
a
our
joke.
guest finish. Thank you, Peter. Yes,
Yeah.
let's let our guest
Yeah.
finish.
Okay. If I ask you what is a chair, you don't say it's not an orange or it's not a table. Basically, let me make it more simple. We're in this wonderful world, with our bodies walking around. You guys say, not God.
Can I interrupt
So
you?
how
for
are
just
we
a
here?
second?
You don't need
Well-
to interrupt. I'm asking a question.
Okay, well, I
You
also
guys
want to
say-
ask:
no,
is a chair
relax,
a sack
relax,
of potatoes? Well, I get it, but is a chair
Okay,
a sack
so-
of potatoes?
I level
Sit
up.
on a sack of potatoes. Is that
Jesus
a chair?
Christ.
Yes, my child.
I level up. You're the
Yeah,
guest on the
okay.
panel, and if someone on the panel is going to ask you something for clarification, you will listen.
Well, and you just assume, but that's why definitions.
That's an
are
interruption. I was already clarifying it. But okay. So not God. So how are we here?
Our parents had sex. Would you like to go further than
No.
just us?
Okay. I'm talking about how did humans get here at all?
We
How do you have a
evolved.
body?
We
Also,
evolved.
you're
No.
wrong about the God thing because it's not that we're claiming that there's not God. There's
I am.
you who's claiming there is a God, and we say we don't believe you.
Yeah,
That's why we're here.
I know where this line of questioning is going. So, you're basically saying you're trying to expect that we should have an alternative explanation if we're not believing one thing, and that's just not that's a bifurcated view on things. It's kind of like a false dilemma. It's not how reality works. There can be multiple different explanations being considered. One would be abiogenesis, which seems to have credibility, but it's not as well researched as evolution. So, and it is distinctly different from evolution. Another possibility is that that I can't rule out is the possibility of things erupting from absolutely nothing. But this is an area that's quite controversial and mostly ignored by a lot of people because we don't have absolutely nothing to test. So,
you have to ignore it. That's why.
Wait, like
the point
I don't
is,
have to, and I don't ignore it.
Okay, the point is what you just said proves you don't know what you're talking about. Abiogenesis is your guys' claimed belief for how life started.
It's not a claim. I level up. I level up.
Sorry, just a sec, Jail. Just a sec.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead. I just specified to you that that's one thing that's being researched. I didn't say
I don't
it
care
is the absolute thing.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you what it is.
No, I level up. No, you are incorrect on this, and this is something that I have a level of understanding in. So, abiogenesis, the various versions of it, are proposed hypotheses as to how life originated on this planet. Now, there are a number
What's
of
a
ways.
Scientific hypothesis.
I level up. There are and essentially okay. I level up when I use the term hypothesis. It's best to think educated
Colloquial?
guess. Dude,
so not a
stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me and listen.
All right.
When I use the term hypothesis, it's best to think educated guess. When I use the term theory, it's best to think explanatory model. Okay.
Okay. So
evolution. Hang on. Evolution.
Scientific type.
Hey, please don't overtalk people when they're talking. Let them continue.
Evolution is the theory of evolution is an explanatory model. We understand it. We've demonstrated it. It's done deal. It's fact. Okay. Abiogenesis is still in the hypothesis stage. Now, there is a prevailing hypothesis, RNA synthesis, red clay RNA synthesis, but there are a number of ones. We are in the process of trying to understand it. Think of us trying to understand abiogenesis right now is essentially like, 100 years ago when, we were trying to figure out general relativity. Eventually, we'll figure it out. We're just not there at the complete and total understanding of it yet. Mostly because there's not a lot that we can really test. We have to play with what we have. The tools we have are pretty limited. So we're doing our best, but we'll eventually figure it out. But we don't claim that any particular one was the reason for why life originated on this planet. There's a number of hypotheses. There is a prevailing one. That's it. So
is there?
Mind if I interrupt for a second? I'd like to hear what your argument is. Like, I don't care about original life. Like, what is your argument? Do you have
so fantastic that you just don't care. It's great to know that.
Is there anywhere I could post like a citation?
You can post it in the Discord chat called Heathen Hangout, and I will reshare it with the YouTube chat as well.
But I also want to piggyback off what J.L. Warren was saying. His definitions.
I want him. He hasn't made an argument at all yet.
Scientific definitions, and then and what T-Jump said too is we actually want to be convinced.
Well, it'd be best if we don't just pick up on literally every problem with everything he says and just wait for an argument first.
I'm trying to make you guys understand that there's really two positions. You don't even understand your own argument. This is the whole problem. There's two positions. Either matter arranged itself and created life, or there was a supernatural creator.
Incorrect.
Those are the only two positions.
No, incorrect. You are incorrectly representing the science. You are incorrectly representing the science. The formation of life is a chemical process, not the formation of matter. It is a chemical process.
Okay, so have you ever seen a book write itself?
They're not analogous.
Can you answer the question?
Naturally reacting chemicals are not the same as a person writing a book. Chemicals, chemistry. I level up.
No,
I'm telling you right now, they are not analogous. This is literally the watchmaker fallacy.
I've never seen a book write itself.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Now convince us of a god.
So there's a quote from Richard Dawkins where he says the DNA in a single...
Hold up. I don't care about Richard Dawkins.
It's called a citation, bro. The point is, DNA is code. It's information.
No, it's not.
Just like a book. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh
DNA is
no,
code.
no, T-Jump, stop. It is not code in the way he's using it. That is an abuse of language. He is equating code like computer code. That's the argument he's asserting here.
I understand what he's saying. It is literally code. It is not code in the ambiguous sense that he's using it, but it is literally code. So
Yeah,
so
it's
what?
not on a computer screen, bro.
So what? So DNA is a code.
Yeah, so just like a book can't write itself, the logical antecedent for a book is a author. It's the same thing with DNA. So there's an antecedent relationship between information like a book and a creator.
But our
So
DNA is not a code.
in order
It's
for
a naturally
our bodies
forming,
to exist, it
self-replicating
requires a creator.
No, it does not.
Hold up.
Yes, it
hold up,
does.
Hold up. So DNA is a code, yes, but that code is naturally occurring. There are patterns in reality that are naturally occurring, and there are codes in those. For
When
example,
T-Jump does this, this is what makes it really problematic because
there's no mind behind
I know what eye level is doing this. I've
It's
addressed
the
this
thing
before.
we're talking about.
He's
We're talking
abusing the
about
language
life.
here.
We're not talking.
Is
The whole
naturally
point
occurring.
is, how did life get here? So you're saying,
I'm talking
life
about
here's
codes.
a nature.
Life is an
Hold up,
emergent property of the universe.
Hold
Eye
up.
level.
Stop interrupting, JL. There are codes in nature that are naturally occurring that aren't designed. I'm talking about codes. Your argument is that DNA
like
is
what?
a code, like patterns in folding of proteins,
Oh, in life.
patterns in.
So not nature.
Hold up! Stop interrupting! Life is nature, but there are patterns
life's
in
nature now?
chemical. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Stop
So
interrupting! Stop
You're not
interrupting!
wearing
Shut the
it?
fuck up! Stop interrupting. There are patterns in physics, chemistry, things that aren't alive. There are patterns in that. The way chemicals bond, that's a pattern. That's a code. Certain kinds of ways that particles bond, that's a pattern. That's a code. There are codes in nature that are naturally occurring that have no life, that aren't in life. You do not need a designer for codes. Codes happen all the time. This
Yeah,
was
you're
proven
talking-
by Claude Shannon. Hold up.
Yeah.
Claude Shannon's information theory paper in 1952, where it literally defines information as a result of a stochastic system. That's random. That's a big word for random. But yes, codes occur all the time in nature, and every scientist knows this.
Okay,
without
when
a
you
designer.
say nature, you're referring to life, which is the
No.
whole entire thing that we're debating. How did life get here? So that's a begging
No.
the question fallacy.
Chemistry is
So
before
all you
life.
have is logical fallacies,
Bro,
and you're denying
bro.
God.
Oh, stop.
For-
Chemistry is before biology, right?
Chemistry is before biology?
Yes.
Are
you
you
understand
high?
that?
Wait, you think there's a chemist before a person?
Bro,
Is that what
bro.
you think he said?
You understand that
Chemistry is
there's-
before biology?
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but DNA is a self-replicating molecule. We may have to go over it. Have you ever heard of the periodic table of elements? It may be.
What is this?
Okay, I'll help you. So in science, there's tiers of stuff. You got physics. Physics is the most fundamental stuff, and then physics causes chemistry. Chemistry is like chemical organisms or chemical structures that bond. And then
I try to get that,
biology
but
is
it's the
a
fucking
certain
T-Jump show,
form of those
so-
chemical structures called self-reproducing molecules. So first is physics, then is chemistry, then is biology. That's the
Yeah,
order of
life.
how things work. Right. So if there's patterns
So
in
what's your
physics,
argument?
if there's codes in physics and chemistry, those codes aren't in life. We know codes are naturally occurring without a designer.
Oh, really? Like what?
Like the patterns in chemistry,
Oh, okay, like what?
Yeah, you're
like the way
claiming
molecules bond.
life is artificially created, and we are saying that life is naturally. It arises naturally.
Yeah, well, that's the point.
As an emergent
what
property
what
of the
brought up.
universe.
Yeah, that's what I brought up. That you guys wanted to fight for some reason.
No,
Your
what
claim-
we're stating, eye level,
Oh,
is
God.
that there is evidence that life is an emergent property of the universe, that it occurs naturally, that it is a result of chemical interaction that occurs naturally from chemicals that are already there. They just need to be in the right
Yeah,
circumstances.
have you seen that?
That is, and I go back to what I originally stated. That is what we are currently working on. Like
So it's never been observed.
like programs at McMaster University and the Planet Simulator. There is work being done on this. That is why
What does that have to do with it?
That is why abiogenesis is still in the hypothesis phase.
It's not a hypothesis.
It is a
you know what
hypothesis.
is. Okay, what's a scientific hypothesis?
Wait, hold up. You
Go
had
ahead,
a great
answer that.
question there. You had a
Oh,
great
yeah, let him-
question there,
yeah,
which is
back your boy
which
up.
is
Let him run
which
away.
is how do we know? So which
What?
hypothesis has more evidence? That's the question here.
Yeah, you don't know what a
Hold
hypothesis is.
up,
That's the point.
hold up. Which hypothesis has more evidence? The scientific one of abiogenesis or the invisible Sky Daddy one? And what do
Yeah,
you think is
don't
the
even,
evidence?
You're not even okay.
Hold up. This is the question. Like, you think that
Yeah,
the
lying,
invisible Sky
yeah.
Daddy has more evidence, right?
No, you're not even, dude.
And this is why I have a problem
Jesus
with T-Jump,
Christ.
because
What's a
T-Jump
scientific
will,
hypothesis?
will utilize
answer
terminology in order
Okay, you can't answer
to
the
try and
question.
trigger the guy in order to get a
You've actually
show.
never given your definition of
'Cause
what
it's
a
entertainment.
hypothesis and a theory is.
Yeah, because I'm asking you, because
He
you
answered
don't
it.
know.
In fact, we tried to not go down that road, but we answered it anyway. I'll answer it one more time if you'd like. A
Go ahead.
hypothesis.
Oh, please.
A
Please do it.
scientific hypothesis is an educated guess, and a scientific theory is a framework of facts.
So
Okay.
What is your
hypothesis
definition?
hypothesis is an explanation of a set of phenomenon. That's what a hypothesis is.
A set of what?
Phenomenon. Things we observe happening.
Right. It's a prediction about the cause of
No.
a observed effect.
No, predictions
And
are
it
different.
must be falsifiable. for
No,
it to
that's
be
also
a
wrong.
hypothesis. Oh, really? So
No.
you want the citation right now?
That's the
Okay, let me get the
theory.
citation. So you're
That is
done.
a
You're
theory,
finished. You're
not a
finished.
hypothesis.
No,
finished
you're
right now.
finished. You're finished.
Yes, you are.
You're finished.
Oh, really?
Yes, because if you know anything about science, you know falsifiability is not the end-all be-all criteria of science, which even Karl Popper admitted, who invented falsifiability. We have much more criteria than that. The hypothesis doesn't need to be anything. You can make a hypothesis of anything you want. It just won't be accepted. For a hypothesis to move from a hypothesis to an accepted theory is going to have to be like falsifiable and testable, but you can make a hypothesis of anything you want. There could be a hypothesis that a magical floating dragon pooped gold from the sky. That's a hypothesis.
No,
It doesn't
it's
have
not.
to be falsifiable.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it does.
It
For it
is.
to be a scientific hypothesis,
you
it must
dumbass.
be falsifiable.
No,
Hey,
no,
let's
it
not
doesn't.
No,
call
that's-
people names.
It's a
You're
theory.
incorrect on-
mistaking
you're
what a
incorrect on that
hypothesis
level.
and a theory is. In fact, you are using the lay definition.
I'm not even using a definition. I'm specifying what a hypothesis.
A
requires
hypothesis,
for it to be
a
considered
hypothesis
a
can
scientific
be
hypothesis.
a hypothesis can be unfalsifiable. It can be an unfalsified hypothesis,
Then it's not science.
which
if
is
it's
what
unfalsifiable.
no, you're right. It's just an unfalsifiable hypothesis, which is what your God is.
Which isn't a scientific hypothesis. So if
It
I watch
is-
a movie,
so you're-
I'm like,
Go back
that's
to
a
your
scary movie.
argument.
Yeah.
We know you know nothing about science. Bring this
Okay,
back to
so-
how you think this is evidence that
So
your sky daddy is
abiogenesis
better.
isn't science. It's never been observed. Are you going to
Uh,
concede on that,
no,
or are you going to
no.
deny reality?
We have evidence. So I agree abiogenesis
you have
has not been
evidence. Okay,
observed.
what's the
Hold up,
evidence?
Hold up. We agree that abiogenesis has never been observed, but we've observed.
Oh, thanks.
Stop. But we observed indirectly the consequences of abiogenesis. So we say, if, like, for example, evolution happened, we would find fossils at a specific layer in the geological framework, and if we then look there and find it, we discover them, that's a confirmation, that's evidence. Even though we've never directly observed that species evolve, we can make a prediction, and if that prediction is confirmed, it's evidence of the hypothesis, which we do have for abiogenesis. There's thousands of predictions. Wait, hold up, stop interrupting. So we have evidence that indicates abiogenesis. It hasn't been proven yet, I agree.
Okay, what's the
But
evidence?
we have stop. We do have lots and lots of evidence, testable predictions that have been confirmed that indicate abiogenesis, but you have no evidence for sky
Yeah,
daddy.
I'm asking you for the evidence.
Hold up. So here's the thing. It's like, where is your evidence for the sky daddy? We have tons of evidence.
No.
I can just give you lots of papers on the topic, but where is your evidence for the sky daddy?
Yeah, it's called an antecedent relationship. Just like a book's never written itself, your DNA can't write itself. Thanks for playing.
That doesn't
Well,
even
that's a
logically.
composition
Give me the
division
evidence
fallacy.
for abiogenesis right
No,
now.
where is your evidence for the
give me the
sky
evidence
daddy?
right now.
Where is your evidence for
So
the sky
I'm
daddy?
going to interrupt
Okay,
here.
it's-
I'm going to interrupt here. This is convince us a god or goddess or gods exist, not convince you abiogenesis is true.
Yeah,
Also-
it's very simple. It's called an antecedent
can I ask-
relationship.
Well,
So
before you do
if
that,
I have
I
a
just
chicken egg, no, I'm gonna finish it right now for you. If I have a chicken egg, I don't need to see the chicken to know that there was a chicken because I have the egg. It logically precedes, it requires the chicken for the egg to exist. Just like if you see a sandcastle on the beach, you know someone must have built it. It didn't just happen by itself.
That's
So when
literally
you
the
see
watch.
humans
That's literally the
walking around-
watchmaker fallacy.
Okay, and so
Yeah.
the
It's not a
reason that
fallacy.
life forms naturally on the planet Earth is because we are around the circumstellar habitable zone, we have liquid water, we have carbon because we are either a second or third generation solar system with heavy elements. We have a atmosphere. We have Jupiter that blocks lots of comets incoming from the outer belt. We have numerous reasons why life forms naturally.
Yeah, that's the whole point, that I was just asking for evidence multiple times and you guys ran away
I
from it
level
because
up.
you
Can
don't
I
have
ask you
any
a question?
of abiogenesis.
Wait.
Yeah, ask me the
I
question.
level up.
because
Can I
you keep
ask you a
running away from your own
question?
claims.
I will repeat real fast that this is convince us a god or goddess or gods exist. If you aren't going to provide an argument, we'll move on.
Here's the whole point.
Cool. Let me go.
It's
Let me
not
go for a
about-
second. I level up. I have a
Yeah, go
question for you. So,
Yeah.
I will concede that we know nothing about evolution, nothing about abiogenesis, absolutely nothing. Science knows nothing at all. So, once we do that, just for the sake of this conversation, so let's go to your side of the argument. What do you know about God? How did God create? When did he create? What did he create? What did he create
Sure,
it
yeah,
out of?
yeah.
Can
I'll
you
tell you.
provide your
but-
evidence.
Yeah, let me just say this also.
Since
before I
you're
answer your question,
you're
let me
good
just
on
say this.
evidence, right?
Yeah, yeah. But let me just say this before I answer.
No,
Something you guys
let's
don't understand.
let's
Yeah,
get
no.
to the point
Well,
of the
here's
question.
the point. The
Just
best evidence.
answer
Yeah,
the question.
this is another one of the best evidences. This is why I'm bringing it up. The best evidence, like if people watch this, see, the thing is, it's really not about evidence. It's about your heart and your ability to accept the truth.
I'm not interested in you.
reality.
rambling.
So it's
I
about-
asked
it's
you a
about your
specific-
fifis.
I
It's
asked you a
about fifis.
specific question. Can you answer my question?
Yes,
Yes
I can
or no?
answer you if you stop interrupting, bro.
Great.
Okay.
Well, then get to the
Point
answer.
is,
Yeah,
what I was trying to
I'm okay.
say
Just
is,
call me Abby. I'm just
people
aggravated
listening
because
to this listen to the atheist talk, and then they realize how dumb it is. I'm just saying.
Here
Okay,
you
the
running
evidence.
away from presenting your evidence.
I'm
That's what we're
interrupting. I
hearing.
told you I was gonna answer, dude.
Argument a la dumb.
Okay,
Fantastic.
so
Yes,
it's
I
called
asked
an-
you a specific
I'm-
question. If you don't want to answer it,
Are you
then
gonna
just
stop
say,
interrupting, bro?
I can't answer it. No.
Dude, I'm going to.
Because
I'm going to
asked
answer you, dude.
No.
Stop
I'm asked
interrupting.
you, I asked you a specific question, so answer
heard it.
the question.
Dude, I heard it.
Okay,
I heard your
go
question.
ahead.
I'm gonna answer it. Oh, you're gonna interrupt again? Because I didn't talk right now.
If you're going to provide any
Yeah, interrupt
evidence,
again.
because
Relax.
you're the
I'm
guy
going to
demanding
relax.
evidence, so
Yeah, relax.
I'm presuming
Relax.
that you did the same thing for your God.
Okay, it's
So-
called an antecedent relationship. The same way you've never seen a book
Watchmaker
write
fallacy. We've
itself.
already debunked that.
You haven't debunked
You have
anything.
no evidence.
level,
You have no
level,
evidence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
level,
so a
what,
book
level,
can't
stop,
write
stop,
itself.
level,
It's a
level, what,
violation of the
level,
second law of
level.
thermodynamics.
What
So-
Peter's trying to say is that
okay.
your evidence,
Yeah,
your
interrupt.
evidence should not have a caveat to it. There is, we should not have to
Yeah.
accept something before you present your evidence, because
No,
that,
I'm
that
telling you
indicates.
what you experience every day, and you're denying it.
No,
Just
I
like
don't. I
every
don't.
single thing.
No, I level. I do not experience God every day. I experience nature.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so everything that
I've
you
also
actually
never
utilize.
experienced a God creating anything, so please enlighten me.
I've never seen
how
a
does
chicken
God
lay an egg,
create?
but I have tons of eggs in my fucking fridge. Does
But-
that mean there's
I
no
know, but
chickens?
how does a God create?
How is God God? Is that really what you're fucking asking me?
No, no. It's,
No,
what,
no,
mechanistically,
I asked,
how does God create
How
stuff?
does God
create?
fucking do anything? Yeah. No, that's really good.
Yeah, how does he do
debunk.
anything?
Yeah.
I like how he says it in a sarcastic voice. He's like, "How does God even?" Oh shit! How does?
Yeah,
he do
because that's an
anything?
idiotic question.
That's exactly
fucking
what the first. That's
stupid.
exactly
You don't
what the
have
first
an
person
answer
said.
Doesn't mean that it's an idiotic question, because what you're trying to
Oh.
say is you have no idea how God does everything.
The
How about
point
this? How about
is-
level? If I'm trying to describe, or if I'm trying to explain something, and I have two possibilities, I could, if I'm trying to explain why something is the way it is, and I have two choices. One choice provides a mechanistic explanation for why the thing is, why it does what it does, and it makes predictions about if I do things with this thing, and it validates the model. I could develop a predictive model off of this, and that's my one choice. And the other choice is it just did it. Which
No,
one
that's
should
not the-
Which one
no,
should
you're
I
not even-
accept?
Okay, you're demonstrating your lack of understanding of the arguments. Just because something fits a prediction also, like I can make a prediction that there's something, Whitsitt said when he obliterated Amy. I'm just want to point this out. He said that if you make a calculation about Superman and then observe a shooting star and say it fits the calculation, fits the prediction, therefore Superman's real.
I have to interrupt you because what I asked you for. Hold on. No. Yes, I have to interrupt because what I asked you for is the exact same thing that you demand from us, which is evidence, not an argument, not because I see this, therefore that must have happened. I want evidence. You want cold, hard evidence for abiogenesis. You want cold, hard evidence for evolution. So we want cold, hard evidence for your God claim.
And I do want to interrupt.
Provide your evidence and stop using arguments because that doesn't get us nowhere. I'm holding you to the exact same standard that you're holding us to. So present your evidence.
That you just made did not make any sense. I don't understand. By seeing a comet, therefore Superman exists. I don't know if
it doesn't make sense to you. Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yes.
So the point
it makes sense in your head when you made it.
Someone already asked me a question. Relax.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no.
You've already been destroyed for hours, so everyone.
Taco, can we just bounce him?
As a no, and I'm going to hand it
so
back.
we're going to take
just
that.
bounce him.
You said they were destroyed over and over as a concession and move on.
Yeah.
Indeed. But I still don't understand what he was trying to say. I feel like that is the exact opposite of what the skeptics are saying. Just because you see something in the sky and it kind of looks a little weird doesn't mean that it's supernatural. Doesn't mean that it is a Superman. So just want to point that out. And also all of the evidence seems to point that life arises naturally. Books cannot mate with each other. They can't make baby books by themselves, so it is not a coherent position. And with that, send in love. We'll move on.
Yeah, it's disanalysis.
What annoys me most is that when people come up here on the stage and hold us to a certain standard,
I honestly don't.
When
Gavin,
you then ask them questions,
I
holding them to the exact same standard, all they can do is deflect and obfuscate, and that's just tiring. If you have a standard, at least be honest enough to apply the same standard to your own position.
I didn't even get to bring up the there was a documented story of a rooster that laid an egg, and the town that the rooster lived in, they thought it was the devil, and so they exorcised the rooster and then they burned it at the stake. So
I think what they think they're going to do is prove to you that your position is stupid and you have to get rid of it. And then they think you're going to be like, well, do you know what position I could take to know the truth? And then they think they're going to input their position into you right there.
At some point in the conversation about abiogenesis, he literally said, have you seen it happen? If that is your standard, then I want you to tell me when you saw God create anything, because that is your standard.
I had a point about plants earlier that I didn't bring up because I let somebody else talk about it, which is real quick, right? So plants turn inorganic salts into organic matter with sunlight, which is not a living thing, and water, which is also not a living thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to address
the plants and burn them at the stake.
I wanted to address the claims about abiogenesis not being well explained. While it's true that we don't have the ability to run like billions of years long experiments, we now have so many ways in which abiogenesis is plausibly explained that it's almost in the realm of overdetermination, which is to say that we think life emerged multiple times, not once. And we think probably it went extinct several times because it's so easy for it to occur. And the way that we think that it occurs is that we have clays all over the earth, and they've tested many different types of clays. And there are clays which reliably produce and are abundant all over the earth, hundreds long polymer chains, some of which would randomly have very different chemical properties, such as self-replicating. So once you have a self-replicator from a random source of chains, when people ask where does the code come from without a programmer, one way to generate code is to randomly generate it. And if you randomly generate polymer chains and you have a substrate for them to collect energy and achieve homeostasis, namely a cell membrane, then you could bootstrap cells, which once they replicate enough, they divide. And that's exactly what it appears protocells can do when formed from lipids. So if you look in the chat, I posted an article, T-Jump suggested the article, and I posted a video that I usually show people. It's called First Life, the search for the first replicator. And if this seems confusing and you don't want to read an article, TLDR, just watch the video because it animates it. And what you'll see is that clay, like crystals, are very uniform structures. They're very consistent in the way that they're shaped on their surface. And so that allows the same type of reaction to occur over and over and over again, producing similar RNA chain-like structures, long polymers, which over time gives rise to something like RNA probably. So any skepticism about abiogenesis that doesn't address this or poke holes in this as the most likely explanation for life is just in need of some self-educating. Go watch the videos, read the articles, catch up on 20 years of evolutionary science.
And I have a fun fact.
Just
I have a fun fact. No, wait. I have a fun fact to add to this, because people who will talk to Otangelo will get links to his blog. Go to his blog and find the link that says, "Were Adam and Eve real?" In that particular blog post, there's a link to a magazine article. In the magazine article, there's a link to a scientific paper that talks exactly about everything IX just explained.
Okay,
and Otangelo is using that as evidence that God created life.
Okay,
I find that hysterical.
IX, Leo Filius, who's self-studied on all this scientific topics, has commented in our YouTube chat that you're right on the money right now. So I just thought I'd pass that along. I was the one.
Links. I posted 2 links. If you could repost those, I put them in our chat as well as in the chat.
I will do that. Yeah. So I'll get to that. I just wanted to say I'm probably the one who said that. I remember what I said was that I think there's a lot more scientific research has gone into evolution than abiogenesis. I'll happily take correction on that if I'm actually wrong about that.
You're right more. No, you're absolutely right more. Like evolution is something that we can observe in things like fruit fly experiments or bacteria experiments, because we can achieve directed evolution where we introduce some stimulus and the organisms that successfully adapt to the stimulus become the predominant alleles, right? Like that's not debated really. So when people say you can't observe evolution, they're just ignorant. But what we're saying is that it's harder to say exactly how the evolution of a particular organism occurred in the past, because we can't observe the past. But we do observe evidence that suggests how the past can be explained. We do that in all kinds of fields. We do it in geology, archaeology, and so on. And abiogenesis is entering into the realm of being like that, where we have such a good explanation now of how it occurred that it's nowhere near as well understood as evolution. Because in the case of evolution, we can say very specifically how this or that occurred. But it is in the realm of, there's like 3 or 4 ways that it could have occurred. It probably occurred multiple times, went extinct, and occurred again. It's not implausible. The improbability argument, it's like so improbable for it to have occurred, doesn't work anymore. Because it's actually probably the case that it occurred many times.
Well, and I'll also note that improbable is not the same as impossible. So when our guest was asking at the beginning and I raised abiogenesis, I raised it as one possible explanation for what I like to fondly call the spark of life. There was, and I did mention some other possibilities, and what I found interesting about the way he responded is he picked abiogenesis as, and he took it as the only option that I was presenting. And I think when people, just a note to people who are coming up on stage, and when we're telling you things like, listen carefully for wording like, it seems to be the case, or this is one possible explanation, and we don't know for sure. We're trying to be clear, and it was an attempt to push a burden onto us saying, well, if you're not believing it's God, then you must have an alternate explanation for it. And that is a flawed approach, because it requires that we have an exclusive understanding of what must have really happened and the only one thing. And we're not saying this. So thank you very much. Jefferson Spatchcock, welcome to you as well. And IX, thanks for joining us too.
Everyone
We've
knows
got
that Jefferson's
Tangelo
spatchcock.
up next, by the way.
Everyone knows Jefferson's spatchcock
Oh,
is
no.
a pan. Everyone knows Jefferson is a panspermist, right?
I think that depends on.
I was hoping he would. I don't know if he's there. I was hoping he would
Tangelo?
respond. That would have been.
You come
I
on
just
up.
wanted to say that I am in favor of anyone who is a spermist of any kind.
I think Jefferson is off putting some sperm in the pan right now.
No, come on, dude. Come on, Otangelo. All right. We'll bring up Patty next. I guess. Patty, come on up.
All right.
That is very true,
Bob. Dark Farmer Patty, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Why am I up here?
You wanted to come up here, you said.
Oh, this girl.
Oh, damn, I did.
Yeah, if you have your hand raised for in the audience, we just assume you want to come up and join us.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I've got like 15 messages right here from you begging me to bring you on stage. I have to talk to these guys. You have to let me talk with them. Oh, get me on stage right now, please. And then you even said fuck Otangelo when I told you Otangelo was next.
Because oranges don't have rights. Anyway.
What about apples and bananas?
No, they don't have rights. Just like animals. Animals don't have rights. So, yeah, I wanted to ask, are there any, like...
We're animals. But we are animals, and we have rights.
Oh, shut up. So I want... Okay. Yeah, no, we are animals. So I wanted to ask, are there any pro-life atheists in here?
Okay, so we need to clarify the term pro-life because I'm purposely muddling it as being pro for the life of the pregnant person, but I suspect you're probably meaning an anti-abortion stance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I am. I'll just tell you my position on it is that I support abortion right up to the very end of the pregnancy. It is up to the pregnant person to decide, and there should be no requirement for them to explain their decision to anyone because I favor freedom of bodily autonomy as a human right.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody else?
If we should have abortion up to the year 14. No, I'm just kidding. I actually would say that I agree with Randolph. I don't like the word pro-choice or pro-life. It's pro or against abortion. Both of those terms are kind of politically correct for their own sake, but I support freedom, and so I would not have someone donate blood or an organ or anything else. It doesn't matter even if they die.
Against their will.
In fact, yes, against their will. If that means another life is going to die, that just means it's really, really, really sad. I don't want that to happen. So if you want to end abortion, if you would like to end fetuses, or I'll even say babies in the womb coming to gestation, then we need artificial wombs, and the people who actually want to end abortion should be investing in that instead of trying to create workarounds or control you.
Yeah, I think it's really more like a rights thing. It's like when you say like pro-choice or pro-life or pro-choice, it puts a weird spin on it. So I think what it comes down to is a matter of bodily autonomy. It's a matter of control and power. Yeah. So that people should be empowered over their own bodies. That whatever they choose to do with their bodies, as long as it's within the confines of the law, it's like. But if they choose to do something with their body, donate. So we don't allow people to take organs from dead people to put them in other people without that person's consent. So we actually, in some states, afford more bodily autonomy to corpses than we do to pregnant women. So which is just like fundamentally insane to me. So yes, it's about choice. A person's bodily autonomy is their own and should be respected as a fundamental right. They choose to do with their body. So that includes the choice to have an abortion. If they choose to do so.
I'm completely with Jail on this. So I would identify not as pro-life, but as pro-bodily autonomy. I think that would cover everything a lot better than just saying pro-life.
So, Dark Farmer Patty, I'm wondering, pending others' views if they want to share them. What is your position on abortion?
I have a personal view in which like abortion is pretty fucking disgusting, but there needs to be an ability for people to access abortion. I think it's disgusting the way in which we have devalued human life in every growth stage, the way in which we've like devalued parenthood in every growth stage, and the way in which like um, I think that there's a ton of hypocrisy from Republicans about the abortion issue. I don't see a lot of hypocrisy from Democrats on the abortion issue, but I do see a level like really disgusting rhetoric around abortion from Democrats, or at least not politicians, but like, you know, your SNL level Democrats who like think abortion is totally fucking hilarious when it's actually like a very serious and life-changing procedure for women. So yeah, that's my position.
See, I see it as a normal medical procedure.
That's because you're a man.
Point out
No,
that
no.
SNL and
It is. It's because you're a
comedians-
man. So I understand that men would probably have a much different outlook on the issue of abortion, but women do not. Women have a
No, it
much
has
different
nothing to do
outlook on
with it.
abortion as compared to men. And it's
Okay,
fine if you don't believe. It's fine if you look. You know, you guys interrupt a lot of people.
Doug Farmer,
but-
can I
yeah.
ask you a
Peter,
really quick
just a
question
sec, Peter,
before
I'm just
I
dealing
wasn't
with this.
done.
Give me a sec here.
I just wasn't done.
Everybody wants to talk today. Let's go one at a time. Patty, you've got like 30 seconds to finish up, and then one of them can jump in.
Thank you so much. I'm just saying.
Patty,
I'm
so I
just
want
saying
to
that
Agreed. This is
I understand
kind of
that
off
you're
topic
interacting
for the
with me.
stage, but
However, I operate in which I'm respectful to you if you're respectful to me, and interrupting me is not respectful.
now we're in the meta.
So, however, yeah, so it's just my view. Men are always going to have a different position, like a different perception of abortion as compared to women. It is a very serious procedure for women. It's life-changing. Most people want their pregnancies.
I say your view is sexist, and if you've listened to the way I talk about this stuff, I'm always talking about the pregnant person and not identifying the sex of the person who's pregnant. So the way I see it has nothing to do with my sex. It has to do with the fact that the fetus or zygote or embryo is a portion of the pregnant person's body, and so if you're talking about devaluing the human life, you're talking about devaluing the human life, in effect, of the pregnant person, because that's one individual, in my view.
Sure, that sounds like a you problem. Again, right?
No, it's
men
not.
have a... Don't interrupt me.
Sounds
I didn't interrupt you.
wait.
So
that
like
sounds
men
like
have...
the
Don't interrupt me. I
fetus's
did not
problem.
interrupt you.
It's not
Don't
our
interrupt me.
problem. It's their
Don't interrupt
problem.
me.
They
I
gotta
did not
find
interrupt you.
somewhere else to go.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay,
I
come
did
on,
not
It's
Patty.
interrupt
made,
you.
so, but you
Well,
Don't
let her
interrupt
in for a
me.
moment.
So I'm just saying, I was in the middle of talking. I will not be interrupted, or I will leave. So, again,
You
like
were, but okay,
that's
continue.
fine. That's
So how
that's
does any
fine.
of this tie to God, though?
Okay.
Yeah,
What-
I was about to
if I
ask
wanted-
that because first
if
of
I-
all, no,
Uh-huh.
first of all, no,
Uh-huh.
no,
Uh-huh.
first of all,
Uh-huh. So
I'm
sorry,
not
Taco.
American.
I was the
I'm not
person who was
American,
talking.
so I'm
One at a
not
time.
American,
Come on.
so
I'm gonna let
I
Patty
don't
speak.
care. I don't care about your political parties or whatever. Also, the entire anti-abortion or pro-life thing has nothing to do with
Agreed,
whether or
John
not a
Rapp. That
God
was
exists.
pretty
So can we
sexist
get
of
to
her.
the topic of the stage, please?
No. So, like I was saying before, when I was talking to
Taco?
the person that I was talking to, I'm so sorry that I was interrupted
Taco,
and couldn't
you know what to
immediately
do.
respond to you. So,
Yeah, Chaco, I think we're done. If this is nothing
Okay.
to do
But
with
like,
the topic
excuse
of the
me,
Patty,
can
stage,
I go
then
back to
we're
not
wasting
being
time.
on topic? I was
Do you
in the
wanna-
middle of not being on topic.
Yeah,
Are you tying this into a God argument? Or
no, we're having actually a really good conversation, and there's nothing wrong
Okay,
with
then,
talking about
then we
other
can,
moral
we
and
can move on to the
yeah,
Thank
next
you,
we,
one.
Hildy,
we
for
do
the $2
appreciate you
super
coming up
chat.
and
I
we
view it as a
appreciate your
medical
time.
procedure,
we
and I
are really
agree.
wanting to be convinced
Absolutely.
that a God or goddess or gods exists, and
I just
so
like to comment
And
something.
thank you, Hildy, for
Oh,
that
yes,
super
sir.
chat. All super chats,
very often, I
and
think we
everything
were
that comes
going
in
to,
via the PayPal to the
probably
PayPal link
twist
that's down in the
into,
description, all of that
God
is
making
going to
these
assist
commandments
with
about thou
the
shalt not kill
trip
and
out
that
to
sort of thing,
Ashland.
'cause that's
And I hope to
usually
see
what I
y'all
find a lot
when
of the
I check out
Christians
the
in
Ark
particular.
Encounter
I don't know if
in Kentucky.
Patty
It's going to be a
is
lot
a
of fun.
Christian or what, but
So thank you for that,
and I'm not
Hildy.
saying
Specifically
assume
said
that she
that
is, but I think what it is, I was hoping it would twist into that, because that's when we could raise that question of this God. And there are a lot of problems with the Christian God when it comes to abortion, because God has killed babies and pregnant people, and it has caused a lot of harm according to the stories told in the Bible. So God does not seem to be anti-abortion as many Christians claim.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But she
also stated.
specifically
It's
said
also
that she wasn't
stated.
going to go into to whether or not this comes from a god. That was completely unrelated. So if that is the case, then we should just move on to a guest that is relevant to the topic of the stage.
Yeah.
Because we're just
It's also
wasting other
stated
people's
explicitly
time.
in the Bible that the child is not alive until it breathes the breath of life. So it's not technically alive until it's born. So
Actually, JL, it's not alive until a month after it's born.
Oh, it's a
according
month?
to the Bible.
Oh, okay.
And
Yes.
actually, there's the potion of bitter water to actually abort a.
Thank you,
woman if
Hildia,
she's
for the
been
$5 super chats.
Yeah.
What about ectopic
Yeah, too.
miscarriages, children
the
born
Book
on
of Numbers,
skulls?
right?
Actually, genetic preconditions that
Tangela,
would
put your hand
lead
back
to
up.
a terrible life. Agreed with this.
And
Absolutely
luxury
agreed.
space pirate, as I think that was your name.
That's about
as well.
quality of life
And
concerns
just
for the
to note
fetus.
to Patty, I'd be happy to speak more with you on this in the
I
future.
actually
Some
dropped a
other
video about
venue.
a South Carolina, a representative from South Carolina who
And
changed
then
his position on abortion when he
Otangelo,
was
so he's
faced with
back.
the consequences.
Sorry,
of
there's a
him
bunch of
supporting
people
the
in
abortion
stages like,
bans.
where's Waldo trying to find someone?
Abiogenesis.
Hello, Tangelo. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yes, hi guys.
I reference your blog, Otangelo, because you have a great article on abiogenesis that pretty much confirms that it's possible on your blog, and I'm really thankful that you've left that up even after I told you several times.
Otangelo, I know you know our head moderator, Titan. Did you want to say happy birthday to Titan? He'd probably really appreciate it. He's in live chat.
Yeah.
Oh yes, happy birthday.
Oh, that's very.
You have to say his
very
name.
nice.
You have to say his name, Otangelo. He
Well,
really
no,
likes people saying it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, come
but,
on, for once. For once.
Again,
Just do it once.
Yeah, happy birthday, okay? So that's all what I will say.
Peter, Otangelo's too clever for you today. Okay, go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah. Titan, I tried.
All right, argument.
Titan knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, I've listened to the previous conversation, and the guy was interrupting, but you guys were also interrupting him constantly.
Patty sounds like a woman to me, but okay, go ahead.
No, it was previous to her. I was at lunch, so I didn't hear the last.
Okay. The
Cool.
ultimate one.
Cool.
Got it.
So,
Yeah.
ignoring the meta, what's your evidence, bud?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll make a quick syllogism. Machines are always designed. Proteins are machines, therefore proteins are designed.
No,
reject
because
premise.
proteins are not machines.
I reject premise 2, so yeah.
Yeah.
I reject premise 1.
You're done.
Okay, so do you have an example of a machine that was not the product of design and intelligence?
Yes, all of the chemicals.
Yes.
All of the chemicals and chemistry.
I have a far easier one, a fulcrum. That's basically just a stick. Wasn't designed. You can use it as a fulcrum, as a machine, to lift weights.
That
Not
wouldn't count
designed.
as a machine.
Well, technically, it's a
It
simple
has to have
machine.
a function. No, because for it to be a
It's a
machine,
very
it has to
simple-
be. The fact that a shape could be used as a machine doesn't make it a machine. For it to be a machine, it has to have some kind of a function.
Why is he
So for it to be a
contrarian like this?
function,
A
like a
fulcrum
chemical
is a
bond,
fucking
that has a
simple
function
machine.
in the fact that it produces other kinds of chemical bonds, and so a chemical bond would count as a machine.
Like we do evolutionary programming experiments, which are analogous to natural evolution, where we generate random programs and we discover emergent functions that are possible from the random substrate and all the configurations that you could assemble with it. Eventually, some of those do things that are repeatable enough that they come to predominate because of their success. So those are programs, which is in an analogy to biology. In biology, we observe the same thing. So we already established that clays and other chemicals on the Earth, like crystals, provide a stable substrate for repeated chemical reactions that produce hundreds-long chains of polymers. Proteins are polymers. Some of those chains could be proteins.
Well, first of all, a machine.
And
is
that's what the article on your blog says, Otangelo, by the way. You didn't hear that. I referenced to that earlier today on your post about Adam and Eve. Were Adam and Eve? Is the Adam and Eve story true? Something like that. You have that on your blog, which links to a paper that basically states everything that IX just said.
Yeah, so IX,
On
the
your-
origin. Well,
Go ahead.
So-
Go ahead.
Okay, so the origin of proteins isn't just and only an evolution or biology issue, but also in regards of the origin of life, because in order for you to have a first self-replicating cell, you need a certain minimum number of proteins with very different functions. Okay, so
You're assuming that it's
your
going to be the same as the one you observe now, right? So if a self-replicator works differently, there's many possible replicases, right? A replicase which is simpler than the ones that we have now doesn't have to start with the same number of proteins or steps. And people repeatedly take whatever we think is the minimum instruction
Excellent
set
point,
in computer
Abby.
science, for
Excellent
instance,
point.
and reduce it. So we have something like a Turing machine with like 3 or 4 instructions.
A lever.
Instead of the
Sorry, a
original
lever.
5,
Fulcrum
right?
is the point
In the
of
same analogy, in
Abby.
biology, we can imagine replicases that do not require the same number of things that we observe in present cells. And that's what protocell theory establishes. So what's your defeater for protocell theory and the idea of clay polymerization?
Well, first we would have to define what life is, and I would say it is reproduction, metabolism, homeostasis, nutrition, complexity, organization, growth and development, information content, hardware, software entanglement, permanence, and change. So defining this, then you can also have a calculation or make an estimate of a minimal number of proteins which are required to upkeep these functions. And there are several proteins which are known to exist in all life forms, and therefore they are necessary. They had to be there for life to start, like ribosome, RNA and DNA polymerase, topoisomerase, and many other proteins.
You've already made a mistake, right? So it's already the case that we don't think that DNA precedes RNA. So you just cited things about DNA as necessary for life when for decades the prevailing hypothesis was an RNA world hypothesis with simpler RNA preceding DNA. And now we think that things simpler than RNA preceded it.
I think there's another problem. Like he said that the minimum requirement for life is this set of polymerase and things. That means that anything before that would not be life, but it would still be there. So you could still have a chemical reactions of anything lower than that process, and it would just have turned into life at that point once it becomes that complex. So simply saying it requires some level of complexity doesn't mean that all of the things prior to that couldn't have happened naturally, and you just wouldn't classify them as life. So that argument doesn't actually support his conclusion that it must have come about at once.
Yeah, I agree with T-Jump as well. The whole point is that self-replicators can bootstrap from RNA polymerization. The products of self-replicators, namely copies of themselves, and the energy that they accumulate and require to fuel their replication, all of that can take place in a protocell. Protocells naturally occur constantly because lipids are predominant throughout the Earth. The building blocks occur naturally. They're just products of chemistry. And the polymers that can self-replicate can be stabilized within those protocells, which allows them to keep homeostasis and energy absorption. What we've seen is that the protocell membrane provided by a lipid provides a significant enough barrier to the product leaving the cell while still allowing for useful energy ingredients to sort of lodge into the membrane and then work their way through it and then be introduced to it in a steady flow of nutrients. So you have everything you need to bootstrap a replicator that can make copies of itself, because once it reaches a certain number of copies, it splits. The membrane becomes too large to be stable, and it splits into 2 membranes with copies of all the original molecules. So, Otangelo, you don't seem to understand the field. You just make these claims. The last time we talked, you claimed that it was impossible for these hypotheses to be true because they cooked the books on which clay they used. They only used special clays. Literally a single Google search showed that dozens of different substrates had been discovered which produced even longer chains into the hundreds of molecules.
Yeah, you said a lot of things there. First of all, there is no known life form that doesn't use DNA as a storage mechanism. So, J.L. Warren, I have a question for you. What is the function of DNA?
Wait a second. Why don't you address what Ix is saying before you jump to me?
Yeah, so first of all, saying everything uses RNA today doesn't address any of the concerns that T-Jump Rai just raised about pre-RNA origins, right? This would be like saying that, well, all computers today use silicon. But you can't claim that computers developed from something that didn't involve silicon, right? Even though we know vacuum tubes and so on precede silicon. There's going to be a substrate other than what we see today, which is the basis for the emergence of the things that we have now. And you don't address that. You just sidestep it and then try to talk to somebody else.
IX, you are just gish galloping. If I would have to address everything which you just said, it would take a day long, so that is not possible.
That's one thing.
But explain to me, please, there is a minimal metabolic network required of about 400 different reactions. And these reactions require, let's suppose, about 400 proteins which need to be interconnected.
Hang on, bro, Otangelo, are you not going to address his argument? Are you just going to sidestep again?
Hey, maybe we just stick.
We're having
to
a
one
conversation.
No, Otangelo, this is the problem with what you're doing. You keep wanting to jump ahead 40 or 50 steps, okay? X and T-Jump have both pointed out the fundamental flaw in your entire argument. And then you refuse to address this. Okay?
So I will go back to my initial argument, and I would like that I am not gish gallop because then
it's not a gish gallop, Otangelo. He's explaining it to you. It's not gish galloping because Otangelo, for all of your bluster, this is not a like rudimentary thing. This is not a simple science. This is a deeply complex topic that you have demonstrated multiple times that you have no idea what you're talking about. Now, X and T-Jump both just pointed out the fundamental flaw in your reasoning. They went to they literally said, no, don't worry about DNA, don't worry about life forms right now and the complexity of life now. Go back to the literally the basis where it all comes from. And they addressed that directly. And instead of refuting them or conceding to them, you just sidestep the whole thing and want to jump 40, 50 steps ahead again. Address what X and T-Jump brought up to you, because it is a refutation of your entire foundation.
Okay, someone said in the beginning that proteins are not machines. I disagree with that. If you Google molecular machines, you will have tons of science papers which actually describe proteins as machines. So what is a machine? I understand a machine as a device which is made of several interlocking parts to have a specific function and driven by energy. That is precisely what a protein does. It has specific functions in biology in the cell.
Otangelo, stop. No, because you're repeating. I'm going to tell you why. Otangelo, I'm going to tell you why I'm interrupting you, because you are now repeating yourself.
No,
I have already said, Otangelo, stop. These things are not machines like you are trying to demonstrate them to be machines. You are drawing. Yes, they work in a mechanistic fashion, but they are not machines like we make machines. It's the same thing as like calling DNA code and trying to equate it to computer code. Computer code must be written. DNA is a code, therefore DNA codes for things. Therefore, it must be written. No, this is not analogous. Stop sidestepping. X and T-Jump both just refuted your entire foundation. Address it or get the fuck off the stage.
JL, you don't absolutely not know what you're talking about. If you make a...
Thank you.
No worries. We had luxury space communist. That was his name. But
I'll tell you, Otangelo's a machine. He's a fucking simple machine. That's what he is.
But does anybody have any comments on that besides what I guess you and I had commented there at the tail end?
It was very nice that he gave Titan, our head moderator, a happy birthday note.
Cool. Thank you, Otangelo.
This is the fourth conversation we've had with Otangelo where he refuses to provide any credible criticism to the clay RNA hypothesis.
I know why, because he zones out. He doesn't want to hear it, because the moment he acknowledges his entire shtick is gone. He only has one thing to bring up when he talks to atheists. The moment he's going to acknowledge what you said, Ix, he's done.
This is the problem. Now, this is the last thing I'll say, and then we can move on to luxury. Otangelo and I had a direct conversation on Discord where Otangelo admitted directly to me that he does not care if Christians believe or accept abiogenesis and evolution. He doesn't debate Christians on abiogenesis or evolution because they're Christians. They already get it. They already get the message of Christ, so he doesn't have to debate them on it. He only goes after atheists and abiogenesis and evolution because he thinks that we predicate our atheism on abiogenesis and evolution. That's the only reason he does it. It's completely he's a completely dishonest interlocutor. That's why I have a problem with Otangelo.
That's kind of funny. I mean, the funny thing is that abiogenesis could be compatible with the designer. So, for example, here's an example, right? So suppose that it's perfectly plausible that polymerization produces the first replicases, which eventually develop into something complex and that meets the definition of life. Now, aliens or a super designer who's outside of the simulation or God or whatever could come down and fiddle with it, right? And you could make that argument, but they don't seem to want to address the claim, which is that the bootstrapping process of self-replicators, which could then evolve and develop functions in a naturally occurring way, is explainable. They could make a defense. They could kind of retreat Mott and Bailey to a further position, but they just sort of like sidestep it. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I think it's predicated because if he accepts it, then it essentially is saying that human beings are not special. And it's all predicated on human beings are like, because we have these big brains and we can do what we do with our brains, we're like special. As opposed to...
Isn't the Catholic position something like what I just described, right? Like the Catholic position is that science is true, but God helps, or something.
Right. From what I understand from the Catholics I've spoken with, is that they can accept that the two are not mutually exclusive. That abiogenesis and evolution could most definitely be the mechanisms by which God created and diversified life.
But, it wouldn't be evidence of God at that point.
No, they're just trying to maintain internal consistency or avoid dissonance.
Oh,
and I think the Catholics are smart to take that route, because if you're trying to preserve your faith, it's safer. Yeah.
Well, that's why Otangelo won't accept it, because if that's true, then it's no longer evidence of God.
Yeah. But it just seems like the more honest position as a theist is to understand the science well enough to accept it, and if that reduces the ways in which you can try to justify your faith, that's okay if you're being honest with yourself, right? Like, it's better to be a more honest theist and understand more of science than to avoid studying it and deny it.
I brought that up to him, that Francis S. Collins accepts evolution and the possibility of abiogenesis as explanations for origin and diversification, and that and who Francis S. Collins. I had to tell him who Francis S. Collins was, and he was like, "Oh well, I don't care." And I'm like, because he's already a Christian, dude. He's a waste of time. So. Luxury.
There's an easy way. There's an easy way to make Otangelo rage quit, and that is asking him for evidence about how is God created. If you press him on that, then he will just rage quit.
I think I've got a concept of God that might stretch some brains here.
Yeah. Welcome, luxury space communist. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead.
So when people say does something exist, existence is a description of something within reality. So what would it mean for something to exist outside of reality?
It wouldn't exist.
It wouldn't exist. Exactly.
You beat me by 2 seconds.
So I guess if nothing can exist outside of reality, and people would say they believe in a God, would it be possible to believe in a God that is not outside of reality?
You were breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. It's probably
I think he said, would it be possible to believe in a God outside of reality? No, because
I do.
You could
I believe
in it, but it doesn't exist.
I believe in a God outside of reality. I believe God does not exist, so therefore I believe in a God outside of reality.
But I'm pumped.
So I guess the problem is that I'm trying to think where I have a little list here. So when we say God does or doesn't exist, does a God necessarily have to be a creator?
No.
That's a question that's a very important one to ask in these conversations, because these different deities have different characteristics. Some are creator deities and some are not, depending on which religion is describing it, I suppose, or how an individual perceives it.
I spent last week communicating. I spent last week communicating with the goddess Hathor. She's the goddess of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. She's not a creator.
It's a luxury. It's a very wide spectrum. It's a very wide spectrum. You know.
God just means a really powerful mind
creates
thing
fun
outside. So if there's a really powerful mind of some kind that has power over the universe, whether or not it does use it or could use it or create it, doesn't matter. All you need is a really powerful mind thing that has potential control over the universe.
As long as it's the metaphysical ontology for what can and cannot be. Sorry.
I guess it has to. It comes down to God being infinite. Because, like, what does it even mean for something to be infinite or actually be made of nothingness? Because if God came from true nothingness, then it would make sense that he'd be infinite, because there would be no other quantity to define it with.
Are you familiar with Max Tegmark, luxury space communist?
Wait, zero would
no,
be the. You would define it with a zero, not an infinite. It would be a zero.
Okay, so Max Tegmark has a hypothesis about the universe being kind of made of math, which entails weird things like sort of all possible things that are mathematically expressible being real in a sense, and our universe being just... Okay.
Well, I guess because like it has to do with consciousness. Because like, for example, like do we believe that colors actually exist beyond the way they're perceived? So I guess like I'm trying to get like when we think a color exists, the only thing that's actually real is us telling ourselves the color exists. Like that's the actual reality.
The light exists. It just depends upon the wavelength that's hitting us and what the wavelength is, what medium the wavelength is traveling through.
And then there's a neuroscience aspect as well on how those are perceived. Yes.
Right.
I mean, there's it's like even if we see color, where does color come from for us to see it?
Light, photons.
No. Well, I mean, there's there's the whole other range of energy, and you have no visual representation of that.
What is your question?
So how is it that we have a visual representation of some frequencies but not others?
Oh, evolution.
It's basically what G-Jump said. It's our brains, because people who are colorblind will see the exact same colors we see, but they won't see the color.
Well, I guess I'm kind of pointing that out too, because like some animals can see infrared and UV.
Wait, hold. Could you tie this back into some kind of an argument for God rather than just asking questions about color?
So if we're going to say that something exists, then obviously I must perceive it as existing. So what would it even mean to perceive something as existing if I'm going to describe it?
Things can exist even if we don't perceive them. Like that's.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you mean perceive as in I just imagine it existing or something?
It's that some things don't actually exist separate from perception. There's no reason to think that red exists before I see red.
Well, I have a screwdriver in front of me. You can't perceive the screwdriver. Does it exist or not?
Well, am I saying red or am I saying a representation?
So red, our sense experience and how our brains process that, if that's what you're referring to as red, yes, that only exists in our imagination. The actual datum that causes that exists outside of our imagination. We refer to that as red because our brain describes it that way.
But that means we're able to interact with imagination as if it were reality, which means I'm not sure that any distinction can be made between perceiving something and
we can label
perception.
So yes, our imagination exists in reality, but when we ask if something exists in reality outside of our imagination, we can say no. So if you want to say God exists as an entity in our imagination, I agree. If you want to say God exists as an entity outside of our imagination, it does not. So that's the distinction.
I guess the issue is that apparently like billions of people say they can perceive something like God. So then there's other billions who are going to entirely reject their perception. And it kind of, I don't know, it just seems strange to say we're going to be scientific about perception, but then reject most people's perception that there is something like this.
Well, luxury,
because we know of fallacies. That's because we know of things like delusions, hallucinations, misconceptions, fallacies, biases. We know there's tens of thousands of these that we reject in human psychology. So we do know, we've proven in science that many versions of human perception are false. And so those versions we omit from the scientific method. That's kind of the whole point of the scientific method, is to find which versions of human perception are the ones we should not trust.
Well, then the thing being perceived and the thing perceiving can't necessarily be separate either.
What?
Because they both have to exist in a single physical reality, relating to one another, interacting with one another, exchanging energy, momentum, photons. For you to even see the thing, you must be interacting with it. Like you can't see something unless there's literally photons bouncing off something and interacting with it to send to you.
Yes, you can. You can see things from electrical signals in your brain that there's no photons. So your electrical signals in your brain can generate the image of something in your visual cortex without there being any photons. But can you tie this back into some kind of an argument for God?
Because if we're going to say a god or goddess exists, if existence is a matter of perception, then it can be perceived that there is such thing as an infinite God, which doesn't violate any physical description of reality or science.
Yes, I can also perceive magical unicorns if I take enough shrooms. That doesn't mean that magical unicorns exist.
Except the reality would be, again, the basis of your perception. Why would you hallucinate a unicorn and not another animal? There must be a reason, a structural reason you saw one animal and not another. Which means there's a structural, objective reason to perceiving.
Yes, there's a structural, objective reason to perceiving, which is how your brain structure is formed. So, like, for example, people who are little kids who have hallucinations and near-death experiences, they'll see a large, fat man with a white beard and a red cloak because they've been socially conditioned to see Santa Claus. People with near-death experiences in Hindu will see an elephant-headed god. People who have near-death experiences in Western world will see Jesus. Our cultural inclinations design our brain and neurological structures, and so we'll see the things that are most likely to occur in our social structures. That's why if you ask someone to say, name a tool and a color, most people will say a red hammer because those are the most common colors in people's psychology. We know this. This has already been answered. I don't know why you're asking.
So how do you fundamentally prove that something exists beyond your perception?
If by prove you mean with 100% certainty, we don't do that. We prove with probabilistic certainty. We use some kind of a methodology to differentiate imagination from reality, which is novel testable predictions, and that's how science does it.
Well, it just seems like the way you're defining God, you could basically define anything that doesn't exist. You could come up with a whole set of descriptions and say, does this thing exist? Nope. Okay, well, but you can just construct a definition that you know doesn't exist. So you're going to say, like, well, God doesn't exist because I've defined it this way. Well, then it only doesn't exist because you've defined it that way.
We're not constructing the definition. It's the theists who have constructed the definition. We're saying that doesn't exist. So we're saying the theistic definition of what Christians, Muslims, other different God believers think exists. We're saying that doesn't exist. We have no reason to believe there is a mind that is more powerful and governs the universe. No reason to believe that. So it doesn't exist.
But see, that's not a claim that they're making that it necessarily governs reality.
Well, that's why we take it on a case-by-case basis. That's why we listen to each individual and we hear them present their God or their version of God, what they believe in, and then we look at why they believe in it, what has led them to believe in this thing or to accept it as extant of reality, and so we take it case by case.
Well, I'd be more specific and say there's no reason to believe there is any mind greater than human minds outside of the universe or above us anywhere.
But why would they stick around if they transcended us? Why would, like, if they just transcended human thought, why the fuck would they stay here?
What do you mean? Why do people keep coming up with them?
No. Even if the great minds left, there's still no reason to believe in them, and so we still have reason to believe they don't exist.
What do you mean when you say transcended?
I think he means like a mind that was human that became super powerful and just left us or something.
Well, let's let him.
Like, just because you have perception over something doesn't mean you have agency over it necessarily. So there could be a God consciousness which is entirely aware of all of reality, but that doesn't mean he can intervene and change everything. Because if you're aware of the future, then that's the one future you're aware of. You're not going to change it if you're aware of it.
But what do you mean when you say transcended?
I guess it just has to do with perception. I'm not sure how we perceive anything in reality other than assuming structures and then mentally constructing those realities.
Do you have a definition for the word transcended?
It's the non-material as it relates to the material. So usually mathematical quantities having qualities.
You're talking about abstracts?
I don't think that was like really relevant to his argument because he just meant like there were minds like ours and they went beyond ours in some sense, so we don't have any access to them, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, I don't know what he's saying though when he's using the word transcended to represent what you said there, T-Jump, but I don't understand what that process would be, and so I'm asking him what the definition of transcended is so we can understand what that process would be.
Well, do we care? Like, even if you could list a process, until there's evidence to say this happened, we're still rational to say we have reason to believe it didn't. So even if he gave us a process, like until he has some evidence of this, it's like we are rational in concluding there are no minds that are greater or outside of just human evolutionary results right now. We have no reason to believe in any kind of a mind above and beyond humanity at this point, which would exclude all possible conceptions of a god that include a mind.
If that process existed, though, we could test it, or it could provide some sort of evidence for his claim.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the core of his argument here. The core of his argument here is we don't have access to things. There could be a God out there, which is nice, but we're still rational until we have evidence to conclude there is not one.
I guess like I don't know. I guess like non-local interactions, I could invoke some level of physics, because as far as I understand in physics, everything is basically just a broken symmetry, and things obtain their mass because they interact with the Higgs boson. So basically, everything in existence is just like a jagged piece of something else. And so, like,
Yeah,
how do
but
we
it's
even
not a
conceive of there
mind.
being a constructed reality unless there's like a perfect nothingness to compare it to? Like, what would it mean for something to even exist if
what
we
is-
can't compare it to non-existence?
What does that have to do with a mind or a God?
Because like, so what would the difference between God existing and not exist if everything's still defined by infinite symmetries, and like, what else would God even be if not that? It's like we're trying to
Well,
say God
God
doesn't
is a
exist, but it's just
mind.
changing the definition so much that of course it can't exist.
No. We use the definition that most theists use, which is God is a mind of some kind that has power over the universe. That's all we need. And if we say there's no mind outside of humans, that covers all the different normal conceptions of a God. If you just want to change the definition of God to quantum fields or something, then okay, that's nice. I grant quantum fields exist, and you can call it whatever you want. But the typical definition in English and every other language in human society of a God is a mind of some kind that is above and beyond us, and we don't think that exists.
Like, if any other species came up with that theory, they'd be rational, though, right? Like, what
No
if
idea what-
cockroaches out there eventually develop sentience? Like, yo, what if there's like higher consciousness out there on this planet that have like occupied and designed things, and then all the other cockroaches would be like, no, dude, you have no proof. This is irrational. Like, but it couldn't be irrational because
Right,
we also
so-
know it as the higher beings to be true.
Right. So if the cockroaches came up with a hypothesis there are higher minds out there and they had no evidence of humans ever, there's none, just zero connection to humans, then they would be irrational to believe that these things existed until they had evidence, until evidence was found.
So
Like, there could be a gigantic, like a galaxy-sized magical unicorn that exists behind Alpha Centauri, and we just can't see it. But would I be rational to believe that? No, I'd be irrational to believe that, even if it could be true. So the fact that it could be true, because I don't have a justification for it, it is irrational. So knowledge is a justified true belief. So even if I have a belief, and that belief is true, that's not knowledge. It's not rational, unless I have a justification for that. So simply believing there's a magical galaxy-sized unicorn that parts out planets is possibly true. Simply the fact that it could be true doesn't make it rational to believe.
Can everything that's true necessarily be proven?
No.
So if I want to concern myself with truth and I am only concerned with proofs, then I'll never actually have the entire truth.
You will never have the truth no matter what. But what is that? How's that not relevant? So the point here is that even if we accepted your methodology, and it could be justified to believe infinitely many false things. So I agree that we can't have access to all truth, but your methodology opens us up to infinitely many false things, and you can't distinguish the false things from the true things, which is a problem.
That's a damn good question, Gaudens.
I guess the essence of mathematics, though, is that you can extend what you assume to be real beyond your perception. Because if you understand the construction of reality, then you don't really have to like be on Jupiter to have an understanding of what Jupiter is and its size and its mass and density. And so if you
Sure,
understand
what does that have to
fundamental
do?
things about reality, you don't have to be at a place to understand the place. Which
So
means that there could be a mind in reality which understands the rest of
luxury.
reality.
Instead of trying to weave a god through the keyhole, like what do you believe?
I think like, things can only be defined as insofar as they can be perceived.
Do you
But if we can't
believe that there's a god?
There's something that can be perceived as a god which you can have a relationship with, and will definitely affect your life in different ways if you have different relationships with it. Which other religions figured out through polytheism and idols and avatars, but it's still the same concept.
So okay, but it doesn't represent anything that can be demonstrated to exist in reality.
It's just the definition of reality gets dicey because sometimes what we consider to be real is just our own circular perception. So really, like, I
Contingent
can't
on
commit someone else's
imagination.
circular perception of my own circular perception.
No. Is it contingent on our imagination, or does it exist independent of imagination?
I guess that's kind of. I'd have to actually think about that.
Luxury. How can I perceive the God that you perceive? What do I need to do to perceive your God?
In my personal experience, if there's anything like an ultimate design or something, then all it really means to become aware of that is like reality is one way, and if people can disagree on how they perceive it, but it's all you. I don't know. How do I put this? There can't really be illusions or.
Question. That's not answering my question.
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah. Okay.
What do I need to do to perceive the God that you apparently perceive?
It would have to be transcendental meditation. Once you realize that all thoughts emerge from physical activities of the mind, and that then there really is no like. What does it even mean for something to exist or not exist? When you go to the boundary of reality, it's like it's almost kind of a meaningless question.
If you can perceive it outside of your own imagination, which is what transcendental meditation would take me to, it would take me to something that I imagine. I want to perceive your God, not in my imagination,
I don't know
in
what the
reality.
boundaries of reality
But that's the trick.
are.
There is no perception without imagination.
So
if you want to believe a God exists and you believe that's just a faster perception, then there's basically no contradiction.
Hold on. I'm not convinced. This sounds like you're saying God is imagined.
No, God is perceived the same way color is perceived. It's a representation of something higher.
What you just said is God is not in reality.
But I'll also push back on that a little. I think there is an actual wavelength that our brains are picking up on, and that it's our brain's interpretation of that.
Yes. It is perceived outside of our brain, and then the data is interpreted by our brain. So what do I need to do to perceive your God outside of my brain so that my brain can interpret it as it being a God?
You just have to find the limits of your own perception, because we can say something doesn't exist, but it just means that someone else is living in a different facet of imagination than we are. It's still all just imagination and perception.
I'll rephrase because the question is too difficult for you. How do you perceive a God outside of your own brain, or a God in reality, so your brain can interpret the data, conclude that that is a God that you're perceiving?
I can conclude that what I'm perceiving must be a certain way for me to perceive it as such, or else there would be no meaning to perception.
What you're now saying is that you don't perceive a God, you just conclude that that must be the case without even trying to figure out whether or not that is the case.
It's just that there's like literally nothing that exists beyond the perception.
All right.
That's just kind of the non-distinction that Westerners try to make.
Again, the question here is how.
Yeah, Westerners try to pretend that physical reality is entirely separate from consciousness.
It's people all over the world do this, not just Westerners.
Oh my God! Stop. The question is does God exist only as a figment of our imagination, or does God exist independent of our imagination? That's the question. And what method do you show that? Do you indicate that your God is more than just a figment of our imagination? That's what we care about. That's what we're asking. That's what Peter's trying to ask.
That was exactly what I asked. Yeah, that was exactly what I asked.
Not really. But
some things cannot be demonstrated beyond their perception. The same way not all truths can be proven. If you're concerned with demonstrations and proofs, you'll never have all truth.
Right.
That's what
And
faith
so
is.
you
That's
have
really what faith is.
So you threw up a smoke screen. So can you just address the question?
That was a great answer. He did it. That was an answer. So his answer was that he can't.
My bad.
He has no way to show that his God is not a figment of our imagination. He just thinks it is.
You can't show that color is not a figment of our imagination. Does that mean it doesn't exist?
Color is a figment of our
So
imagination.
color doesn't exist?
Correct. Color on.
So when I talk about a red bottle, I'm talking about something that doesn't exist.
Even once
You're
again,
talking about a figment of your imagination.
I'm so sorry.
In terms of that, there's these larger creatures which have more impact, higher mass, and larger, more intelligent.
The point is that there's a differentiator between colors and gods, right? So when we say that a color is a perception, it's still grounded in some physical phenomena, which Jamie was pointing out. Whereas when we say that a god exists in our imagination, it's not grounded in some physical phenomena that we can point to.
Sorry about that.
Right?
I accidentally hit a button
So
on my mouse.
the distinction is important. And when you just say, well, look, we can imagine all kinds of things in our perceptions, everything is just limited to what we can imagine, you're just sort of ignoring the distinction. There's things we can imagine which don't have any grounding in reality, and there's things we can imagine which do. So it sounds like you imagine something a bit further than you can ground in reality, and you think it's as good as those which you can ground in reality because they're all grounded in perception. I don't think that's convincing.
Like if I live inside of a ball and I can travel inside the ball and I find that there's the sphere surrounding the space, the sphere is different than the internal contents of the ball. But if I live within the ball, I'd say, well, I can't use the principles of within the ball to extrapolate outside the ball. Just the same way I can't use the principles of reality or intrinsic existence outside of perception to justify something which is before time, before space, before any mathematical form it could take.
That's wrong. You can actually use what's in the ball to infer what's outside of the ball. It's just induction. That's how induction works. But again, the question is like, is what you're claiming to be God, is that more like unicorns and fairies and leprechauns and Santa, or is that more like particles and mass and
That was pretty
energy
wild, Charlie. It was.
Which one is it closer
Well, I'm
to?
actually, I'll go even further. The underlying archetypes of fairies, elves, all that, those are actually real. Because any archetype fundamentally justifies
So
itself.
is what you're defining as God more like fairies and Santa Claus, or is it more like particles and planets?
I define God as how individuals perceive things beyond the individual. It's the
No,
basis
my
of
question
perception
is-
itself. That's why it has no proof
I
beyond
don't care. I don't
perception.
care.
So
Question,
it's complete and totally
is
subjective
you
to what a
define as
person
god
feels. That
more like fairies and leprechauns, or is it more like planets and
oh,
particles?
fucking T-Jump is drawing
Which
this
is it
out.
more
Just
similar
fucking
to?
put a nail in
Which
it,
category
dude.
would it
They're
more
the
likely
same
fit
to me.
into?
They're the same.
Planets and fairies are the same.
Our whole concept of planets was literally, we literally believed people, like, civilizations lived on other planets until like a few hundred years ago. We literally believed that, like most people did.
I don't care.
Yeah, but nobody said, oh, those people are rational. They said, oh, well, based on these readings from these things, we see smudges and little shapes on other planets when we look at them. Then they
We've
found out it's
made
just smudges on the
progress.
telescope. That was imagination, but it was truly perception to them.
We've made progress in science. So there's things that have been verified to exist in science, like planets and particles, and things which have no evidence, like fairies and leprechauns. So if you think those are the same thing, then you have a failed epistemology. You have no way to distinguish imagination from reality. And so you're several thousand years behind science. You should catch up.
So how do you distinguish between imagination and reality?
I use novel testable predictions. So I say if I can create a model or a hypothesis that can accurately predict the future, and that's more likely to correspond to reality than just my imagination, because my imagination is very bad at predicting the future.
But see, physical measurement systems, if you don't interpret the measurements, then it's not necessarily correct.
I don't care. Like, interpretations are fine. Like, again, what I said was, if I can have a novel testable prediction about the future and get things right consistently, and that hypothesis is more likely to correspond to reality than just my imagination, because my imagination is very bad at predicting the future. That's how I differentiate imagination from reality. I have a hypothesis that makes predictions, and if you can do it accurately, consistently, that model is more likely to correspond to reality than just me making stuff up. Because me making stuff up, my imagination is very bad at doing that. It can't do that well.
Hey, Inquisitor Bacon, good to see you.
It just always seems like there's this little asterisk at the end of every claim, which is like corresponds to reality, which just means reconfirms your perceptions.
That's
You're basically saying if it
conclusion.
agrees with the
Wait,
thing
wait,
I
wait.
perceived before, then it must be real.
No.
Because
No,
I'm
again, so the
reconfirming
question
my
here is-
results. I'm doing experiments.
No. Hypothesis is this is the way you think things are. So I think there's an external world, and I think there's an asteroid that's going to come around the planet every 550 years. Now, it could be the case that that's just a figment of my imagination, and it could be the case it's an accurate description of reality, corresponds to reality. We don't know. How would we figure this out? Well, if it's just something I'm imagining, I imagine lots of things. Most of the things I imagine don't ever make accurate predictions about the future. But if I wait, I see that this happened. This actually was the case, that the asteroid came around every 550 years. Now, that is one of my sense experiences. That's true. But since I was able to predict it far before my sense experience, and I got it right, whereas pretty much every other one of my ideas is wrong about the future, it's a good reason to think that this idea is not like the others. There's some difference there. This one able to predict the future, others not able to predict the future. What we think that difference is, Why does this hypothesis able to predict the future? Is because it more likely corresponds to reality. That's the conclusion. So this one can do one thing that the others can't. And the difference is the reason that it can probably do this is because it probably corresponds to reality.
When you say it corresponds to reality, reality is just a pre-existing set of assumptions and measurements.
No, it's.
You're
stuff
saying
that
it agrees
exists.
with the things we already thought, or it doesn't.
No,
But it's
no.
all
So
just
I'm
a
not
series
even.
of measurements.
So again, that's not relevant to the argument here. The argument here is that I have a hypothesis that it corresponds to reality. That's the hypothesis. You can make a hypothesis of anything you want. It makes no difference what the hypothesis is. What matters is can it differentiate itself from every other idea that is bad, all the bad ideas. It doesn't do that. The answer is yes. If you can predict the future, it differentiates itself. And so that's why this corresponds word matters here, is because whatever these things are doing, they're doing it more successfully than the other ones. So they're different. They're different in some way.
See, but the purpose of science is to describe. Why can science not describe the religious experience of billions of people?
It can.
It seems like that's the
it
one
does.
category they don't want to describe.
No, it can.
No, we described that perfectly well.
Oh, because in the West, everything that isn't something we can write down or describe, it must be some type of psychosis, or I'm assuming that's where it's going.
Yes, we have
Exactly.
novel testable predictions that confirm many fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions that we can demonstrate exist, and have tens of thousands of papers that all correspond and explain the full breadth of religious experience. So we've explained all those things with things that we can actually test and demonstrate in the mind.
Even replicate.
What you're saying is that people are in a certain physical state. It's almost like expected that they'll perceive and imagine in certain ways to interact with reality, as if that's the only thing reality could be to that person.
No, that's the most plausible explanation. So, like, if we have, for example, if I show you a picture of that little Rubik's Cube that has two orange squares in the center and one looks slightly darker than you, I can say, based on the fact that we know how your brain works, we can tell you that you're going to see them as slightly different colors. But when you copy them over, they're going to be the exact same color. So we can show that because we know how your brain works, we can show you 100% of the time, here is a illusion your brain is going to experience because of how your brain works. And we can do that for every single one of these. That's why they're named. That's why they have so many publications on the number of fallacies and biases and illusions and delusions and
But your basis of calling something an illusion or delusion is that it doesn't agree with somebody else's perception.
No, it doesn't agree with literally facts about reality. So it's not about
The
perception.
basis of reality is my perception. Anything that compares to that.
No. So like it's your own perception. So like if I take, have you seen the optical illusion with the Rubik's Cube that has two different colored center pieces? So they're both orange. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so in this piece, if you look at it, it looks like the top one's darker and the bottom one's lighter. But then if you just hide everything else, or you take a little piece of the one at the top and copy it and drag it over, they're the exact same color. So we know from your own experience, it seems like they're different colors, but when you eliminate all the other background stuff, they're the same color. So we can know that your perception is false. Oh, because we can test it.
But you only think it's false because of somebody else's perception.
No, because of your this is all you. This is no one else. You are doing this. You look at the Rubik's Cube, you see the top one seems darker, and then you remove all the extra stuff and they show the exact same color. You do this on your own. This has nothing to do with other people's perception. We know your brain fails at doing certain things under certain contexts.
So it fails to. So, okay, it's tricky though, because if it went if it was like the exact opposite of the colors, the response would still be the same because it's not actually the content of the colors. It's the fact that someone's perceiving mechanistically. But how do I know that all perceptions are not equally as constructed or mechanistic?
Because some we can prove fail, and under the conditions they fail, and some don't fail. So some we can prove
how do you
don't
know
work.
which conditions are proper to test what hypotheses?
That's the whole purpose of science.
We have what's called theoretic virtues, right? So we don't say there's just one simple criteria. We say there's a bunch of criteria, and they lend favor to or disfavor a given hypothesis. So if all the theoretic virtues of some hypothesis are lacking, we can say that's a weak hypothesis. If they're all in favor of it, we can say it's a strong one. Might not be as cut and dry as you would like it to be, but it is the process of figuring out what's true.
Ultimately, I think this came down to luxury. What you like, what I gleaned from this is that it really comes down to what you feel, and I guess inducing certain states or certain emotions, like when you brought up transcendental meditation, because you can induce certain emotional states through TM, and it literally just comes down to your feelings, like what you feel about what you're perceiving or what you think you're perceiving in your imagination. And you could label that God, you could label it something else. It really doesn't matter, but it doesn't demonstrate that a thing exists. Just because you feel that something exists, even if you feel it very powerfully, doesn't mean that what you're feeling represents anything or is representative of anything existing in reality. So I think that's what it comes down to. But
I guess it's just in some fields of thought in the East, like some people consider doing meditation and going through their own mind a form of experimentation, because some people routinely go to a certain place in their mind, realize that there's a problem, realize they don't like encountering that. There's something there that needs to be changed. So they physically alter their own consciousness or reality and they get past it. And like that basically is real, because even if the perception can be argued, there is some physical manipulation they're able to understand by perceiving it that way.
And there's lots of scientists. Look, there's lots of scientists who will agree with that, study it, confirm it in a sense that they can explain, something about why it is that that's repeatedly successful and so on, right? We're not denying that systematic meditative practices haven't yielded reproducible results in a form, at least fairly.
It is. It's 100% an experiment. That is absolutely right. That is definitely an experiment.
Right.
But one of these experiments, the hypothesis that explains the experiment is different. And the scientific one who explains it is able to make predictions about the future, which we can then confirm and test and get right on a regular basis. Whereas the interpretation that there's some actual connection to some fundamental nature of reality, you're interacting with it, makes no testable predictions. It's never been confirmed. It can't tell us anything else about the universe. And therefore, the one that is able to make testable predictions and confirm things and give us new information about the world we didn't know yet is the one that's more likely correct.
But what if someone came back and said, hey, your perceptions are actually limiting you from the reality you're trying to perceive, and someone gave you information about the nature of perception itself, which couldn't be proven, but every time you applied it, it worked? How would you describe that?
Well, that would be great. Yeah, if they can give novel testable predictions and it works every time, that's great. That's great evidence.
But it's only testable by the individual within their own mind. I guess if you're willing to expand the definition of scientific repeatability to people experimenting with their own consciousness, then it could be right.
Well, luxury would be the same deal. I could tell you a story back, in my misspent youth. I had friends who did lots of drugs. I did drugs like this, but I had a friend who took a shit ton of acid one time, and to this day, this was like some 20 plus years ago. To this day, he will die on the hill that he had a conversation with God. So took a bunch of LSD.
I've had the same experience.
Took a bunch of LSD, and he will die on the hill to this day that he had a conversation with God. So,
I know, I'm
but the difference is that
high on a psychedelic, I'm
in the
sure
past, but in the past, I have taken the same amount that he has taken. I have taken more, and I have taken less, and I have never replicated his scenario. And I was a believer when I did this stuff, and have never had and he was not a believer. So I've never had the experience before or after my deconversion. So. If you could replicate it, I know. Like if he took a specific amount of like a psychotropic and had a conversation with God, and then I independently took that same amount, like the exact same amount of the exact same blend or whatever he took, and had a conversation with God, and then T-Jump did it as well, and then we can come together and pool our data, and then we can like run tests and experiments on this and make predictions based on this. That would be phenomenal.
There's actually a bit of science on this. So like when it comes to ghosts, the likelihood that people will experience ghosts in certain phenomena which are believed to like induce people like magnetic phenomena to be more likely to perceive ghosts is correlated with their having other mental phenomena like epilepsy or things like hallucinations. So people often have a different reaction to psychedelics, like having more intense hallucinations and so on, because of just differences in their brain. Some people are more suggestible to hypnosis, some people are more hallucinatory, and some people just hear voices in their head more easily than others. It's just parts of your brain that are different.
I also think it's funny, not that this would prove anything more, but it's never like a bad conversation with God. It's like I had this transcendent conversation with Yahweh, and damn, he was a dick. I was like, shut up, all you do is talk.
And there's also something to look into, luxury, the God helmet, which can induce religious euphoria and certain mental states like that. And what they discovered is that through the inducement of these in different people, is that they can induce the same kind of physical. What Ix was talking about, they can induce the same physical response in the brain by targeting specific areas of the brain. Do the same thing in the exact same personality, but their experiences are always unique to them. There's always
and the funny part.
Yeah, go ahead.
The original version of that was a placebo. So before they made the actual God helmet, they basically made a fake God helmet, and they tried that on people. And a certain percentage of people reported these phenomena. So this kind of points to the point that some people's brains have an easier time going to these hallucinatory sort of psychedelic states than others. Some people, through just meditation and breathing, can get much more intense experiences than others. And when they made the actual magnetic helmet, a lot more people reported the phenomena because it was actually doing something to them. But even the placebo was enough for some people to just imagine that they were having that experience. So yeah, people hallucinate. It is a thing. It is known.
I guess my problem is that like the whole idea of perception is that really like if everybody shared a hallucination, it would basically just look like culture, because it would just be this persistent attitude that we all have towards reality and nobody disagrees. Like that's kind of what culture is in a sense.
I linked this, or I guess this is a story, but close enough. There's actually a study out there somewhere that says about 5% of people hallucinate at some point in their life, like randomly.
I'll have to look at that.
All right, so is anybody here convinced?
No. Well,
I guess I'm just challenging the idea of like what would it even mean to prove if it exists, if such proof existed. Like,
well, that's why
if somebody was to convince you, what would it look like?
That's why we kind of got to go by case by case, depending upon the god in and of itself. Like, how does the individual define the god? Does the god have any specific attributes? What are the entailments of those attributes? So on and so forth. It's kind of like case by case, conversation by conversation.
What would convince me is very easy. Novel testing predictions. I believe God exists. If you pray to God, he'll give you a gold brick every time. Pray to God, gold brick. That's great evidence. Novel testable predictions.
I guess the question is, if not all truths can be proven, how should I go about arriving at truths that I can't prove? If I actually want to have a full truth, there must be some fundamental reason which extends beyond proof.
No, just means our brains are limited. So yes, we can't know everything. Congratulations, Gödel's incompleteness theorem is true. We can't know everything. If you want to know everything, you're probably not going to be able to until you discover a new kind of evidence that we haven't discovered yet. You may want to try to look into that.
Halting
problem. What if by knowing everything you realize that it's not actually, like, a lot of knowledge is actually kind of not necessary? Like, what if true knowledge is the realization that previous knowledge is kind of incompetent and weak?
Well, we already know that.
Because, like, Western knowledge doesn't really help the Middle East much, or not the Middle East, like Eastern cultures.
I gotta ask Luxury. I gotta ask Luxury. Are you in
thing called medicine or
wait,
engineering or anything?
It's appeal to consequence. Knowledge is true, independent of whether it's useful. It doesn't matter if it's useful.
Also, in the fetishization of Eastern versus Western as this big distinction, people often hold up, Buddhism and so on as this like counterpoint to Western thought or something. It's worth pointing out that there were large numbers of atheists, materialist, atomist atheists who existed in India, and they were massacred by the Buddhists, right? The tradition was called the Carvakas, and they were massacred by the great enlightened Buddhist king, who had them all put to death for making fun of the Buddha. There was a huge tradition in many different cultures of atheism and scientific materialism and so on that was based on skepticism about the epistemology of believing that a sacred book was like the source of truth. And if you look into the history of the Carvakas and the other more skeptical epistemologies within Indian thought, you'll see that Buddhism has a bunch of dead bodies that it is paved with of killing its critics, right? And that's not to say Buddhism doesn't have value, but it's to say that, look, there is an Eastern tradition of skepticism too, and they were mostly butchered by Ashoka. So yeah, there is an Eastern and a Western tradition of skepticism. Skepticism is a universal phenomenon.
Yes, it's just the conception of like what the individual is, because in the West, like the individual is seen as like atomic and necessary, whereas like it's seen as like emergent.
We're gonna get moving on here because nobody here is convinced after about an hour, and that seems, I don't know if that's exactly an hour.
You guys didn't even define God, and you're debating whether it exists. Good job.
Actually, we leave that up to people joining the stage to tell us about their various characteristics.
He was
of
talking
their
about
goddess
how
or
funny
god.
it was that a
And,
guy who weighs
right
600
now, you've
pounds
already
has the
provided
balls to teach
partial
people about
definition by
self-discipline.
identifying the deity's sex, but thank you for being here. Go ahead, Amy.
Beyond that snappy comment,
Thank
I'm
you.
not convinced you believe a god exists. I don't know where the arguments were for a god and all that.
Those Buddhists were
rigmarole,
just
but okay.
Buddhists were just mad because they were pointing out how a guy who weighs 600 pounds has the balls to teach people about self-discipline.
Literally did define God like multiple times. That was.
Yeah, that was defined. Alan Defender is spamming me. Alan Defender wants to come and present an argument.
Hello, Ala Defender. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
It took 3 hours. First off, I want for everybody in the audience, I want to sincerely apologize for being exposed to that much cringe. It's crazy. I don't know how you can even sit there.
Argument. Skip argument.
Yeah, don't preamble. Please just make your arguments.
All right.
When do you start high
Flippy Flop, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, he's spamming me again. Really? Okay.
It happens.
And you never know.
Let's
I think
try
that
again.
was.
Let's give them another chance.
You never know, Taco. That could be the person with the
Okay, I'm
evidence
pulling
we're looking
Alan
for.
Defender back up. Argument.
Wow, crazy.
What have you got for
Yo,
Allah
that's
Defender,
the
what
thing.
is your evidence?
Yeah, that's the thing. So actually, I just want to address a couple of things real quick. Yo, Jack Burton has been spamming the chat with his homophobic stuff. So
Okay,
I just
that's
want to,
off topic.
see.
I'll
So I
let
just
you-
want-
okay.
Can you get to the point?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
I
fine.
asked you
Let
when
him
you
get it
came
out
on.
of his system. Okay. Did the mean man say bad words? You want to go tell mommy?
No, I don't. No, that's the thing. You're relevant to me, but like, I
Yeah,
just
that's
wanted
why
to
you
see.
brought it up.
Wait,
Good
let me
fake-
see.
good
Let me
faking
finish.
difference,
Yo, let me
buddy.
finish. All right.
Go ahead,
So
kid.
Hold
since you've
on.
been
Can
spamming
we
the chat,
can we
I
let
want to see if
personal
your
can
arguments
we
can
let
still
personal
stand
Alright.
against me right
Hold
now.
on. Can we let
Alright, we're not
personal
doing
fights
this. We're in the
nothing
middle
to
of the
do with
stage.
the stage do outside the stage, please?
All right.
This is not the right platform.
Flippy
for
Flop,
it.
if you're still an audience, raise your hand.
Now, I did ask, I asked them what have they got for us with regard to the topic, and they've been off topic, so it's unfortunate. Our next guest will hopefully be willing to be on topic.
Oh, they're tippy top. Do you see a tippy top in queue?
All right, let's bring somebody up. What have we got next?
Like 4 or
I'm
5
trying to
people with-
find a person who said they had an argument and it sounded like a decent one. Do you see a tippy top in the audience?
No.
Let's pick
Nope.
somebody else.
Okay.
I don't see him.
So Mr. Straight wants to come up.
Sounds good. Hello,
He's
Mr.
been jumping
Straight.
around in queue, but he's been here for a while.
Welcome, Mr. Straight.
Yeah, I was
What
here
have
from
you
the
got for
fucking
us today?
beginning. Playing chess. So before I go to my argument, I want to I heard you say a few things that I don't disagree about when other people debate about God. Like an example, that humans are not special. Special. So
There's
I'm not-
nothing. Well,
I
there's
didn't
nothing.
get-
There's nothing to indicate that human beings are special in any way. We are evolved
Well-
to fit our particular niche.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
pretty much
let
it.
me make the argument why they are special. Well, all of you, as I heard, you are people of science. You really like talking about science. So I'm pretty sure all of you know the sentence that humans are the only way for the universe to research itself. So doesn't it by default mean that humans are special? That humans are special?
No, that's a
Or that only-
that's a poetic
Yeah.
way of describing that human beings have the ability to reason and about the universe
Yeah,
itself.
the only
no,
ones.
It's a
By
poetic
default, they're
way.
special.
No, it's a poetic way of describing it, but it does not
That
indicate
they're the
any-
only ones.
Mr. Straight, it is a poetic way of describing our way of being able to perceive the universe in a particular way. But just because we have big brains, big complex brains that have evolved, does not make us special on this planet. Every species on this
kinda
planet,
does, mate.
Mr. Straight, every animal on this planet has evolved to fit its niche very particularly. Okay? They specialize. So, whereas we have big complex brains that allow us to make talky word noises and think about things that may or may not exist, that does not make us, like, just our physical bodies does not make us superior on the planet. There are things that are stronger than us, things that are faster than us, There are things that are superior in their own way. We just happen to be superior in our brains. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
but in the same, but still in the same time, humans are the ones who are controlling the earth, changing the environment, and doing all of those crazy things. So
that doesn't matter.
Mr. Straight, I
Yeah,
think
of
I
course
can
it does.
answer. I think I can answer your question.
Or you can interrupt
So,
me. That's
our
cool.
Galaxy. Hold on, our galaxy is on a collision course with another galaxy. When
How
that
is it fucking
happens,
related?
we're going to be annihilated. That means that the universe doesn't care about us. We're not that special.
How is
Otherwise,
it
that wouldn't
even?
have happened.
Man, I'm not talking about this. I know the universe doesn't care about us. I don't. It wasn't the argument. The argument
So
is
we're not
humans.
special.
How?
We're not
Wait,
special.
what do you mean when you say special? I'm not meaning. When I say special, I don't mean a fucking, I don't know, a teenage girl who celebrates. No, that's not what I mean when I say special. Special. We are the only ones. We are the only creatures
It's
who have
weird-
those
it's weird
intelligent
that
Stop,
you
stop.
would
Let
say
him finish.
that
Let him finish.
teenage
Peter,
girls
Peter,
are
Peter,
special.
Peter, Peter, stop. Let him finish. What, like,
Well,
what do you mean by special, and why is this relevant to a god?
Well,
yeah.
It says in the Old Testament that humans. Well, it doesn't say special, but they are created in His image. But you know, it is related. It talks about this in the Old Testament, but we can move on if you don't want to talk about this.
No, I very much
What
like.
is your argument?
Actually, I do want to comment one thing. When people tell other people that they're special, that can actually be quite destructive to their lives, because then people think they get a delusion. They can develop a delusion about themselves being special in a way that isn't realistic, and this is something that does happen. People end up with very high expectations about how others perceive them that are not consistent with reality. So it can be a dangerous path to walk.
Can we
what
like
I
wait
mean when I say
until he
special.
makes an argument? Does not comment on literally every sentence he says, because that's what happens. I want an argument. What is the argument that us being special has anything to do with God?
Jump. I was not commenting on everything he said. I did want to mention this earlier on, and I didn't get a chance. But okay.
No, I wasn't specifically talking about.
I think I will just go forward because that's really not that interesting of a topic. So, before like I make a argument about God, I would like to know, like, I would like to ask you a question so I would know which argument I want to make. How, so the first question would be, if the Messiah would come today, pretty sure you heard this question. If the Messiah would come today, would you actually change your mind and follow? Doesn't remember what religion, Islam, Christianity, whatever. If the Messiah would come,
it does matter.
Would you
It does
change your
matter what
entire
the religion?
Because if it's
It doesn't matter
Yahweh,
what the religion.
then we would become
what,
theists,
guys?
but
Come
then-
on, that's just disingenuous. Come on, I was.
Your question
Just answer.
is-
It is a
doesn't
yes or no
matter.
fucking question, guys. It's a yes or
No,
no question.
no,
because
Mr. Straight.
we would become theists. But if
Mr.
it's
Straight.
Yahweh,
Please wait.
Can I at least
Please wait 1 sec, because
so
I
if we
want to
become
clarify.
theists-
Come on, you're humans. You're not dogs. Stop screaming.
So
One
all
minute.
he's asking about is
theists-
evidence. Amy, all he's asking about is evidence. He says, if like there was some confirmable evidence, like if the Messiah came back, would that change your position? Like I would believe that Messiah existed, but I wouldn't necessarily follow the Messiah. I wouldn't become a worshiper of the Messiah. So its coming would definitely change my position. I would then believe that Jesus, for example, existed, but I still wouldn't worship Jesus because he drowned millions of babies if the Old Testament is true.
that was my
Which
point.
is why I said
as
it
well,
does
is that-
depend on the religion.
is
sorry.
that it doesn't matter worship or anything like that. If your question is, if you presented us evidence that would convince us that God is real, would that make us a theist? Yes, it would absolutely make
My
us
God.
theists.
Well,
the question would
when-
then be, should
Fuck
we
you.
worship
Mate, that's
this
not
person?
related. That's really not related what you're saying right now. I will explain the question. The question is
Can
a
I at
psychological
least-
question to see if you're actually genius and if you're actually willing to change your mind about God.
Yeah,
that's the
that's
question.
what
That's
Amy
the...
just said.
I feel like
that is what
okay,
Amy
I'm gonna-
just said.
I'm
If
gonna
you
finish
if you present evidence, then yes, we will accept the evidence if it is valid evidence.
No, but I'm
That is
asking
what
you.
Amy
I'm
just said.
asking you. Oh my fucking God! I'm
Well, I
asking you
haven't
about
been
the
able to finish
situation.
my answer. I'm
Shush, Amy.
trying to get these.
Wait,
no,
shush,
you
shush, Amy. Amy,
Mr.
shush.
Straight,
You're
Mr. Straight,
keep going
stop.
talking, and we're
You're
gonna keep
five-
on-
Okay, we're going one at a time. Come on. Stop talking, Mr. Straight, for a moment.
No, I need to say something very
No,
important.
I have to get my
Stop
point.
talking for a moment, Mr. Straight. Let Amy finish, and then you can talk.
Oh my God.
Yes. Why does it always have to be your God? That's just a joke. Don't respond to that. The reason that we would not worship can be put aside. If you're presenting us with evidence of a god that would convince us, we would be theists by definition. Everything else is afterwards, and so that's where the atheists generally say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, nicely said.
Can we get to the point where you present your evidence? That would help.
Yeah, but I need to first of all understand with who I'm speaking with. I cannot just say some random
No.
bullshit.
What you need to understand.
It would be just stupid.
No,
It would be stupid from my point of view to just say random shit. I
No,
need to understand
what
with who I'm
you need-
speaking.
Hold on, Mr. Straight. What you
Just
need to
answer the question, okay?
understand
No, mate.
Hold on.
Listen, guys, no, shush, mate. You said that I will speak after fucking
I'm
Amish.
not going to shush you. If you're going to keep talking, then I'll keep talking. No problem. What I was saying, it doesn't matter what we think. Present your best evidence. That's probably going to do it. What you think is your best evidence has
All right,
nothing
so-
to do with us.
So I can't really mute you on stage, so I have to remove you because it messes up the permissions. But I'm going to pull you back up on stage. You're going to present your best argument, or we're going to go to the next guest. I'm inviting you up now.
Yeah. By the way, I have to leave in a couple of minutes because I need to go do a show with Arn Ra, which coincidentally starts exactly when this stage shuts down.
Yeah. So
people are welcome to.
So I need to
come
make
over
one
and
thing
watch.
very clear because I think you don't understand this. You are something like 6 fucking people. I am one. When you make a point, it's 6 fucking people making a talk. When I make a point, it's one person. So if every single fucking one of you will make a point, I wouldn't have the ability to speak, guys. You need to give me the priority to speak.
Are you going to present your argument, or are you just going to yell at us?
My argument, yeah. Now I will present.
We're not talking. Present your argument.
Now I will present. So my favorite argument, and I heard you guys say before that there is an absolute morality. And I don't think you can make an absolute morality in any way other than God told you what is the absolute morality, and this is the reason you believe in it. So
Easy
that's
one.
my
There is
favorite.
no absolute morality, so that's
Well,
pretty
you
much
guys said it
void.
before. I listened to this entire fucking conversation. It's not.
Mr. Straight, if I can,
You
if I
guys
can,
said before there is an absolute morality.
Straight,
You said
straight.
you
If
can
I
use
can point
evolution.
something out, T-Jump is a moral realist, and T-Jump has an argument that he presents for moral realism. Not all of us on the stage are moral realists. I, for one, am a moral relativist. That morality is subjective entirely to the individual, to the group, to the nation, to the world, whatever. And if a God were to exist, morality would also be subjected to the determinations of that God. So, because it would be God being the biggest, baddest thing in the universe that would be declaring what is and is not moral. If God does not exist, then human beings declare what is and is not moral.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay.
Okay, you don't believe in it? So can the guy who does believe in it answer the question of how can you make an absolute morality without using God? Because there is somebody who believes in it.
That's not convincing us God exists, dude.
No, that's a
Present
good
your
argument.
Convince him if
Good
there
argument.
is no fucking way. It will convince him. I cannot convince all of you. You're different fucking people, and you didn't even answer the question that will make me understand how you think about God. So the fuck I have to do?
He made a valid
What
argument.
Taco is
He
trying
made
to
a valid
tell you
argument.
if
He made a valid
if
argument.
your argument is not going to convince us, all
Peter,
of us.
Peter, stop,
and
stop.
It's a
He made a
bad
valid
argument. And
No, it's not.
Neil,
It's not about Peter. Stop.
Hey,
Stop.
hey,
It's
Peter.
not a bad argument.
Neil.
It's not a bad argument. It's a perfectly fine argument. So you made a good argument. It's a good argument. It's far better than like 90% of the people on here. Don't complain about that. I love it. He made an actual argument. Progress. Yes, there are other ways to make objective models of morality, and a God model is a bad model of objective morality. It's subjective, as JL, I think, was the one who said that.
Yes.
Other ways we do it be moral, naturalistic entheism. Just it's grounded in a different objective thing, like a law of nature, a platonic object, an a priori abstract. Those would all be objective models of morality without a God.
Can you? I don't know those morals. Can you give an example how they work without God? How can you make a model without because without God, morality just seems something that you believe in, just to believe.
No, so if morality is like if you think it's grounded in God's nature, right? Well, I think it's grounded in the nature of the universe. And so it's
The
there's a
universe.
thing. Yes, the universe. So there's a thing. Morality is a thing that is grounded in like a fundamental essence of the reality without a god.
Isn't it the same? I'm saying the morality is from God. You're saying the morality is from the universe. And what is the logic behind saying the morality is from the universe? What in the universe makes the morality? That's the first one. And second one, isn't it the same saying the morality is from God? Both of them are just things we cannot understand. So that's the same argument, really.
Yes, that's right. They are the same argument. We can ground morality in a god, or we can ground it in a non-god feature of the universe. That's correct. It is the same argument.
Yeah, but on one of the occasions, you ground it on something. Of course, you guys don't believe that God exists, but most of the people do believe that God exists. You actually ground it on something which, in theoretical, if it is true, theoretically, it would have an opinion. The universe, compared to God, of course, there is no doubting the universe exists. Yeah, but
the
universe compared to God doesn't have an opinion. So that just seems
Why
to
would
me
it need one?
unlogical.
So you're right that we believe that the universe exists, and we believe that laws of physics exist and higher order emergent properties exist, and those could ground morality. So we believe that things that we have evidence exists could ground morality, whereas you believe something that has no evidence that exists, a god, grounds morality, and so ours would be better. Why do you think the fact that having an opinion would make something an objective basis of morality? Because again, opinions are subjective. So whether or not God has an opinion wouldn't make an objective morality. It would make a subjective morality.
Yeah, okay.
Yes
I
wrote
get
it
the
in his
question.
name.
So
Otangelo
that's-
got booted.
I'm pretty sure I don't
because he
need to
refused
explain
to
the
address
difference
what
if
X
God
brought up.
does really exist. The difference between the opinionity of some stupid fucking human who, I don't know, does
No,
whatever.
so we
or
both have hypotheses. So I just want to clarify. Like you think God grounds morality. I think and higher order emergent property grounds morality. Higher order emergent properties.
What? Can you say it again?
Higher order emergent property. Law of physics. Just think of it as a law of
order
physics.
emergent property.
Just
Well, the
think
law
of
of
it as a law of
physics.
physics.
Well, explain how then? How does the law of physics even relate to morality?
Exactly
I
the
learned
same way.
physics. It's not.
Exactly the
It's
same
not-
way you think God does. God is the essence of morality. This law of physics is the essence of morality. It is what makes it morality. So,
Which law of physics? What are you talking about?
I'm starting to
It's a new one.
understand.
We haven't unknown
I'm starting to
law of
understand
physics.
like
One
T
we
Jump's
haven't
whole
Unknown
thing
law of
is
physics.
that T Jump will present an
So how is this
alternative
worse than
Either
to their
unknown
God. So he'll
doesn't
basically he just
exist,
takes
law of
God
physics,
out of the
No,
argument and
it's
inserts
unknown,
something
just like
else.
there's no evidence
and
for
you
it, just like there's no
cannot
evidence of your
disprove
God.
like
so how is
essentially
it worse
you
than
can't
your God?
the theist cannot demonstrate that what T Jump is replacing the God
That'd be
with
great. You could present that too,
as
but
being
until
wrong.
Yeah.
as
So
far as
it's
we know, there is
essentially
no
what he
evidence.
does. That's how he debunks the
doesn't-
God argument
doesn't
is
matter
by
because
replacing it with something
second
else
one,
and saying it
what
could
I'm
be
arguing
this
is
and
that
mine is
not
grounded in mine is
because we all
grounded.
agree,
If there's evidence
I'm
for
pretty
it,
sure
and you
we
can't say
should
you
agree
can't
that
demonstrate that
if
it's
God
not.
exists,
So therefore yours is invalid. That's essentially
his
what T Jump
morality
does
would
every
be the
single
true
time.
morality because he created the entire universe. Of course, his opinion is much more valued than your opinion because you're just a
No.
superhuman compared to him.
No,
No? You don't think that your opinion, if God exists...
Stop. So
Okay.
The important
if
thing
God
on this
had-
is
if
that
God
this goes
existed,
deeper. This goes into
and
things
his
like
opinion
evolutionary
is what
game
grounds
theory
morality, then there
and
is
social
no
dynamics
objective morality.
and
It's a
evolution.
subjective
There's a number of
morality.
things that go into this.
If God's
But all of
opinion
this
is what grounds
demonstrates
morality,
that
then there is no
morality is
objective
purely
morality. For morality to
subjective
be
and can
objective,
only be
it has to be
subjective.
something that stands
You'd have to
independent.
accept
That's what
things like
objective morality
a
means. It stands
priori
independent
or platonic
propositions about
objects,
morality are
which
true.
I
So
don't
for
accept.
morality
There's
to be
no like
objective, it has to be something that's
morality
not based
floating
on
around
opinion.
in space that
Like,
we
there are
should
some
just
other
stand
things.
in.
Wait, one sec. There are other things that we know that are objective, like gravity.
No, I'm
Gravity is
currently muted
objective.
over there.
You don't get an opinion on gravity. Laws of physics are objective. So if morality was a law of physics, it would be objective. It would be an objective morality. If morality is
Yeah,
grounded
but
in God's
that's-
opinion, it's subjective.
But that's not the way science works. That's the way they did it in the time of Aristotle. That's not the way we do science today. We don't use our logic. We use experiments to make science. That's the difference between. That's the reason why our system is so much better. That's the reason why Galileo did the entire work
I
of
didn't say
Aristotle.
science. I never said science. Science doesn't indicate
Mate,
God.
you're
and
talking
science-
about the laws of fucking physics. What are you talking about?
Hold up. Stop. Science doesn't indicate a moral law of physics, and science doesn't indicate a God. So science doesn't indicate either of the things we're talking about.
Okay, so I will try to make my questions extremely sharp in it. First of all, how is it possible that the universe would have a moral law?
Before
Why would you
before
think
you ask
this?
your question, Before you ask Mr. Straight, before you ask your question, I have to drop off. I want to thank everyone in the panel for good conversations today. Taco and Randolph, thanks for setting all of this up, and I'll catch you all next time.
Thank you, Peter. Have a good one. Click his link. And Heathen Hangout. Click pins. Click Peter.
The one thing that T-Jump is not pointing out is
So,
that
you asked-
atheist morality
Yeah, I
is
would
actually
sharpen my
better than
question
his God
again.
morality
Just
because
wanna
if
interject
he
one
believes that
comment
everything
from
that
the
God
live
is the
text chat
moral
on YouTube.
standard and
Somebody's,
everything that comes from
asking
God is good,
Hillary's emails
then
is
if he
asking,
believed
if
his
we-
God commanded
they
him
feel
to
like they'd like us to
murder
argue
someone
about
or
bagels.
do something
But,
that would be
yeah,
otherwise considered
unfortunately, it's gone
atrocious,
off topic a
if
little
God
bit here
commanded him to do
and
it, then he would do it because it came from God, so
I
therefore it
think
must
we're
be
kinda
good,
doing better
and
on
we would not
staying
do
on
that. So
conversation now, which is great, and
which
let's
invariably
continue.
demonstrates how
So yeah, you asked
morality
why would we
outside
think
of
there's an objective morality?
atheist
Because there's
morality
evidence
is
of
actually
morality. We
better
have moral
than
intuition.
No, that's
God
not. That's not. No. I will sharpen
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
Yes. So, why? Because your claim, if I understand you, yeah, that there is a moral law. The universe have a moral code, kind of, yeah. There
Well,
is
like
nothing
laws
that
of
argues this. Yeah, like the laws of physics, which we, of course, know them by experiments, not
Right.
something which is based on opinion. So what I'm asking you here is the same thing that you ask me. I'm asking you for a reason, a logic behind your opinion. You ask me for a reason why God exists, right? Like, give me evidence. You're asking for evidence like there is evidence about gravity or evolution, right? That's what
Yeah.
you're asking me.
Yeah.
The same way that we know that things evolve over time, of course. Nothing in here to fucking argue. I don't know why there's so many people who believe in God and don't believe in fucking evolution. You're retarded if you do this.
That was actually pretty
in the
funny.
same way, there is something like this, and in the same
Right,
way,
right. I got your question. So yes, there's no empirical evidence of this law, just like there's no empirical evidence of God, but they can both explain the data. So when we create a hypothesis, the goal is just to explain the phenomenon. Then we try to look for data. Like I have predictions that could be confirmed in the future that could show this to be true. We don't have any right now, so there's no evidence for moral law of physics, and there's no evidence for God, but they can both explain morality. They're both objective grounds of morality.
so now you do agree that God is an objective.
Well, no, that's a separate. Like there are certain
you just
versions of
said it
God.
is.
No, stop.
Certain
like,
versions. Okay.
Stop,
Certain versions.
stop,
Okay.
stop,
okay.
stop talking. So there are
I
some
take it,
versions
that's
of God.
okay.
Stop talking. There are some versions of God where morality is grounded in his nature and not his opinion, in which it could be objective. Your version is subjective because it's based on his opinion. So your version of God is definitely not objective. But
mate.
the point here, stop talking. You said that you couldn't imagine another alternative that could ground objective
Agreed,
morality.
Rodent.
Whether or
Agreed.
not we have evidence of it doesn't matter. What matters is can there be an alternative grounds of objective morality? And the answer is yes. There doesn't need to be evidence for it to be an alternative possible grounds.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It is true that you're arguing against me, but the topic is if God exists. Me being, first of all, English being my third language and me not being as good as my words in English, and me being human and sometimes not being as accurate as I want to be with my words doesn't mean, like, go for the meaning of my words. Yeah, not what I'm actually saying. Like, we humans, we can understand the meaning of words even if you're not saying them 100% accuracy. So, I see what you said. You are correct. I do agree with you. Saying that morality is in the nature of God is a lot more correct, and I do think it is the right way to say it. That's what I believe. Yeah, that's a good correction. Thank you for this. And so that's really the God that I believe in, that have this morality in its nature.
Right,
And
sure.
and what I'm asking you is that why, and I think you don't get my question, why do you even come to the conclusion what you said is possible? Because a God, whatever you want to say, God is possible. God, something that created the universe, is possible, right? Like, let's say there is even no evidence for it. It's still a possibility, right?
Yeah. So
There
I'd say
is-
it's possible
there
that
is no
God's-
way that. So I'm asking you for the same thing, because we both agree that a God is possible. I'm asking you to show me how is it possible that the universe, no God or something like this, that the universe would have some kind of a moral code in it. Unlogical
so
to
just-
me. How did you get to it?
So just like you think that morality is grounded in God's nature, I think it's grounded in nature's nature. So they're the exact same.
Well, if God created nature, of course it is the same thing. Yeah, but
No.
that's not
So
what I'm
I
asking
think
you. I'm
there's no
asking you
God.
for. I'm asking.
Wait, I understand. I understand your question. I think there is no God. There is only nature. And you think morality is in God's nature. I think morality is in nature's nature. It's in the fundamental, just like you think morality is grounded in the fundamental essence of who God is. I think morality is grounded in the fundamental essence of what the universe is. The exact
And
same.
what is it?
What is what?
What is the nature, the moral nature of the universe that you believe in? Just for
You want the principles that describe what morality is? I think it's
yeah.
mainly
How this
voluntary.
law? Let's say I want for a little bit of specific. Yeah. So, if you can theorize to me how the moral code of the universe would look like, what is it? If you can like a little, because
Quantum
I
field.
think
Higher order emergent
a
properties.
quantum field that makes morality. Mate, come on, that's not
That's
only
better than a god. That's
that's
better than a god.
anti-truth. No, that's not that's not better than God.
How
That's
is it not better than a god? How is a quantum field that we know exists and emergent properties that we know exist?
It is taking a word that we all know and love,
Emergent
like
properties.
a quantum field or quantum in general, and just sticking to it something which is not even related to.
Oh, you mean kind of like imagining an imaginary sky daddy and just sticking something like morality to it?
Well, yeah, if God doesn't exist, it is the same.
Right.
It
So
is
the
very
question here
similar.
is how is you making up a sky daddy and just slapping the label of morality on it different from me making
Take
up
it
a
easy,
law
Charlie.
of
Thanks
physics
for
and
hanging out, bud.
slapping the label of morality on it?
In fact, it goes to
Because
the
it's
topic.
unlogical to assume. Because it's
Prove God
unlogical.
exists.
At least for me, it is. I don't see how is it possible that a law of the universe can
Why do you think
explain
God
morality.
exists?
And such thing a quantum field, I'm sorry, that's not an answer. If there is,
Well, no,
like,
Mr. Straight,
there's a lot
Mr.
of
Straight.
people who are talking about-
Mr. Straight. Amy's brought up an excellent point here, is that T-Jump is bringing you an alternative that covers all the data points and explains it.
No, it's not.
hang on, and you're saying
Yeah.
God. So your argument is God. T-Jump's argument is quantum fields. Okay, it doesn't
but
matter.
saying-
Hang on a sec. It doesn't matter because this is not T-Jump convincing you of his position. This is you convincing us why it has to be God.
I'm not trying to get convinced from his position. I'm trying to make him see that his position is not only unlogical, but
Okay, so
just
you do that.
ridiculous.
You do that.
And I'm
by,
doing this with my questions.
Straight.
to
No,
make him
you do
doubt
that
it.
by presenting your evidence as to how he can't be
I
right.
can do it whatever I want to. If it is successful, I can do it whatever I
Then
want.
present
You
your
cannot cut my
evidence,
hands like
Straight.
this.
Amy is
I don't
correct.
want to
Present
present
your
my
evidence.
I think I can do this as fucking questions. Let me continue debating.
So what you need to do is you need to show how your model is better than my model. Asking questions about my
You
model
want me
will
to
never
show how
do
is
that.
it better?
Yes, that's with the
Well-
evidence. Yeah.
My answer to such a question would be that God, not like your laws of physics, gave us, told us what his morals are in the book, in the Tanakh, not only the Torah but the Tanakh, for the prophets and all of those things. So, my argument why my model is better because I know. You don't know. That's the difference. I know the morals. You don't know them.
Hang on.
By my model,
Straight. There's a problem there. You I'm hoping you saw the problem there, because
make
you
it
just
clear.
cited. Hold on a sec. You just cited the Bible, or you just cited Scripture, okay? And then you just cited your. It's like you cited Scripture and you cited your feelings. Both of these are predicated.
Feelings?
Hang on. You said because you know, okay? So both of these are predicated on the
Man, the Torah exists. What do you want me to do?
Straight. Both of those things that you just cited are predicated on this thing existing. Demonstrate how you know it to exist.
His question wasn't this. His question is to show how my morality, how I prove objective morality is better than his way. I'm showing.
Okay,
him.
no, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No. That's. I'm pretty sure I'm quoting it.
No, straight. That is
Am I correct?
irrelevant and straight. That is irrelevant because both of the things you cited are predicated upon you demonstrating the existence of this thing. Because
So
for the scripture to be true, your God has to exist. For
mate,
it to
I don't know what it's
for
called
it to
again.
have
I
been
don't-
straight, for it to have been
I don't know
revealed
the meaning of the word faggot again. What is
straight, for
Wait,
it
so
to have
let me try. Let me try.
for it to have been revealed to
It's a
you,
pun, okay,
it has to exist to reveal it to you. So please demonstrate, please give the evidence for the existence of this entity.
So let me try. So I asked you what is the difference between our models, and you said is the Bible told you so. That's the difference. So yours has a Bible that tells you so.
No, no,
Mine
no.
doesn't.
The difference is that I know as a fact. Yeah, it is a fact that I know by my morality system what is the morality. You don't
How do you
know
know
the
that?
morality.
How do you know that?
Again, I bring it up. I said the Torah. The Torah.
So
By
the
my
Bible
moral
told
code.
you
Wait,
so.
no. Let me finish. I let all of you finish. By my moral code, which is your question, by my moral code, I absolutely know what is morality. Morality is the word of God. The word of God is the Torah. That's it.
Right,
No arguing.
So what
By
I
my
said
moral
was
code, I know it. By your one, you
you're
have
repeating
no
it.
clue what
You already
morality
said
is.
it. You already said that. So what I asked is how do we know the difference, or what is the difference between our two? And your difference is the Bible told you so. How I know the moral code is I look at the evidence of moral intuition, moral progress, the moral dilemmas, and the philosophical problems in the field
He jumped.
of philosophy. Wait, stop. My method for knowing morality and knowing what the principles are is I look at the patterns of the phenomenon of morality, moral intuition, moral progress, moral dilemmas, and moral problems in philosophy, and I create a principle that can describe those patterns and make predictions based off that principle, and then have a hypothesis. And so I use the scientific method. So this is good. This is a good way to know what the morals are. Your model is the Bible tells you so. So my
No,
model
mate.
is better here.
Mate, first of all, as an argument against your moral, you said that the way you kind of predict what is the moral code of the universe, of a quantum field, is that, sorry for making it sound ridiculous, but to me it really sounds ridiculous. If you want to describe how a quantum field would make a moral code, I would love to hear it, but do it after this point. So, the reason why I'm saying that my moral code is better, I'm not talking about the truth, yeah? That's the truth right now is not a part of the equation because you were asking me about how it's better, how my moral code is better.
Yes.
So I'm not, and I want to focus on this because I
understand.
truly believe
Go
that
ahead.
this question
Go
is a lot more easier to me. So, the reason why my moral code is better is I'm not basing it, first of all, on a human instinct, as you said. We know that humans are different, right? There is a lot of humans who have different morality. We can see it by, you know what? I will even use religions. Every fucking religion have different moralities. Every religion, even in the religions themselves. Yesterday I talked to a Christian who believe you shouldn't kill
We get
gay
it.
people.
We get it.
So even wait, let me finish. So
No, straight. We get it. Get to the
yeah,
demonstration.
so what I'm saying is that by the way that you understand morality.
Did he cut out?
Yep, I actually think he's still there.
Yep.
And yet he cut out.
Mr. Straight, you there?
Yeah, I don't hear him either.
Yeah.
He cut out. He might have had a technical mishap.
My God, Satan got him.
Mr.
Oh,
Straight.
no.
We have
Mr. Straight. In case you can hear us, you can press Control R in Discord, and it'll reload the page, and we'll bring you back up on the stage. That can sometimes clear up microphone issues.
So
In the meantime, maybe we could talk to somebody.
Yep.
Yeah, we can move to somebody else. But I just want, his argument is the difference is the Bible told him so. That's the difference. That's what he said. Like the Bible tells him so, and that's what he grounds his knowing of the principles of morality.
Welcome, King Xerxes. It's wonderful to have you back. You were a regular on this show before, and it's always a delight to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, the stars aligned today.
That's good. That's good. So, Taco, who's next? Who's our
That's
next?
an interesting decision because I've got both Andre Belinsky and Banging Q, and I know how convincing both of them are going to be.
Which
Let's go
one
for
have we had?
Andre first.
Sorry, which one have we had on most recently? Let's bring on the other person.
Probably Bang.
So we bring on the other one then.
Well, there's also.
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome, Andrei Bolkonsky. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yeah. So my
Okay,
argument for the
let's
existence
point
of God. So my argument for the existence of God is that I think God is just a better hypothesis to explain certain most of our experiences. So, for instance, God can explain the existence of morality. God can explain the fine-tuning of the universe. God can explain why consciousness exists, how we have free will, how we can be rational. I think a natural universe can't explain any of that. So I think God has theoretic virtues that naturalism doesn't have. So I think
Well, each one of
Well,
those
God
hypothesis.
So
Each
you
one of those individually.
mentioned fine tuning, and one of
Mhm.
the problems with the whole fine tuning argument that I see is it's making the assumption that the constants can be changed. It talks about fine tuning the universal constants. If they're constants, they're by definition not tunable. So there's a problem with your attempt right there. Would you like to elaborate a bit on this and clarify then?
Well, I mean, you're kind of wrong on that one. Like, gravity does change; the constants can change. Not quite true.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with T-Jump
Wait, hang on a
regarding
sec.
that.
Doesn't
Andrew,
gravity?
you're familiar with
gravity only
Troyer's
changes
video
with
on
the
fine tuning?
dependent upon the mass of the object, right?
Sorry, what video?
Are you familiar with Troyer's video on fine tuning?
No, not really.
I would check it out. I think he does a pretty good job of explaining that fine tuning is usually presented as though the theories start off being equally probable, and there's no priors involved that would make one or the other more complex or more implausible than the other. And then just making like a general math claim saying, well, here's all the possible parameters. That's the number of possibilities. Therefore, the probability is, that anything that's a subset of those is less likely than one that could be any of those. But
I think that's actually a great point because I'm sort of trying to build a cumulative case for the existence of God. So I think God has theoretical virtues. So whenever we talk about theoretical virtues, we also invoke the prior probabilities because one theory which has more theoretical virtues than another is intrinsically more probable than other theories. So I think naturalism is intrinsically improbable because it can not only explain fine tuning better than the naturalistic hypothesis can, but it can also explain how we can think rationally.
I want to ask about that. So, what do you mean by explain? Because when I hear a theist say that God can explain, what I hear is they imagine God could do it. That seems to be what you mean by God can explain. You imagine God.
Well,
can
God's
do
an
it.
omnipotent panacea. He can do anything. Any state of affairs or conditions would be ad
Well,
hoc.
no,
expected of
that
a
doesn't matter. It
theist.
doesn't matter. The question is when he says
does
God
matter.
can explain, is all he means is that he can imagine God can do it.
Here we go.
When I say like science can explain, I mean we have a
Xerxes and
demonstrated,
T-Jump
novel,
are gonna-
testable model that shows that this phenomenon has and can produce this effect. So if he just means I can imagine God did it, well, we can imagine physics doing it too. Like his main argument is God can explain this and naturalism can't. But if all he means by explain is he can imagine God doing it, we can imagine physics doing it too. And therefore, physics could also explain it. And so, if he's saying that only God can explain it and naturalism can't, then he must mean more than just I can imagine God did it, because obviously we can imagine physics doing it.
So what I actually mean is that I think naturalism is incompatible with things like the existence of rationality, with the existence of morality, and things like that. And therefore, if we had to pick between the two hypotheses, one has more explanatory power than the other one. We'd have to pick the God hypothesis. So I can explain.
Why do
So
you
for
think it's
instance,
incompatible?
well, I think naturalism, which I take the view to, I take naturalism to be the view that there's no such things as souls, or there's no such thing as God, and the only thing which exists is the natural universe with its natural laws. I don't think it's compatible with rational thought, because I think rational thought is inherently normative. So it's based on the idea that one ought to do certain things. So, for instance, one
my
ought
question,
to follow.
The question is why do you think this is incompatible with naturalism? Because again, most atheist philosophers believe in objective morality with just naturalism. So why do you think it's incompatible? What?
Oh, okay. Because I think you can't have normative statements in the natural universe. So I'll just let me just illustrate that. So I think rationality is based on the idea that one ought to follow the evidence. One ought to base their beliefs on the evidence. And if such normative statements are incompatible with a natural universe, then naturalism is not a very good hypothesis because it lacks explanatory power.
Right, I would agree, but most naturalists think that you can't have odds. Like you simply saying it's logically impossible is false. Like there's nothing in naturalism that says you can't have odds.
Oh, okay. Well, let's think about what odd statements. What would make an odd statement true in the natural universe? I mean, it would have to be either a Platonic object, right, or some basic fundamental law of nature, right?
Well, that's two of the options, but sure, yeah, but either of those are possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go with the first view. Do you think the what could make odd statements true? Well, in terms of Platonic objects are acausal. That is, they don't have any causal powers. If they don't have any causal powers, they couldn't influence our beliefs. Yeah,
so
we
odd
can.
statements don't have causal powers, and so it makes perfect sense for odds to be grounded in a Platonic object. I'm not following.
Well, yeah, you didn't let me finish. So if odd statements don't have any, if they're Platonic objects, then they don't have any causal powers. And if they don't have any causal powers, they can't influence our beliefs about them. So if that is the case, then naturalism can't explain our knowledge of moral facts. So it doesn't have any it lacks explanatory power. Not only is that the case,
I'm a relativist.
But no. So there's the two separate things there. One is the ontology of can it ground morality, and the answer is yes. So
this is
your
one of the
first
issues.
objection was you
When
think
T-Jump says that
naturalism
he's a
can't
moral
ground morality,
realist,
but
this
you
is
just
one of the
you
problems
said yes,
that
it
comes
can. It
along
can
with
ground
it.
morality, but it can't explain the epistemic
and ground our
justification
moral
of belief.
knowledge.
Because if moral and morality is purely 100% subjective, you don't run into this
fails
issue.
to explain our knowledge of moral facts.
Well, that doesn't make a difference. So one, Platonic objects can be causal. They're not necessarily acausal. Secondly, it could be the case that we have lucky knowledge and that evolution just happened upon it. And it could be the case that Platonic objects shape the way that the universe operates in such that laws of physics mimic them, and so we can get it that way. So all of those things can be explained naturally just fine. But you're granting that morality can be grounded in naturalism just fine without God.
So we're in the second horn of the dilemma. The first horn is that either moral facts have causal powers, moral propositions have causal powers, or they don't have causal powers. I'm on the second horn. I'm taking the view they're like Platonic objects which don't have any causal powers. I haven't addressed the first horn yet.
Well, no proposition
if they don't
has
have any causal powers, the only type of knowledge we could
no
have.
propositions have causal powers. Propositions don't have causal powers. They're propositions.
Right.
No proposition ever has causal powers.
Okay, then whatever, like moral facts, truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal powers. That's the horn I'm taking. They're like sort of like Platonic objects.
Well, I can just say that Platonic objects have causal powers. Problem solved.
Well, but I'm okay. If you say Platonic objects have causal powers, that's a non-standard view in philosophy. I'm just taking the view they don't have any causal powers. I'm not saying they're Platonic objects specifically.
So
let's just get rid of this Platonic object talk.
No, so the point here is that the only thing that you have is that you imagine God can ground morality, and you imagine God can influence his morality onto us so that we have knowledge. I can imagine Platonic objects ground morality, and I can imagine Platonic objects can influence our knowledge of morality. So if your only claim is that your explanation of what causes morality is you imagine God did it, you imagine God influences us, that's the exact same as me just imagining Platonic objects exist and imagining Platonic objects can influence us. So right now we have exactly the same model.
Yes, yeah, well, I don't think we have the same model.
Right, because I don't believe in God.
So
but the point is they can both ground morality.
If I may finish the argument, I'm just talking about the second horn of the dilemma. Okay, so if Platonic objects don't have any causal powers, the only type of knowledge we can have about them would be incidental type of, like accidental type of knowledge. And Gettier experiments in philosophy show that accidental knowledge doesn't accidental beliefs, even if they're justified and true, don't amount to knowledge. So they don't explain our knowledge of moral facts. So I think Gettier experiments just disprove moral knowledge if the truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal powers.
That wouldn't make a difference.
So I think you have to take the view.
Wait, that wouldn't make a difference. Even under Gettier cases, what we have as knowledge right now, given our experimental data of the world, is more than the knowledge we would have of God. So even if we grant Gettier cases work and invalidate knowledge, and we use it some kind of Bayesian analysis to try and assess what percentage of knowledge we have, the percentage of knowledge we have under naturalism is still greater than the percentage of knowledge we have under some God hypothesis. And so it wouldn't make a difference. Gettier cases make no difference
Why?
here to the argument whatsoever.
No, because I think God has causal powers. So,
It doesn't make, it would make no
necessarily
difference.
the fact that
It makes
we would
no
have
difference.
non-accidental.
Makes no difference.
Well,
Makes no difference.
Well, it does make a difference because we could have non-accidental knowledge of
No, it makes
certain
no
moral
difference.
propositions.
You imagining God has causal powers isn't grounds of knowledge. You're not justified.
No, I'm saying
you being able to imagine it having causal powers doesn't increase the evidence at all. So again,
Well, I'm just
the argument here,
comparing
your
two
original argument here,
hypotheses.
your original argument here was only God can ground moral knowledge and moral norms. I said I can imagine a different hypothesis doing that. Therefore, you're wrong.
Well, okay, if I may respond. So I'm just comparing two hypotheses here. One hypothesis is that truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal powers.
I don't see it when people gift memberships.
Wait,
so
why do you keep cutting me off?
So thank you for donating forever gift membership.
And I can't respond.
And welcome to the Godless Army Nature.
I know, because it doesn't matter.
Enjoy the
argument, your
emojis
original
and
argument, the one we started
channel
with,
badge.
was you said God grounds
Take it easy,
moral
Aaron.
norms, naturalism can't. I don't care if you think platonic objects don't have causal power. I'll just say they do. Problem solved. Your whole argument about whether or not
Okay,
platonic
that
objects
shifts
have
to the
causal power is
first
done.
horn of the dilemma, which I haven't
No,
addressed
no,
yet.
I don't. That's right. So now we have a model of naturalism that can account for both moral norms and our moral knowledge. Problem solved.
Yes,
Your argument's
yes.
over.
Okay. So great. So now we shift to the first horn of the dilemma, which is that truth makers for
that's your
moral
entire
propositions
argument.
do have causal powers.
Right,
And
so I can just
if you
grant
take
that.
that view, yeah, let's
And
yeah,
then the platonic
yeah.
objects have that. Problem solved.
Okay, but do you understand that I have to talk about the second horn of the dilemma first to show that
No.
you do have to take the view that moral propositions have causal powers or more truth
No,
makers have causal
I can just
powers?
grant it. I can just grant that they have causal
Okay,
powers,
okay,
and I
great.
can say they. So your argument's done. Now that argument has moved on to the next argument, and I have causal powers on the
No, but I'm
naturalism.
not
The
done
answer
with
is
the
yes.
argument yet.
Because
I
we're
want to
done-
demonstrate how even
If you say
take
1
the
plus 1
view-
equals 2, and I say yes, 1 plus 1 equals 2, you don't need to continue explaining it. We agree. Move on.
Yeah, okay. So we agree that you have to take the view that moral propositions have causal powers.
Sure,
what I
we
want to
can grant
demonstrate
that.
is that that's incompatible with naturalism. So
No, no,
under
so,
that view,
that's why I said platonic objects can have causal powers. Problem solved.
okay, so they have causal powers. Okay, great. That's what I'm
Can I
addressing
take a
right now.
completely different approach with this, please?
Well, can I finish the argument? I feel like I can't even finish the argument. So if you take the view that moral propositions have causal powers or truth makers have causal powers, and it's some natural phenomenon, well, we have very good inductive evidence that the only things which affect your beliefs under naturalism would be chemical events, neurochemical events in your brain, which are solely influenced by the fundamental forces of nature. I'm specifically talking about the 4 fundamental forces of nature, or by the causal powers of elementary particles. So we have very good inductive evidence that the physical world, specifically your beliefs, are causally closed, only causally influenced by the 4 fundamental forces of nature, or by powers of elementary particles. So there's no 5th force of nature which affects your morality, which could have causal powers. So
that's
if you
wrong.
take
That's
that
wrong.
view,
I already addressed this. This is why I keep interrupting you. So there can be more stuff that we don't know about. You're right. All of the inductive evidence shows that only our neural processes affect our beliefs. That means no God, and that means no platonic objects
No,
that can
you
affect our
can't- you
beliefs.
can't-
Wait,
you can't
stop,
rule out God.
stop. So our inductive evidence does not indicate God. It does not indicate a platonic object that can influence things. But guess what? We can both imagine those things. So the inductive evidence doesn't indicate either one here. So if you're a naturalist and you're positing some new entity that we have no evidence for that can influence our moral knowledge, that's fine, because it's the exact same as a theist positing some new entity that has no evidence that can explain our moral knowledge. So you bringing up some inductive argument about Bayesian or Gettier problems makes zero difference. That's why I said it makes zero difference, because all I need to do is show it's logically possible. If it's logically possible, then the exact both of the explanations are the same. That's all I need to do. Show it's logically possible. I don't care about any
I don't
evidence.
think that's sufficient. I don't think it's sufficient to show logical possibility only, because we're talking about probabilistic cases. So
No,
the inductive evidence
probability.
can
Wait,
point.
wait. No, I'm not. Because probabilistic cases don't matter here because there's no evidence of a god. Probabilistic cases would only matter if there was evidence of a god and the probability was higher under a god than this alternative Platonic model. But if the probability for both is 0, or essentially close to 0 because there's no evidence of either, then they're equivalent models. The probability doesn't make a difference here until you have evidence of a god. They're both equivalent explanations.
No, because you're talking about a priori. There are different types of probability. There's a priori and there's posteriori probability.
Oh.
So the a priori probability of both hypotheses could be equal. But what I'm saying is that if one is a better explanation, then the posteriori probability of the two would be different. And that's what I'm saying.
But
that
for
the
it to be a
posteriori
better
probability.
For it to be a better explanation, there would have to be some reason why one would be better than the other. And if your reason is simply that you imagine God can do this, then I can have the same reason. I can imagine Platonic objects can do this, and you haven't provided a symmetry breaker, and they're the same.
Okay, so may I provide the symmetry breaker? Because I started providing it, but you interrupted. Actually, let me put the
Hey, Daisy,
let me
good to see
summarize
you.
the whole discussion. I gave you a dichotomy. Either truth maker for moral propositions have causal powers or they don't have causal powers. If you take the view they don't have causal powers, you can't have any knowledge about them. If you take the view they have causal powers, we have a lot of inductive evidence that there's no other force of nature which could influence
I've
your
already
moral
debunked
beliefs.
that. I've already debunked that. That applies to God too, so that's not a symmetry breaker.
No, well, I don't think it applies to God, because it could have been the case that God could have designed the laws of the universe in such a way that it provides you with non-accidental knowledge about moral propositions.
That's not a symmetry breaker.
Even if moral
Wait,
propositions
that's
are...
not a symmetry breaker. That's literally irrelevant here. So if your argument
how's that
is
not a
that
symmetry breaker?
because in the case that we have a lot of inductive evidence that there's no other laws of physics that can influence our moral knowledge, the same inductive evidence indicates there's no God that gives us knowledge. Inductive evidence doesn't indicate either one. It doesn't exclude either one either. So the probability of either one being true is indicated equally by the evidence, which is 0. The evidence indicates neither of these. So it's not a symmetry breaker. They're exactly symmetrical.
Okay, I get it. I think what you're saying is that there's a large amount of inductive evidence that the universe is causally closed, that your beliefs are only affected by physical events in your brain, and therefore we have a large amount of inductive evidence that there's no God or a fundamental force or a fifth fundamental force of nature which could affect your moral beliefs. Is that what you're saying approximately? Okay, but here the difference is that it could have been the case that the inductive evidence doesn't work against the God hypothesis, because it could have been the case that God... Can I finish?
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't work against the case of
you don't understand what I'm
unknown...
saying because you cut me off.
I do. So
You're
it doesn't
very
work.
uncharitable.
You're going to go in circles before the rest of us get the opportunity to participate.
Right, so it doesn't
This is
work.
ridiculous. T-Jump, you already had a moral conversation with Straight. It went nowhere.
Stop interrupting me. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to stop
interrupting me.
You
Stop
can have
interrupting me. Holy shit.
One at a time.
It doesn't work against the case of an unknown law of physics either. So there could be an unknown law of physics that hasn't been discovered yet. The fact of all of the inductive evidence of the currently known laws of physics doesn't indicate there isn't an unknown law of physics. Everybody in science grants that there's more stuff we don't know yet.
Okay. I think that's a fair objection, but I mean, I don't think it's very persuasive, because do you think there's really? I mean, do you think under naturalism? Do you think naturalism is compatible with the idea that there's really an unknown law of physics which designed the current fundamental forces of nature in such a way we would have non-accidental knowledge about moral propositions? That would just seem to me like equivalent to saying such a undiscovered fundamental force of nature is intentional. That is, it had intended to design the laws of nature in such a way that we would have non-accidental knowledge.
Well, sort of. I agree. So I think that the probability of there being this fifth law of nature that gives us non-incidental knowledge is the exact same as the probability of a God giving us non-incidental knowledge. I think they're both unsupported by anything, and they're both made up. But the point here is just to show that they're
But if you're
equivalent.
saying this fifth fundamental force of nature is intentional, isn't that just equivalent to the God hypothesis?
No, because I'm saying like the way it's designed, it has a necessary state where it would cause these potential knowledge to grow in some way. So it doesn't have an
I can tell
intentional
you
state.
this, like-
it just has a particular nature to it, which causes us to have knowledge. It
Like
wouldn't be like a consciousness.
The Discord deal is
But
like blowing up
I'm using
because
intentional in
people
the
are getting
sense
really
that,
annoyed
first of all,
by-
it's normative. And second,
This T-Jump can do
it
this shit on his
seems to
channel
have
all fucking day
intended to
long.
design the laws of nature in such a way that we would have a non-accidental knowledge. So, it is
legit. T-Jump is doing this for the
I wouldn't
flex.
follow.
This
So it
is-
can just
this
have a
is all
necessary nature to it
he's
that it causes
flexing on
things to be
Andre
this
is
way
all
without
he's
having
doing.
any intentional states. Both of the things explain the data.
But even if you say it's a necessity, it would just seem like a cosmic accident that it would just design us in such a way that
It's the opposite of
that we
necessity.
would have.
Necessity can't be a cosmic accident.
I don't
Necessity
think
can't be
it's-
otherwise.
I don't think that's a good hypothesis to appeal to necessity. You're just saying necessarily there's a fifth fundamental force of nature, even though the universe is causally closed.
Right.
There's a fifth fundamental force of nature which designed the laws of nature in such a way that we would have non-accidental knowledge. Like what?
You're right. You're 100% correct. That is a terrible explanation. Which is
Yes, it's a terrible explanation.
Right. Exactly why it's the exact same terrible explanation of positing the necessary being like a god to do with the same thing.
Yeah,
I agree.
McKinnon,
They're
that's
both
the exact
terrible.
conversation
I don't
that's
think,
literally
I don't
going
think,
on
I don't think there's
behind the
symmetry
scenes
there
of
because
Discord right now.
a personal being who's
T-Jump's
good,
got his own fucking channel. He can
the
go
perfect,
and flex on
who's like the
people in there
perfect
because that's
entity,
all this
would have
is.
reasons
This
to
is
design
just
the laws of the universe in
T-Jump
such a way we
intellectually
have
flexing on
knowledge.
Andre.
Those reasons are grounded in its necessary nature, or are they accidental?
Grounded in its nature.
Right. So it's the same as saying that the properties of this law of physics, which seem accidental, are actually grounded in its nature. It's the same as saying the properties of God's personality aren't accidental; they're grounded in His nature. They're the exact same. They're symmetrical.
Well, the symmetry difference is that you're talking about an intentional, necessary law, and I can't think of. I think it's incoherent to talk about intentional law
I'm
of
saying it's
nature.
not intentional. It's not intentional. It's just it has a necessary nature.
Like
which
none of this
causes
gets us anywhere.
to have
Like
intentional
what they're
desires
like
or whatever.
literally what they're
It's
just
not
what
conscious,
they're
it's not
what they're
intentional.
discussing.
But its nature
gets us
is fundamental
nowhere
and
in an
necessary, just like
explanation
God's
for
nature is
whether or
fundamental
not this thing
necessary.
exists in
And the
reality.
fact that it gives us creates the laws of physics
They've
in
made
a way
like
that it
legitimately in
gives
this
us
in this
knowledge.
whole conversation,
It's the
neither
same
Andre nor
as
T-Jump have made any
God's
progress
creating
in
laws of physics to give
understanding
us knowledge.
whatsoever.
And both of those are determined by their nature, which is necessary, and neither are accidental.
Also, you can think of there being natural reasons for things to be emergent. Like we have game theory, we have concepts like the selfish gene, which could explain a natural origin for some moral property about the world and about organisms' behavior
Well,
and so on.
I think that's even worse theory, because if your consciousness is emergent, if moral propositions are just like the truth makers are emergent properties, then we can't know anything. It can't affect your behavior. Your moral beliefs couldn't affect your behavior, because emergent properties can't have any causal effects. So I think that's an even worse hypothesis than T-Jumps.
Look, if it's just God's nature, that's not really causal anyway. It's just the nature of God and everything that God created. Nothing is really caused. Everything is predetermined by God's nature in the first place. All these arguments work back on your own argument. The whole point of T-Jump's argument is he's showing you that it's a silly argument, and when you mirror it, it's equally silly. But I do want to hear what Xerxes has to say.
It's the whole fundamental nature thing, or the necessary fundamental nature thing, is just word salad. It doesn't mean anything. Necessity is only warranted by conditions. So prior to a state of affairs wherein the universe exists to necessitate God isn't necessary. Nothing about God is necessary. He just is the way he is. He's a brute contingency at that point. Having properties such as an effective will as opposed to an ineffective will, or honesty as opposed to dishonesty, mercy as opposed to malice, compassion as opposed to hatred, none of that is necessary. The only way to establish that it would be necessary is to elucidate a logical contradiction to the contrary, right? Like saying the statement God is not God is not honest means God is not God, right? Well, at that point, all you're
Lior,
doing
I'm not
is
actually in
saying
control of that.
If God had alternate properties, I just wouldn't call him
The
God.
guy with
So
the
say
star is the
you have
mod.
this entity
The guy at the
who's
bottom,
omnipotent,
Taco.
omniscient, but he's not morally perfect. He still created the universe, but he lacks that singular property, and so now he's just no longer God, right? That's just semantics. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change the substance of the conversation. No matter how you cut this, whatever the are, God, natural default state of existence, or just physical reality as a whole, it just is the way that it is. So you can kick the can down the road and say God accounts for reality and nothing counts for God, or you can just say nothing counts for reality. You don't need to add in the assumed variable. God gets you nowhere. He explains nothing and he solves no problems. If anything,
This makes
he just
progress.
confuses the issue worse.
Because it goes to the meat of it.
I just think that's based on a fundamental misconception of necessity. So
No, it's
not true
There are
that the
two
only way
kinds
you
of
can
necessity,
demonstrate
Andre.
necessity.
There's ontological necessity and there's conditional necessity. If you're saying that God is conditionally necessary,
Wait, so are
that's
you
a-
going to let me respond? Because you just rambled on for
which
a minute
necessity is God? Is he logically necessary or is he conditionally necessary?
Metaphysically necessary.
That's not a type of necessity. There's logical necessity and conditional necessity.
No, I mean it's standard. The standard delineation is that there's logical necessity, there's metaphysical necessity, and there's physical necessity.
Isn't
So
the
it's
metaphysical
not true
necessity
that the only
just a
way.
broad logical necessity?
Yes, it is. It's a
Isn't that an equivalent
a wide
term?
open field to push
what
God
I'm
into
the
the
fact of the matter that makes God necessary.
Okay, if I can respond, I am actually just gonna
Well,
get
just
off
answer
the
the
stage.
question.
'Cause-
What is the fact of the matter that makes God necessary?
Okay, I want to respond to a point you made earlier, which is that the only way to show necessity is to show a logical contradiction, which I think is false. Because I'm sure you're
That's the
aware.
only way to
See,
show
this
logical
is yes, Nate
logical
from
necessity.
NZ. This is
Wait,
progressive
can I finish,
because
please?
Xerxes
Because I'm sure you're
actually
aware
got to the meat
that,
of it, and now
you
Andre
can't point
is
to a
trapped.
logical contradiction in the 1 trillionth digit of pi being 9, right? What is there a logical contradiction in that? Well, you can't point to it, but
This is just semantic externalism. Thank you, Hillary Putnam.
necessary? Is it necessary that the 1 trillionth number of pi is, let's say, 7 and not
Appealing
9?
to epistemic ambivalence does
it's
not
probably
create a problem here.
Andre,
don't
can
know
you,
what the- what the
Andre,
1
can you
trillion
answer
integer of
Xerxes'
pi
question?
is.
Andre, can you answer Xerxes' question?
Which is what is I mean, his question was, is it logical necessity or conditional necessity?
Right.
And I just think that's a false dichotomy, because the type of necessity that I'm
Not a
appealing
false
to
dichotomy.
would be logical, metaphysical, or physical possibility.
No, because you are
right?
inserting metaphysical. You're creating that because it creates this wide open field for which you to push your God into an area that it can't be knocked down, because it becomes this abstract thing. But Xerxes is correct on this. It's one or the other.
I don't think I'm inserting metaphysical necessity. Metaphysical necessity is a well-accepted concept in philosophy. So, for instance, Kripke has shown that water is necessarily identical to H2O because identity is necessary. But it's not logically necessary, because people in the Middle Ages couldn't derive a priori that water is equivalent to H2O. So I'm using metaphysical necessity in like the standard way philosophers use it.
Broad logical necessity, right?
And I want to get back to an earlier point, which is that the God and the natural
No,
hypothesis.
quit trying to deflect. Give us the reason why God is necessary. What is the fact of the matter that necessitates not only the existence of God, but the arrangement of properties that you assign to him?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that.
I asked it like 4 times and you just ignored it.
Okay, so I think the argument that I'm going to give you is a little bit complicated, because it starts with the idea that first I have to show that there's such a thing as a necessary entity, and then the next step of the argument is to show that God is a much better candidate for being a necessary entity than any natural fact.
Okay, show that there
and
has
the
to be
way
a
this
necessary
ties
entity.
into the
Necessary entity.
and the way this ties into the argument, the way this ties into the argument is that it's going to show that there's a symmetry breaker between a natural
Okay,
necessary.
let's go step 1, then step 2, then step 3. Show that there needs to be, or that there even
But you
could
cut
be
me
a
off again.
necessary
This was
entity.
like the most crucial
But
point.
because we
the
don't
most crucial
need
point.
the meta. You said that the first step is demonstrating
not
a
a
necessary
meta.
entity. So demonstrate that.
It's responding to a point you made earlier, which is that there's no symmetry breaker between the natural and the God hypothesis. And this is going to be the symmetry
I'm not worried
breaker.
about that. All I want you to do is demonstrate that God is necessary and so are his properties. So you said the first step in doing that was to establish that there needs to be a necessary entity. Go, do it.
Yeah, okay. So let's imagine that all of reality is sort of like let's say it's like a square, like a rectangle, like a box or something like that. Now, do you think if all of reality is this box, do you think there's anything outside the box? Well, no, there's nothing outside of it, right? Because it represents all of reality. So do you think anything outside of it could have created this box? Well, of course not, because there's nothing outside of it, so nothing could have created. Can anything outside of it destroy it? Well, no, because nothing exists outside of it, so nothing outside of it can destroy the box. So all this is meant to illustrate is that some part of reality, either all of reality or some part of it is necessary. Are you agreeing so far, or just?
I still don't know what you mean by necessary in this context. Do you mean logically necessary or conditionally necessary?
Well, just necessary. I mean, well, there are two things I can think which nothing can destroy. There are two things I can think of which nothing can create or destroy. One would be a necessary entity, and the other one would be impossible, something that's impossible, because nothing can create or destroy something that's impossible.
Okay,
and nothing can create or destroy something that's
necessary. By necessary. Okay, Andre, there are two kinds of necessity. Logical necessity, meaning that a proposition is true out of necessity of the value of the proposition. It cannot be false. It couldn't be otherwise.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that an entity, a thing which exists, could not have not existed, right? That is a very stark claim, and it causes a lot of problems with S5 modal logic. If you're saying that the conditions
Mr. Twitch,
that
I
we see
put
in
the
our
link to the
reality
Discord
could only
in there in
be
the
the
chat.
way they are if something existed to create them that way. That's conditional necessity, right? But if
No,
you
what I'm
remove
saying
those
is this
conditions,
entity. I'm saying this entity could not have existed because nothing can create it, nothing can destroy it, right? And it's part of reality. And all this thought experiment is meant to demonstrate it. There's some part of reality, or maybe all of reality, which nothing could not, which could not have failed to exist.
a thing which is
Right?
a brute contingency could exist, and there's no reason why it existed. It wasn't created by anything, and nothing can destroy it. But that doesn't mean it couldn't have not existed. The only way to say that it couldn't have not existed is to say that the non-existence of this thing is a logical contradiction.
Wait, brute. What do you mean, brute necessity? Are you talking about brute contingency or brute necessity?
No, there's a brute contingency which refers to things that could be objects, right? Entities in reality. Brute necessities or a necessary fact or brute fact. Those things only refer to propositions. That's a description of a proposition, like 2 + 2 = 4, and the circles all around. Because what we mean by those words is the definition provided. 2 + 2 is the value of 4. To say that that's not 4 is to say that 4 is not 4,
Yeah.
which is just a logical contradiction. So it's logically necessary that 2 + 2 = 4. Same thing with
Yeah,
circles around.
maybe I just wasn't really listening well. But did you
That's
say
not a shocker.
brute contingency is the alternative to
A brute contingency
to?
is a thing which is, there's no account for why it is.
Yes,
but
but
it
is
could have
that
been otherwise.
is that the alternative?
Well, it's the only thing that could fit an entity, because you can't argue that entities
What do you mean
exist
by
by
that?
logical necessity. In order
Okay,
to argue that
well,
an
a
entity exists,
brute contingency by definition.
This is why this works, 'cause
could
now
fail to
Andre
exist, right?
is forced to
Like
defend
there's a
his
possible
position.
world
You're
in,
right,
in
it
which
could.
brute
That's the point.
contingency
So-
doesn't exist.
yes, it could.
So
That's the point
so
of brute
it could.
contingency.
We could have gotten to the heart of this.
It's not the fact that
30
could,
minutes ago.
It couldn't fail to not exist, right?
But
Instead of having T-Jump just sit there and fucking flex
it is
on him,
incoherent
like,
to
flex my
argue that
intelligence
an
on you. Just-
entity could not fail
and,
to
yeah,
exist.
and whoever said that going
you would have
around
to
and-
use existence as a property, which
Yes,
you
Nate
cannot
from
do.
Minzy, you're correct.
Existence
T-Jump
is
was
not a
playing
property. It
playing
cannot
him
be
at his
used
own
that
game.
way.
That's all he was
It
doing
adds
was just
nothing to
like
a concept,
circle,
and
circle,
creates a
circles,
whole mess
making no
of semantic
progress.
incoherence. If you use existence as a property,
I'm not
then
exactly sure
non-existence
what you mean
becomes a
by that.
dispositive property. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I'm not exactly
I'll point
sure
out
what
what I
you
mean
mean
by
by
that. Take the statement, some tigers are white and some tigers are not. Okay, that is a meaningful, coherent statement, right? There are tigers which exist that do not possess the property of whiteness, right? Now, if I were to say the statement, some tigers exist and some tigers do not, there are no tigers which possess the property of non-existence. Non-existent things don't possess properties, which is why you can't use existence as a property. Similarly, if I ask you to conceive of a tiger in your mind, you can do that. You can picture a tiger based on the properties of a tiger that are fulfilled in reality. But if I ask you to conceive of an existing tiger, that changes
I mean,
nothing
I agree
about
with
the
all of
concept
this,
in your mind.
but it's just detracting from the point. The point is that
No, it's not.
reality or
The
some
point
part
is
of it. Wait, so you ramble
Throw
on
one
and
in
on
the chat
and
if you're
on,
not
but
thinking
you're not
about
letting me
tiger.
finish my sentences. So the point is that reality or some part of it is necessary in the sense that it could not have failed to exist, because there's nothing outside of it which could have destroyed it. There's nothing outside of it which could have created it. So
it could just not have been. That's the point. a thing which is not created, nor can it be destroyed, didn't have to be. It's not logically necessary. It's a brute contingency. That's what it means to be a brute contingency. To argue that a
Well,
thing
first of all, I'm
could,
talking about
could
metaphysical
not fail to
necessity
exist.
here, not logical necessity. And second,
Andre, there's no distinction. If you're arguing that the thing could not be otherwise,
there's a
that is
distinction.
logical necessity. That is the only thing you can be doing to say that this thing cannot be otherwise, is to say that it's logically necessary that this thing is the way that it is, which would require that you use existence as a property.
So in order to get off my argument,
Andre,
I
the
would have to go
metaphysical
into the difference
necessity
between...
is synonymous with broad logical necessity, is it not?
Nope, they're not.
Okay, that's what it says on Wikipedia.
But I feel like in order to get off my argument, I would have to go into the difference between metaphysical and logical necessity, which Xerxes doesn't accept. And I feel like this would be such a it'd be so distracting.
So metaphysical necessity is like what's possible given the current laws of physics in the universe. Logical necessity means there could be different laws of the universe. So like, but Xerxes is right that there's a brute fact. Like if we say there's a universe of nothing but a pineapple, the pineapple is all that's ever existed in the universe. That pineapple, there's nothing outside of it to destroy it or create it. So it couldn't have been created or destroyed. But it's still a contingency because it could have been a potato. So there's multiple different universes that could exist, and each one could have a different entity in it. And if it's the only entity in that universe, there's nothing outside of it to create it or destroy it, and therefore it's a brute contingency. But it's still in each of those universes, the different object would be metaphysically necessary in that there's nothing to create it or destroy it, but it's still a contingent object because it could be a different object in each different universe.
Okay, so let me see if I can understand that. So you're saying, okay, so in each universe there's just a different physical object, and these are supposed to be like a different fruit, and these are supposed to be like causally detached from like the rest of reality.
Causal.
Yes. So the
They
only thing
they
in the
are
universe,
reality. They're all that there is. There's nothing
yes.
else other than the pineapple or the tomato or whatever.
Right. So there's nothing outside of them to destroy them. There's nothing out there. The fishbowl. You mentioned the fishbowl. There's nothing outside of the fishbowl. The whole fishbowl is just a pineapple. There's nothing outside of it to destroy it, which means it's metaphysically necessary that that pineapple exists in the universe because nothing can destroy it because there's nothing outside of it to destroy it. But there's a different universe that's completely isolated. There's like different dimensions, I guess you could call it, or a different metaverse where there's just a potato. And the potato is the fishbowl. There's nothing outside of the potato to destroy it. And so that potato is metaphysically necessary in that logically possible world.
Okay, I think that's fine.
I appreciate
I
T-Jump
think
for
that's
bringing this up
fine
because
because the
allows
first
me
part
to
of my
articulate thing that I wasn't articulating correctly before. What I'm saying, Andre, is that if your
I
argument
understood the
is that there
point,
is no
and I'd like
possible
to
world in which God doesn't exist, then you're using existence as a property. You can only be saying that God logically exists by that point. That it's a logical necessity. If there's no possible world in which God doesn't exist, then the necessity you're arguing for is a logical necessity because you're using S5 at that point, which means that you have to use existence as a property, which when Immanuel Kant said that you can't do that just 300 years ago, that was pretty non-controversial in philosophy for the reasons I demonstrated previously.
Okay, great. So I'd like to respond to T-Jump because he made the point that these objects would be metaphysically necessary, which I actually agree with. The first part of my argument is only meant to demonstrate that some part of reality must be metaphysically necessary in some respect, either metaphysically or logically necessary. I'm sort of ambivalent on which view of necessity I'm using here. So I'm fine with metaphysical necessity. And the next step of the argument is to show that the God hypothesis is a much better candidate for being the metaphysically necessary part of reality. And the way the argument goes is that, well, the God hypothesis can explain consciousness, why consciousness seems to be fundamental to the universe. The God hypothesis can explain how we can think rationally. The God hypothesis can explain moral knowledge. A natural universe can't explain any of that. Can't explain. So it just doesn't have the explanatory virtues the God hypothesis has.
It absolutely does. Scientifically and empirically, it does.
Oh,
Sorry,
I just want to point out that all of the evidence actually seems to point towards a natural mechanism for consciousness. I really want to either reject or push back on this notion that consciousness is a fundamental part of our reality. It's part of the universe because we're conscious and we are part of the universe, but it doesn't seem to be that special.
Yeah, every individual thing that you just cited there, Andre, there is a naturalistic explanation for all of that.
Okay, great. But I just want to highlight how important that point is, because T-Jump has already seemed to me, at least, like T-Jump has said that the only viable naturalistic alternative to explaining morality would be that, you know, there's a fundamental force of nature which is yet undiscovered, which seems to be normative.
So I didn't say that was the only one. I just had to give an example. So all I have to do to defeat your argument is to show there's an example which is empirically, that is epistemically equivalent. And if I can do that, your argument is defeated. I didn't say it's the most likely or the only one.
Okay, so then I must have misunderstood. But I'm saying if you're giving that an example of like an alternative, and I can demonstrate that consciousness is fundamental to the universe, and therefore this normative undiscovered fifth force of nature is necessarily conscious, then that seems to me like it's equivalent to the God hypothesis, right? So the whole argument rests on demonstrating that consciousness is as fundamental to the universe, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So the way you can demonstrate consciousness is fundamental to the universe is to show that all of the other alternative models are non-viable. They all result in logical contradictions. So
that would be argument from ignorance. Like showing that 9 axles are broken doesn't prove the 10th axle isn't broken.
Well, no, because you see, if I'm going to give you a dichotomy that either consciousness is fundamental or consciousness is not fundamental, that's a true dichotomy, right?
Right, but showing that any particular model of non-consciousness that we know about doesn't work doesn't prove that consciousness being fundamental does work. It just proves that the current models we have don't work. So like if I have 10 axles and I test the first 9 and I show all first 9 are broken, that isn't evidence that shows the 10th works. The 10th could also just be broken. So it doesn't matter how many you show don't work. It doesn't indicate evidence that your model does work.
So you think if you have 2 doors and you can show that you haven't gone through one of the doors, that doesn't raise the probability that you have gone through the other door?
Well, no, you're not trying to show that a non-consciousness fundamental, all possible versions of non-consciousness being fundamental are wrong. Or is that what you're trying to show? That literally every possible model of consciousness not being fundamental entails a logical contradiction?
Yeah, right.
Okay, go for it. Interesting.
And I would like to know what exactly you think consciousness is.
Okay, so in that brief moment, I apologize, Andre. I apologize. As breathtaking as this conversation is, and how eventually it's gonna demonstrate how your God dies on its logical entailments. Once you start throwing attributes onto it in order to fit it into a particular God, because otherwise it's just unfalsifiable deism. But nonetheless, I do actually have to go, so I apologize for jumping in there. Thank you, Randolph. Thank you, Taco, for setting it up. Xerxes, great to see you. Amy, Jack, Ix, T-Jump, thanks so much, because I have a meeting I have to get to. I thought we were calling it at 2, but appreciate everything, and I'll see y'all on the next one.
Thank you. We got a little extra time today, but JL, have a great one. Make sure everybody goes into Heathen Hangout, clicks pinned, and clicks all his links and follow him.
Appreciate it. Take care, y'all.
JL Warren, thanks for bridging the divide.
Always.
But back to the question.
Okay. So, that was just getting a little... before I go, just to sum that up. Ostensibly was where it's going to wind up. I've heard Andre make that argument so many times before, and Xerxes is aware of it. That's why Xerxes immediately went to the heart of it. T-Jump played around with it with kind of like this, this whatever kind of... They're just going in circles. Just T-Jump was flexing on him, because that's what T-Jump likes to do. Flexes on him, and he plays to the audience, and he plays for the drama. That's just T-Jump's style. That T-Jump's entitled to it. He can do that. But for a panel like that, I don't think it's suitable. That's just my opinion. Xerxes went straight to the heart of it, and that was pretty much where it was. But now they're going to go down. Eventually, where it's going to wind up is Andre's going to wind up trying to assert that it's a particular God, and that God has particular attributes, and those attributes are necessary, and that God is going to die on the logical entailments of those attributes. That essentially there's going to be logical problems that arise that create contradictions that demonstrate that God either can, that his proposed God can either not have those attributes, or that his God, but by its nature, does not exist. So that's ultimately where it's going to wind up going, and then it's going to fall down. It's all predicated on faith, which is essentially his feelings. That's just the way it goes. Because just calling it a metaphysically necessary thing does not demonstrate it to be true. He's just defining it as that what it is in order to keep it on the board of explanation. That's essentially the history of gods there. That they started out walking around with human beings and influencing human life, and then they eventually, through time and our understanding of reality, have been pushed into this metaphysical necessary thing, this spaceless, timeless minds that that are necessary for it. It's just it's fucking hogwash, and it cannot be demonstrated to be the case. But nonetheless, I'm sorry to cut that short. But like I said, I told the panel, I do actually have a meeting I have to get to. I have a meeting with McKenna Mitchell that I got to get to about a future project that we were discussing, which could be interesting for the channel. So I want to take a brief moment to remind everybody in the chat who was hanging out, and I see that we were starting to slack off because I know there's only so much T-jump that we can really take. It's just, it just gets to that point. So what I'm going to do is, first and foremost, I'm going to throw this in the chat and remind everybody to jump over to the faceofhorror.org page and throw me a vote. I made the first cut. I'm in round 2. I've successfully survived to round 2, and the voting for round 2 is voting for round 3 is currently going on to see if I make the cut to the top 15. And I'm still currently in first, which is really nice. But if you haven't had a chance to vote, there's the link there in the live chat. You can pop over there and boom, you can throw me a daily vote if you like. If you want to vote more than once, you can with a donation to the B Plus Foundation. It's all explained on the website. B Plus Foundation is the largest provider of financial assistance to families dealing with pediatric cancer. And I will just share this real quick so y'all can see what the hell I'm talking about. This is the Face of Horror website. You can see I'm currently in first place. I made it to the top 20. And you can vote me there with a free daily vote. You can vote for more if you support B+, which is the Andrew McDonough Foundation, and it's pretty much one vote for $1. But it's totally optional. You don't have to do it. It's only if you want to and if you can. And of course, you can always just one free vote. So you get a vote, 24 hours later you get another vote. It's pretty much how it works. And I'm currently in first, so hopefully I'll make the cut on September 22nd to go to the third round. The prizes are awesome on this. It's $13,000, walk on role in an independent film, 2-night stay at Buffalo Bill's house, and go head-to-head with Kane Hodder in a photo shoot for Rue Morgue magazine, which will be pretty badass. So, not to mention, so the doors it'll open up for me for Week in Horror are just fantastic. So be sure to pop over there and throw me a vote. And, of course, a huge giant thank you to all of the channel members, to those who gifted channel memberships. Please enjoy all the custom emojis I've made for you. Enjoy the channel badges. Enjoy the channel badge. And I've got new content coming up, which I'm currently working on. It's a particularly difficult video that I'm working on, but I will have it done soon. And so we'll get to enjoy that before I go out of town and I stream from Fight Night, where Chili with the fight with Chad that Chili bitched out on. But I'm gonna hang out with Irish Demon, and we're gonna do a bunch of cool stuff. It'll be a lot of fun. So we have all kinds of stuff coming up on the channel that will be a whole lot of fun for everybody. So other than that, I'm gonna have to bounce out of here, and let me make sure I've got this real fast. And 1 second. So, yeah, and that's pretty much it. So, huge giant thank you to everybody. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the support. And, of course, if you want to help or if you want to assist on the big travel expenses, there's the PayPal link that is down there if you'd like to assist there, because everything will be covered by that as for me going out to Ashland and hanging out with Irish Demon. And I'll be checking out the Ark Encounter and doing all kinds of cool stuff in the Mothman Museum. All kinds of fun stuff. So, big things coming up. So, once again, huge giant thank you to everybody, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had to cut a little short now because of just other stuff to work on, so it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all so very, very much. I hope it wasn't too boring there. And I will let you know that Xerxes and I and a few others are actually talking about doing a different stage that's a little bit more controlled and has fewer people up top, so that things don't get a little, get kind of crazy and people are talking over each other. So we have that in the works. So thank you again. I've been JL. This is Bridge the Divide. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.